In this world, a chosen few draw immense power from the stories they write. Their strength is directly fueled by the number of people reading their work. The more popular the book, the more godlike the author becomes. The strongest can even tear their fictional creations into reality. We see this with the famed author Carol, summoning the armies of Wonderland. All of this power originates from ancient magical printing presses, mysterious machines that awakened this potential in humanity centuries ago. Some use their strength for noble causes, while others clearly missed that memo. This incredible power is also hereditary, passed down through blood, and we meet Julius Hugo, the new inheritor of a powerful family legacy. The descendants of these legendary writers are now the most powerful figures alive. Our story takes us to Seoul, at the head office of Nocturn Press. Inside, uniformed authors are hard at work in a seemingly normal office, but a furious shout from behind a closed door shatters the peace. An imposing woman storms through the cubicles, pen in hand like a weapon. This is Miss Kim, a B-rank mentor who clearly doesn't suffer fools gladly. She confronts a young author, Ji-sung, declaring his latest book a complete failure. The sales figures she slams on his desk tell a pretty grim story, but Ji-sung seems utterly unbothered by her rage. He calmly confirms the disastrously low number, much to his manager's fury. He smirks, thinking the sales are great for day one, as his stats reveal he's an E-rank writer. But Miss Kim is practically vibrating with rage, clarifying those are weekly sales. Ji-sung leans back, trying to spin it as a success, claiming he's hooked 1,200 loyal fans. She isn't buying his excuses for a single second. Instead, she shoves her phone in his face, demanding to know if he's seen the reviews. The comments are absolutely brutal, calling his work a crime and demanding refunds. Yet Ji-sung remains unfazed, blaming their lack of taste for not recognizing his genius. Miss Kim can only sigh, the vein in her forehead about to burst. He then has the audacity to bring up his best-selling poetry collection from last year. She explains their press is failing, being overtaken by their rival, Red Eye Press. She passionately declares that the emerging writers are the future of Nocturn Press. To make her point, she gestures to a billboard for a rival author named K. This K is a prodigy, the youngest ever to reach B rank, with 15 million copies sold. Miss Kim's brilliant idea is for Ji-sung to just copy his office romance style. But Ji-sung is utterly appalled, hoping she's just making a bad joke. Her cold, hard stare confirms she is being deadly serious. Fuming, she stalks away from his desk, the office air thick with tension. She marches over to a bookshelf and pulls out a specific volume. Returning to his desk, she slams the book down as his new required reading. It's a cheesy romance novel, and he has 1 week to study it. This should be fun. Her final order is simple: write a story that people will actually buy. Ji-sung can only sigh, clearly viewing this as a massive pain. But his co-worker from the next cubicle tries to offer some encouragement. This is Selim, another E-rank writer, who points out she'd have fired him otherwise. He tells Ji-sung to stop being stubborn and just get to work. Ji-sung teases his friend, suggesting he enjoys being yelled at by Miss Kim. And with a laugh, Selim admits that our boy isn't entirely wrong. The afternoon ticks by as the authors continue their work. Hours melt away and the workday finally comes to a close. Later that night, Ji-sung dives into his homework, a masterpiece titled Falling in Love with a Rich CEO. Back in his room, Ji-sung gets to work, quickly concluding the book is awful. He scoffs at the ridiculous plot, questioning the female lead's nonsensical choices. But to his absolute horror, he realizes he's getting invested in the trashy plot. Tossing the book aside, he decides to call it a night, hoping for fresh inspiration. The moon hangs high in the sky as the city sleeps, and Ji-sung drifts off to sleep in his cluttered apartment. But his rest is not peaceful, as a voice calls his name in a dream. A familiar voice echoing from a distant memory. A much smaller, much happier version of Ji-sung appears in his dream. He runs with open arms towards 2 women waiting in a doorway, calling out for his mom. The woman lifts him high, playfully complaining that he's getting too heavy. The boy beams with pride, his face a picture of pure, innocent joy. His mother kneels down, gently teasing that he still has a little ways to grow. The other woman, Hye-jin, smiles and heads off to answer the door. She turns her attention back to Ji-sung, asking what story he wants to hear tonight. The boy's eyes light up as he excitedly requests the story of Robin Hood. But the happy moment is shattered in an instant by a sudden, unseen threat. She screams Hye-jin's name, a desperate cry as she runs towards the danger. The door to the room swings open, revealing the source of her terror. A horrific scene awaits. Hyejin lies slain, surrounded by armored figures and a dark, menacing leader. The leader's face is hidden in shadow, his glasses glinting ominously. Jisung's mother cries out in despair at the sight of her fallen friend. A terrified little Jisung tugs at her shirt, asking what's happening. But in her eyes, raw fear is quickly replaced by a fierce determination. In a flash, she grabs her son, her protective instincts taking over. She throws them both towards the paper screen door in a desperate escape. They crash through the frame, falling into the cold night air. She lands hard, shielding Jisung with her own body as they hit the ground. Her hand clenches the grass, fighting through the pain of the fall. Telling him to hold on, she flees into the darkness of the nearby woods. She clutches him tightly, her voice a desperate plea to hold on. But their escape is cut short by a blade of pure energy. It pierces her back, a cry of agony ripped from her throat. They collapse to the forest floor in a heap of pain and despair. A masked figure descends from above, declaring his hunt is finally over. It's the same man from the house, his face twisted into a cruel, triumphant smirk. He looms over them, pronouncing a death sentence on both mother and son. His weapon ignites, ready to make them pay for their supposed sins. With her last strength, she shoves Jisung to safety, screaming for him to run. Tears stream down her face as she accepts her fate to save her son. But before the final blow can land, a massive blast erupts from behind him. Little Jisung doesn't hesitate, scrambling into the dark woods as fast as he can. He runs blindly, his only thought a desperate, terrified cry for his mother. Suddenly, a new figure descends, a white-haired man with a glowing golden sword. The boy can only stare in frozen terror, his world crumbling around him. The original attacker sneers, promising the child he'll soon be reunited with his mother. As lightning crackles, the two powerful figures face off over the terrified boy. The newcomer intercepts the villain, shielding Jisung from the deadly attack. He glares with righteous fury, questioning the villain's utter lack of morality. Their weapons clash in a brilliant flash, a battle of titans erupting in the forest. The savior readies his blade, disgusted by the villain's choice to target a child. Gripping a book, he promises that justice will be served for these heinous crimes. He unleashes a storm of crackling energy orbs, a testament to his immense power. But the villain seems completely unfazed, almost amused by this new challenger. He calmly notes that the day has certainly been full of surprises. With his own power, he summons a swirling vortex of golden light. A hooded figure of pure energy rises from the ground at his command. The two combatants lock eyes, their mutual desire to destroy one another palpable. The villain's summoned creation meets the savior's attack, because why fight alone when you can bring a giant glowing friend? And all little Jisung can do is watch in horror as gods battle over his fate. The boy's desperate cry for help is lost in the chaos of the dream. The last thing he sees is the reflection of a terrifying glowing figure. Jisung jolts awake with a scream, the nightmare still clinging to him. He struggles to catch his breath, haunted by the all-too-familiar memory. It's been a long time since that traumatic night has resurfaced with such force. He rises from his bed, vowing that his mother's sacrifice will not be in vain. His gaze falls upon the only photograph he has left of her. He clenches his fist, promising to hunt down the people who took her life. With a fire in his eyes, he swears he will make them pay for their crimes. And just like that, our lazy author has found his new plot, cold, hard revenge. But his moment of reflection is cut short by a sudden, violent noise. The window explodes inward, sending him flying across the room in a shower of glass. He hits the floor hard, cut and dazed by the unexpected attack. An ethereal hand phases through the shattered remains of his door. A glowing foot steps into the room, its presence both silent and overwhelming. A massive spectral figure now looms over him, and he's pretty sure this violates his lease. Jisung can only stare in disbelief, his vow of revenge already being tested. The figure seems to be a composite of countless souls, their faces swirling within the blue energy. A deep, resonant voice echoes through his mind, calling him by a familiar title. The spectral being looks down upon him and addresses him as its son. The spectral being offers a final gift, his immense power. Jisung can only stare, bloodied and stunned by the impossible sight. The being continues, promising to pass on something more than just his own strength. He bequeaths the entire power of their ancient and storied bloodline. A torrent of energy slams into Jisung, overwhelming his senses completely. In the chaos, the photo of his mother lies forgotten on the floor. Light erupts from his apartment, a beacon of power in the quiet night. But as night turns to day, the city awakens to a peaceful morning. Jisung stirs in his bed, a hand running through his hair as he wakes. He sits up, questioning the bizarre dream where his room apparently exploded. Wait, was that a dream? He touches his face, realizing the cuts and scrapes from the attack are very real. He tries to dismiss it as his overactive imagination, a writer's curse. He puts on his glasses, trying to bring the world back into focus. But the wreckage of his apartment tells a very different story. Looking out at the morning sun, he can't deny how real it all felt. A new day dawns over Seoul, indifferent to his chaotic night. Deciding to procrastinate on home repairs, he heads out for the day. After all, a spectral invasion is no excuse for facing Miss Kim's wrath. With a new resolve, he accepts that this is the path to getting stronger. And a new stat screen reveals the truth. He's the secret heir of Victor Hugo, with billions of reads awaiting absorption. He's already hard at work, jotting down ideas for a new reincarnation epic. His work is interrupted by an excited child who points him out like a celebrity. And Ji-sung can't help but enjoy the newfound public admiration. The little girl looks on with pure, unadulterated awe. The plot thickens in his mind, a story he's sure will crush his rival K. But his creative flow is broken by a familiar voice calling his name. It's his friend and co-worker Salim who casually greets him. Salim teases him for always writing, a habit he's had since their orphanage days. Ji-sung retorts that Salim looks like he's been pulling all-nighters as well. But the friendly banter is cut short as Salim brings up a shocking event in Paris. Ji-sung brushes off the news from Paris, mentioning he had a pretty wild night of his own. He tries to explain it away as a weird dream caused by a thunderstorm. But Salim is completely lost, questioning if Ji-sung has heard the news about the Hugo family. The name clicks for Ji-sung, who confirms he's talking about the descendants of Victor Hugo. Salim playfully scolds him for being so completely out of the loop. He reveals that Emile Hugo died, and an explosion targeted his son during the power transfer. Ji-sung is stunned, realizing someone just tried to wipe out the most powerful family on the planet. He tries to laugh it off as a joke, but Salim's serious expression says otherwise. To prove his point, Salim shows him the news report of a massive fire in Paris. The broadcast confirms the attack took place inside the legendary Notre Dame Cathedral. The news report paints a grim picture. None of the ceremony's guests survived. Among the dead are some of the world's most powerful figures, including a high-ranking commander and an apostle. Salim can't believe it, realizing a revered apostle was among the victims. The cause of the destruction was a massive bomb, timed perfectly with the ceremony's conclusion. But Ji-sung's focus is on one name, demanding to know the fate of Julius Hugo. The report reveals Julius is the sole survivor, pulled from the wreckage in critical condition. Thankfully for the Hugo legacy, doctors have managed to stabilize him. Salim spells out the terrifying implications of the attack for a stunned Ji-sung. An event of this magnitude is unheard of, a perfectly timed act of terror. Ji-sung pieces it together. The attack happened when Julius was most vulnerable, during the power transfer. Salim explains that Julius was already a near S-rank powerhouse. With 600 million reads, he should have been able to stop the bomb easily. But Ji-sung just smirks, repeating the number as if it's nothing special. Salim adds that Julius hit that number with only 2 books, a truly staggering feat. Ji-sung then audaciously compares himself to Julius, much to Salim's disbelief. As they head to work, Salim brings him back to reality with a brutal reminder of his 12,000 reads. Ji-sung claims he has plenty of time, but Salim points out he's only 18 months younger than the prodigy. Arriving at Nocturn Press, Ji-sung dismisses his friend's concerns as simple negativity. The clock on the wall shows the afternoon is already underway. Hours tick by as the writers of Nocturn Press continue their work. After a long day, the writers of Nocturn Press head to a local bar. Ji-sung grabs a beer, hoping to wash away his creative struggles. He vents to Salim, complaining that writing romance is an impossible task. Salim teases him, suggesting a guy with his looks should have plenty of material. Ji-sung retorts that Salim would be a dead ringer for K's toxic CEO character. His friend scoffs, asking if he's actually read the book, calling it pure garbage. The two share a laugh, finding it unbelievable that such a terrible story sold so well. Salim jokes that the publisher was probably just after some VIP concert tickets. He then reveals that K is the most famous K-pop idol in the entire country. But their friendly banter is about to be cut short by an approaching figure. A voice cuts in, asking if they're discussing the famous author, K. This is Yu Yogwei, a D-rank writer from a rival press, and he's not looking for a friendly chat. Salim quickly identifies him as one of K's colleagues, a newly promoted D-rank. Yogwei proudly flashes his own work, a noir series set in the Arctic. Salim tries to play it cool, laughing it off and claiming it's a misunderstanding. He desperately tries to get Ji-sung to go along with the flimsy excuse. But Ji-sung decides to stir the pot, clarifying they meant Kei the singer, not the writer. Yogwei explodes with rage, taking the comment as a direct insult to his idol. He launches into a passionate defense of Kei, calling him the pride of the nation. Someone's a bit of a fanboy. Ji-sung just smirks, agreeing that Kei does indeed have a wonderful singing voice. Yogwei's face twists into a sneer, mocking Ji-sung for his low rank. He gets inches from Ji-sung's face, promising to teach him some respect. His D-rank aura flares to life as he declares his hatred for Nocturn press writers. He boasts that the newer publishing houses have far surpassed the old guard. But before Yogwei can make a move, Salim steps between them to intervene. He tries to defuse the situation, reminding Yogwei that public brawls are forbidden. Yogwei ignores the warning, landing a superpowered punch right on Salim's jaw. The force of the blow sends Salim flying across the bar. Ji-sung can only watch in horror, screaming his friend's name. Yogwei just smirks, claiming this isn't a fight, but merely a lesson in terrible anger management. Ji-sung grits his teeth, realizing he's facing a D-rank writer. He knows he's outmatched, feeling the immense pressure from Yogwei's aura. The D-rank's power manifests as a terrifying polar bear, a creation from his own stories. But Ji-sung smirks, deciding that rank isn't everything in a fight. He tries a bluff, claiming he's a trained fighter as he takes a stance. His bluff is immediately called as Yogwei lands a devastating kick to his head. The sheer speed of the attack leaves Ji-sung completely stunned. The impact sends him flying through the bar, shattering tables in his wake. Yogwei sneers, satisfied with the lesson he's just delivered. And Ji-sung is left broken on the floor, his confidence shattered along with the furniture. Yogwei approaches the fallen Ji-sung, ready to gloat over his victory. But from the floor, Ji-sung's eyes open, his gaze sharp and focused. He calmly chides Yogwei for being impolite while he was speaking. Brushing himself off, Ji-sung rises with a smirk, questioning his attacker's manners. He thinks to himself that despite the speed, he saw the attack coming. He analyzes the situation, realizing Yogwei is slowed by alcohol and not that strong. The D-rank writer can only sputter in rage at this sudden defiance. He lunges forward again, furious that Ji-sung didn't stay down. But this time, Ji-sung effortlessly blocks the flurry of incoming blows. He catches a punch, taunting that for a D-rank, Yogwei's hits are surprisingly gentle. Enraged by the insult, Yogwei unleashes a furious, glowing punch. He swings wildly, putting all his D-rank power into the attack. But Ji-sung moves like a shadow, landing a sharp blow to his back. The D-rank writer can only stare in disbelief at the sudden counter. Ji-sung follows up with a devastating uppercut that connects perfectly. Yogwei is sent flying across the bar, bouncing off the furniture like a pinball. Ji-sung smirks, noting that rank is useless without actual skill. But his victory is forgotten as he turns his attention to his fallen friend. Across the room, Salim struggles to his feet, battered but defiant. Ji-sung immediately rushes over, telling his friend not to move. But just as he turns to his friend, a sharp crack echoes inside his skull. He cries out, grabbing his head as an immense pressure builds within him. A system window appears, announcing the assimilation of 100,000 new readers. But the sudden influx is far too much for his E-rank body to handle. As Ji-sung is crippled by the power surge, Yogwei slowly rises to his feet. The D-rank writer is absolutely seething, his pride shattered by the humiliating loss. His face twists into a mask of pure, unrestrained fury. He can't accept that he was defeated by a writer so far beneath him. Vowing revenge, he unleashes his full power, ready to end this for good. A swirling vortex of energy manifests, a book of stories at its very core. From the vortex, a new writer skill materializes, unlocked at D rank. Yogwei slams his hand down, channeling his power into the magical tome. The book of stories reshapes itself into a vicious, curved blade. Glowing with rage, he promises to make his opponent bleed for this humiliation. He grips the weapon tightly, his knuckles white with unrestrained fury. His terrified colleagues can only scream for him to stop this madness. He lunges forward, a blur of green energy aimed straight at Ji-sung. But a new hand enters the fray, gripping a far more practical-looking blade. Ji-sung rises, his hair now split black and gold, declaring the fight is personal. And he promptly introduces Yogwei's face to a nearby wooden chair. Yogwei glares up from the floor, his eyes burning with a golden rage. He pushes himself up, deciding that Ji-sung has earned his full attention. Ji-sung braces himself as the D-rank writer vows he'll be the first to die. With a furious roar, Yogwei lunges forward, his energy blade aimed to kill. But his attack is stopped cold by a gauntleted hand grabbing his wrist. A powerful voice booms through the bar, declaring an end to the brawl. Suddenly, Yogwe is slammed to the floor by a knight in full plate armor. The bar is now filled with armored figures, arresting him for violating the writer's code. Well, so much for a quiet drink. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing the 15th century arrival of the magic printing presses. And we see how these ancient machines first granted superhuman power to mankind. The lords of the age saw this power not as a gift, but as a weapon. And since this power was passed down through bloodlines, the chaos only grew. By the 19th century, the world was drowning in endless, writer-fueled war. So the world's leaders formed the Holy Order to restore balance. Using their own writers for good, they finally brought peace to the world. To maintain this new peace, they seized control of the magical printing presses. They established a strict quota system to regulate the flow of power. This system gave rise to the modern publishing houses we see today. In the 21st century, these houses are the world's most powerful entities. Their leaders are the new royalty like Harry Shakespeare, King of England. Guess having a famous ancestor really pays off. To consolidate their grip, publishing houses must constantly uncover talented writers. These authors are then tasked with writing bestsellers to meet their assigned quotas. The immense pressure to perform sparks intense competition between the houses. This rivalry often boils over into violent clashes between authors. Healthy competition. But the Holy Order is always watching, ready to punish any writer who breaks its laws. The scene shifts to the Holy Order's police department in modern-day Seoul. And we find Ji-sung sitting alone outside, fresh from his run-in with the law. He hangs his head, the weight of the night's events clearly settling upon him. But his quiet moment of reflection is suddenly interrupted. A familiar white-haired man kneels before him, making a cryptic promise to find him. The man's face is now clear, and with a gentle smile, he calls Ji-sung brother. But the vision shatters as Ji-sung lets out a startled cry, snapping back to reality. It's just Selim, who looks down in confusion, asking why he's on the sidewalk. The realization dawns on Selim as he asks if Ji-sung has been there all night. Ji-sung rubs his head, admitting he must have dozed off. Apparently, concrete is the new memory foam. He tries to explain, mentioning the terrible headaches he's had since the fight last night. Selim recounts his side of the story, waking up alone in the trashed bar. He learned from the bartender that the Holy Order had taken Ji-sung into custody. He rushed to the station, but the Holy Order's guards weren't exactly open to visitors. Ji-sung thanks his friend for trying to help, confirming he was indeed arrested along with Yogwe. Selim explains the Holy Order assumed they were the ones who started the fight. But Ji-sung is furious, insisting he should have taken the blame for the brawl. Selim just smirks, teasing that since Ji-sung's last book wasn't exactly a bestseller, Ji-sung can only scowl at the painful reminder of his terrible sales figures. His friend clarifies he didn't want to give Nocturn Press another reason to fire him. Feeling a surge of guilt, Ji-sung declares he'll turn himself in to protect his friend. But Selim quickly grabs his arm, stopping him in his tracks. He reminds Ji-sung that today is certification day, a terrible time to be locked in a cell. The news hits Ji-sung like a ton of bricks. He'd completely forgotten. He quickly changes the subject, asking if Selim is truly in the clear with the authorities. Selim leans back with a grin, explaining he's free thanks to a friend in a high place. Ji-sung's mind jumps to Miss Kim, already picturing her furious reaction. But Selim playfully corrects him, revealing his rescuer was a certain K-pop superstar. With a triumphant smile, he confirms it was none other than their rival, K. Ji-sung can only stare in utter disbelief at this impossible twist. Selim adds that K was surprisingly apologetic, even condemning Yogwe's behavior. As if on cue, the sound of an approaching vehicle cuts through their conversation. Ji-sung glances over his shoulder, muttering, "Speak of the devil," as a limo appears. A long black car pulls up to the curb, its presence demanding attention. The door slides open and a voice from inside calls out Selim's name. A voice from inside the limo invites Selim to get in, saying there's something he wants to ask. He then extends the invitation to Ji-sung, who looks less than thrilled about the offer. Selim gives his friend a gentle reminder to be on his best behavior. Inside, K's colleague offers a formal apology for Yogwe's violent outburst. Though his expression suggests he's not exactly thrilled to be making amends, K explains his writers are stressed about quotas, a problem he clearly doesn't share. He then casually suggests that Nocturn Press must be feeling the same kind of pressure. But Ji-sung scoffs, claiming Nocturne has plenty of bestsellers and never worries about quotas. K's colleague can only grit his teeth, infuriated by Ji-sung's blatant confidence. Kay just smiles, smoothly acknowledging Nocturn's status as the top publisher in Korea. Ji-sung fires back, dismissing Kay's work as nothing more than glorified fan fiction. The insult lands, and Kay's colleague is barely restraining his anger. But Kay remains unfazed, calmly admitting that everyone has to start somewhere. He argues that as long as readers are hooked, the writer is on the right path. Ji-sung is clearly unconvinced, but he lets the matter drop for now. Salem, however, wholeheartedly agrees, gushing about the joy of writing. Looks like someone's a fan. Cause sees an opportunity, thanking Salim and turning to them with a proposition. He suggests they put the rivalry aside and share a meal together. Salem eagerly accepts the offer, while Ji-sung looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Kay's simple reply sends the limo speeding off towards an unknown destination. Kay announces that they are approaching their destination. The limo pulls up to a towering, luxurious skyscraper in the heart of the city. An elevator whisks them upwards, climbing high into the sky. The doors slide open, revealing a blindingly bright, sunlit interior. Salem is left completely speechless by the stunning penthouse view. He excitedly tells Ji-sung that they've absolutely hit the jackpot. Even Ji-sung can't hide his awe, his hand touching the floor-to-ceiling glass. He looks out over the sprawling city, admitting to himself that it's incredible. But he quickly plays it cool, claiming his own apartment has a similar view. Sure it does, buddy. A lavish feast awaits them, leaving Salem once again in total disbelief. Kay casually mentions that his personal chef prepared the meal. Must be nice. Salem and Ji-sung are thrilled, fist-bumping as Kay hopes they enjoy the food. As the two friends dig in, Kay watches them from the head of the table. He then breaks the silence, preparing to ask a rather personal question. Kay asks how they ended up at Nocturn, noting they don't appear to be fully Korean. Salem happily explains they met at an orphanage and bonded over their shared love of writing. He recounts their childhood, joking that the talent must be in their blood. With a proud smile, he concludes the story of how they were scouted by Nocturn Press. Kay praises their inspiring journey, commending them for their hard work. But Ji-sung smirks, correcting him that it wasn't work, just raw, undeniable talent. Kay's colleague scoffs, vowing that Nocturn's reign as the top publisher won't last. The tension in the room is palpable, crackling like static electricity between them. But Kay just laughs, smoothly admitting that his press has very grand ambitions. His colleague, however, seems more pragmatic, acknowledging the gap between their houses. Kay then changes the subject, asking if they'll be at the certification ceremony. Salem beams, happily confirming that they will indeed be attending. This reminds him they need to leave, wanting to clean up after the previous night's chaos. But Kay insists they stay, offering them the use of his private spa. Okay, now he's just showing off. Ji-sung and Salim are stunned by the casual, ridiculously lavish offer. Kay plays it off as a simple renovation, as if everyone has a spa in their loft. Kay downplays the offer, claiming his private spa is nothing special. His colleague unlocks a hidden door with a simple press of his hand. A grand door slides open as Kay finishes, claiming it just barely suits his needs. Yeah, we're all struggling, buddy. The small spa is revealed to be a massive, sunlit Roman bathhouse. Ji-sung and Salim can only stare, their jaws practically on the floor. The four writers relax in the steaming water, Salim declaring it's absolute heaven. Ji-sung floats blissfully, admitting he could stay there for months on end. But Kay cuts through the relaxation, warning that such a mentality will keep him at E rank. Ji-sung's blissful expression immediately sours at the unexpected jab. Salim playfully splashes him, agreeing they need to work hard to climb the ranks. Salim offers his sincere thanks, which Kay accepts with a polite smile. Kay promises to put an end to the rivalry, turning to Ji-sung for his agreement. Ji-sung sarcastically accepts an apology that Yogwei clearly has no intention of giving, but the tension between Ji-sung and Kay's colleague is still electric. Deciding they've overstayed their welcome, Salim pulls Ji-sung from the water. But before they go, Ji-sung turns back with a serious question for their host. He points to the floor of the bath, asking about the strange symbols etched there. Kay casually dismisses the glowing sigil, claiming he let the artist choose the design. He explains they're just Germanic motifs, chosen by an artist from Germany. But Salim's face drains of color, a horrifying realization dawning on him. His eyes widen in sheer terror, recognizing the sigil for what it truly is. Later, on a seemingly normal day in the streets of Seoul, Salim slips into a dark alleyway, clearly on his way to a secret meeting. He meets with a shadowy contact, asking for help investigating the strange symbols. He shows them a photo of the glowing sigil from the floor of Kay's bathhouse. The mysterious figure accepts the task, promising to report back with their findings. but Selim warns them to be careful, sensing the immense danger tied to the symbols. His contact simply promises that discretion is their specialty. Selim tries to downplay his own fears, hoping he's just overreacting. But his clandestine meeting is cut short as Ji-sung calls his name from down the alley. Ji-sung questions his friend, asking why he was slinking around in a dark alley. Selim quickly dismisses it, claiming he was just distracted by the upcoming ceremony. Ji-sung isn't entirely convinced, calling his friend's behavior a little weird. Selim fires back, pointing out who spent the entire night sleeping on a sidewalk. Ji-sung just grins, arguing it's a far better option than a jail cell. The two friends finally arrive at the imposing Holy Order headquarters. Inside, a massive crowd of writers has gathered for the certification ceremony. The room is filled with the low murmur of countless conversations. All eyes are on a crackling sphere of energy at the front of the hall. A high-ranking official steps forward, demanding silence from the restless crowd. The official is revealed to be Damas, the A-rank president of Nocturn Press. He officially kicks off the ceremony, addressing the hopeful new generation. He launches into a passionate speech about the recent boom in Korean literature. He proudly declares their stories are now captivating readers across the globe. He proclaims that Korea will soon stand among the world's literary giants. But he warns that to maintain this growth, they must adapt to modern tastes. A sentiment that Ji-sung, ever the contrarian, seems to find utterly ridiculous. Damas then shifts his focus, offering congratulations to a rival publishing house. This is Park Seon-yul, a C-rank businessman who's quickly risen to the top. Selim whispers to Ji-sung that their rival's president looks incredibly shady. Ji-sung smirks, guessing the man probably bribed his way onto that stage. Damas then congratulates Helena Hemingway, the A-rank president of Red Eye Press. The younger writers in the crowd immediately swoon over the powerful woman. Ji-sung dryly notes her age but admits he can kind of see the appeal. The speech then takes a somber turn, referencing the recent tragedy in Paris. He warns them all to remain vigilant against the heretics who threaten their world. He points to the crowd, declaring them the writers of the future. It is their sacred burden, he claims, to preserve peace on earth. With his dramatic speech concluded, he officially begins the ceremony. The first name is called An Apprentice from the rival Red Eye Press. The first writer steps forward, his presence commanding the attention of the room. Selim can barely contain his excitement, telling Ji-sung they've finally made it. Ji-sung just smiles, sharing in his friend's infectious enthusiasm for the moment. The writer places his hand on the console, ready to have his status confirmed. His stats flash across the screen, revealing a respectable 188,000 reads. With a beep, his rank is officially certified as D, a solid start for a new author. The crowd offers a polite round of applause for the newly minted D rank. Selim muses over the pen name, then asks if Ji-sung is sure he won't take one, but Ji-sung scoffs at the idea, confident that his own name is more than enough. But another writer overhears, warning Ji-sung not to be so dismissive. This is Wangan, a C-rank writer whose pen name is Evander the Righteous. Ji-sung offers a less than sincere thanks for the unsolicited career advice. He confidently declares he doesn't need marketing gimmicks to sell his work. Wangan smirks back, sarcastically noting how well that strategy has worked for him so far. Selim tries to break the tension, asking Wangan if he's chosen a name for himself. Wangan proudly declares himself Nocturn's most promising writer and a best-selling author. He reveals he chose the name of a legendary boxing champion, Evander. Selim is completely blown away, declaring the name choice to be awesome. He adds that the Righteous is a tribute to a commander who died in the Paris attack. And so he decided on the full title, Evander the Righteous. Wangan turns the question to Selim, asking what pen name he's chosen for himself. Selim proudly declares he's just using his own name to honor his mother's family, but Wangan is completely unimpressed, questioning the simplicity of the choice. Ji-sung laughs, admitting he's been trying to talk his friend out of the very same thing. He argues that with such a common name, he'll be lost in a sea of other writers. But as if on cue, Damas calls Selim to the stage for his certification. Wangan offers a sarcastic good luck, clearly doubting his chances of success. Undeterred, Selim walks confidently towards the front of the hall. His stats appear on the screen, confirming his 31,000 reads and E-rank status. Ji-sung watches from the crowd, his expression completely unreadable. Selim laughs, clearly thrilled with his new official status. And now it's Ji-sung's turn to step into the spotlight. He walks towards the console thinking it's about damn time. After a full year at Nocturn, he's finally ready to be an official writer. His personal stats flash across the screen for all to see. A hooded official congratulates him, confirming his first year was a success. He declares Ji-sung worthy and ready to join their ranks. The final step is to take an oath and choose a pen name, but Ji-sung confidently declines, deciding his own name is all he needs. The official accepts his choice, instructing him to place his hand on the console and take the oath. The console glows, awaiting his touch to begin the final reading. With a look of pure determination, Ji-sung places his hand on the scanner. His palm makes contact and the machine begins to process his data. The screen displays the sacred oath of the Holy Order, a promise of peace and allegiance. He recites the oath, trying to ignore the fresh memory of breaking rule number 2 just last night. His profile is officially registered, confirming his identity and chosen writer name. The official congratulates him, giving him some final administrative instructions. But as his lifetime reads are updated, the system glitches, flagging an error and starting a recount. The numbers begin to skyrocket, climbing at an impossible, terrifying rate. The count flies past millions, then billions, as the system screams in protest. The final count lands on 30 million, and the system declares Ji-sung an S-rank writer. Suddenly, the entire hall is plunged into chaos as emergency alarms begin to blare. Red lights flash across the room, signaling a full-scale security alert. The other writers can only stare in confusion, demanding to know what's going on. Massive blast doors begin to descend, sealing off every exit from the hall. The doors slam shut with a deafening thud, trapping everyone inside. The crowd looks to the stage, their confusion quickly turning to fear. But the officials are distracted by an incoming call on the main screen. The call is from a high-ranking figure known only as the Inquisitor. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. The call connects, and the mysterious Inquisitor is now officially online. Ji-sung can only stare in shock as the entire facility goes into lockdown. It all started the moment his hand touched the certification console. Red emergency lights flash, bathing the hall in an ominous glow. Massive blast doors begin to descend, sealing off every possible exit. They slam shut with a deafening thud, trapping everyone inside. The officials on stage are just as confused, demanding to know what's happening. But their technicians can only stammer in terror, with no answers to give. The system screen flashes, pinpointing Ji-sung as the source of the alert. So much for flying under the radar. A maximum level warning blares, signaling a threat of the highest order. And the reason becomes clear. The system has officially detected an S-rank writer. The screen confirms the call is from the Inquisitor, a name that spells trouble. The official can only curse, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ji-sung is just as lost, demanding to know what the hell is going on. The hooded official panics, screaming for someone to shut down the console. One official tries to stop the call, arguing this isn't worth an Inquisitor's time. But it's too late. The connection is established, and the Inquisitor is online. On the other end of the line, a sharp, cold gaze assesses the situation. The official who tried to intervene can only bow his head in defeat. The technicians are frozen in fear, completely out of their depth. Looks like someone's getting fired. From the crowd, Selim stares in disbelief, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Salem's eyes widen as he recognizes the name with dawning horror, St. Alaric. From a distant, ornate room, the Inquisitor demands to know who dared to interrupt his work. Ji-sung and the official can only stare at the screen, caught in the middle of this mess. The technicians whisper the name in terror, realizing exactly who they're dealing with. The lead technician bows deeply, begging for forgiveness from the powerful figure. He desperately tries to explain it away as a simple machine malfunction. This is officially the worst day of his career. He screams at his underlings to find the source of the supposed error immediately. But a chilling voice from the screen questions if he's truly certain it's a mistake. The technician freezes, his blood running cold as he trembles in place. And all the while, the red emergency lights continue to flash, sealing their fate. The system finally announces its calculation is complete. And just as quickly as it began, the facility-wide alert comes to an end. The screen resets, displaying Ji-sung's official profile once more. His reads are back to a familiar, underwhelming 12,000. And his rank is confirmed as a thoroughly unremarkable E. Well, that was anticlimactic. Ji-sung lets out a massive sigh of relief, the crisis seemingly averted. The lead technician laughs nervously, assuring the Inquisitor it was all a false alarm. But from the other side of the screen, the Inquisitor seems far from convinced. The entire tech team bows in unison, begging for forgiveness and blaming their faulty equipment. The Inquisitor licks his lips, disappointed that the hunt for a forbidden S-rank writer is over before it began. The call ends, the phone floating back down in the Inquisitor's dark, opulent chamber. He sits across from another man, lamenting what a shame it was that the hunt was a false alarm. His opponent, a B-rank writer named Leonardo Zweig, begs for his life, revealed as a heretic from a forbidden bloodline. The Inquisitor smiles, finding this particular heretic far more interesting than his usual prey. He moves a chess piece, and the game's simple move becomes a terrifying reality for his victim. With a final, chilling declaration, he announces checkmate, sealing the man's fate. Leonardo tries to flee in a desperate last-ditch effort to escape his executioner. But the Inquisitor's power fills the room, leaving the condemned man with nowhere to run. He pronounces his judgment, condemning not just the man, but his entire family line. And with a flash of crimson chains, the Inquisitor carries out his sentence of total extermination. The Inquisitor slams his phone down, his face a mask of pure, unbridled fury. He delivers a chilling warning to the technician, telling him never to get his hopes up again. He promises that if his time is ever wasted like this in the future, the consequences will be absolutely fatal. This guy does not mess around. And with a final ominous beep, the call is disconnected. Back in Seoul, the lead technician collapses in a heap of pure, unadulterated terror. The screen finally settles, confirming Ji-sung's official and very underwhelming E-rank status. Ji-sung can only offer a weak thanks, still processing the chaos he just caused. The hooded official, clearly wanting this over with, tells him he's free to go. And so Ji-sung walks away, the eyes of every writer in the hall following his every move. Ji-sung walks away from the console, offering a weak apology for the massive scene he just caused. But Selim and Wangan approach, their faces a mix of shock and utter amusement. Selim breaks into applause, admitting that was one hell of a performance. Wangan even teases him, dubbing him the new S-rank heretic. Ji-sung just laughs it off, joking that his latest book is just that popular. Sure it is, buddy. The three of them share a laugh, oblivious to the whispers and stares from the surrounding crowd. But from a balcony above, a powerful figure has been watching the entire spectacle. It's Helena Hemingway, the president of Red Eye Press, and she looks intrigued. With a cold, calculating gaze, she gives a simple, chilling order. She wants to know everything there is to know about the boy who just broke the system. The three writers walk through the city, the day's chaotic ceremony still fresh in their minds. Selim is practically buzzing with excitement, still reeling from the Inquisitor's unexpected appearance. But Wangan speculates the Holy Order is just on high alert after the attack in Paris. Ji-sung agrees, guessing a rival family was trying to wipe out the powerful Hugos. Wangan adds that whoever is responsible for the attack deserves to be brought to justice. Ji-sung breaks the tension, joking that he almost believed the S-rank glitch himself. He smirks at the thought, noting an S-rank title would mean he's already hit 1 billion reads. But Wangan's playful mood vanishes as he puts a hand on Ji-sung's shoulder. He declares with a chilling smile that he would have killed Ji-sung himself. A joke. Probably. Selim confirms the threat is real, reminding Ji-sung of Wangan's intense hatred for heretics. Wangan explains the Holy Order's duty is to keep their power from falling into the wrong hands. He declares that any writer who operates outside the system is a heretic. And in his eyes, these heretics do not deserve to live. Ji-sung and Selim can only listen, a little unsettled by his fanaticism. But Ji-sung just scoffs, grumbling that an S-rank wouldn't be stuck writing office romance. Their serious conversation is cut short by a pair of excited fans. The two women approach, thrilled to meet actual writers from Nocturn Press. Wangan immediately starts boasting about his best-selling work. Of course he does. The questions quickly turn personal, asking about powers, pen names, and relationship status. Selim seems to enjoy the attention as one of the fans asks for a group photo. The three writers pose for a quick photo with their new fans. The moment is captured, a small memento of their newfound fame. Ji-sung reflects on the fleeting nature of fame. He considers the power and adoration that come with success, but he admits to himself that none of these things truly move him. His true motivation is something else entirely, a fire burning within. A fire fueled by the memory of the woman who gave him life. He vows it will not be extinguished until he can finally avenge her death. The scene shifts to a rainy night, outside the imposing gates of Villa Hugo. Inside, a medical monitor beeps steadily, its light casting a glow on a patient's hand. A white-haired man stands before a medical monitor, his condition being carefully assessed. The results are in. Julius Hugo has only absorbed 50% of his family's power. His steward confirms the grim news, explaining that half of his birthright is missing. Arthur Ajar reveals the shocking truth. Julius's father had another heir. Julius can only mutter a single, contemptuous word for this newfound sibling. Family reunions are going to be awkward. He turns and walks away, the weight of his father's betrayal settling upon him. Staring at a family portrait, he condemns his father for disgracing their name, but Arthur promises a solution, a way to recover the missing half of his power. Their first step, however, is to locate this illegitimate child. Julius urges caution, but Arthur is confident the other heir will be too weak to pose a threat. Arthur explains they'll capture the other heir while he's still vulnerable and unable to control his power. Julius can only hope that his steward's confidence is well placed. He asks how they'll find him, as his own S-rank status is confirmed with over 32 billion reads. Arthur reveals they're scouring Holy Order records and have agents deployed across the globe. He's certain that a power of this magnitude simply cannot stay hidden for long. With unwavering confidence, he promises his master that finding the boy is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, their global surveillance system flags multiple threats across the world. A dedicated team monitors every blip, searching for any sign of the missing heir. An alert flashes from New Delhi. A B-rank heretic is clashing with the Holy Order. Another from Washington confirms a D-rank rider just derailed a train. The hunt is officially on. And another alert flashes from Seoul, detailing a bar brawl between two low-rank riders. The system identifies the D-rank aggressor as Yogui, the fanboy from the bar. But the system also flags Selim's profile, marking him as a person of interest. Meanwhile, a new day dawns over the city, unaware of the global manhunt. Back at Nocturn Press, it's just another day at the office for the writers. Ji-sung is deep in his required reading, dissecting the tired tropes of romance novels. He groans at the plot where the toxic male lead is somehow forgiven for everything. All because, of course, the guy on the cover is ridiculously handsome. Selim rolls over to his desk, asking how the mandatory research is coming along. Ji-sung explains he's found the secret. It's always the same mind-numbing plots and characters. Selim laughs, teasing that Ji-sung has clearly fallen under the romance novel's spell. He's in disbelief that his friend has managed to read 30 of them in a single day. But Ji-sung scoffs, telling him not to get the wrong idea. He insists this is all strictly for work, a necessary evil for his assignment. He tries to play it cool, calling it a classic case of know thy enemy. But their friendly banter is cut short as the office door slides open. Miss Kim strides into the room, calling for all the writers' attention. She announces that she has some very important news to share. Holding up a sealed letter, she reveals that House Hugo has just released a new bestseller. The book is titled A Prophet, written by none other than Julius Hugo himself. Ji-sung isn't exactly impressed by the title, but Selim seems eager to read it. She explains the book details Julius's troubled family life and the burden of his power. And with a confident smirk, she reveals the expected print run, over 1 billion copies. The number is staggering, leaving Selim completely speechless with disbelief. But Ji-sung realizes the recent tragedy will only fuel the book's massive success. Miss Kim reveals that House Hugo has chosen 3 publishers to compete for the translation rights. The contenders are the 3 biggest houses in the country, Red Eye, First Hand, and Nocturn Press. Julius has one condition. The translators must be young writers, putting the junior department in the spotlight. Each house will assemble a team of 5 writers under 30 to prove their worth. And these teams will face off in a high-stakes trial to win the ultimate prize. She explains that the team who succeeds will be awarded the coveted translation contract. With a confident smile, she announces that she has already chosen Nocturn's 5 champions. The first is Selim, praised as one of their most promising young talents. Next is Wangan, their top junior writer, who's not exactly shy about his success. The third is Yuna Hemingway, a D-rank powerhouse poached from their rival Red Eye Press. And the fourth is Jiong, a new French-Korean recruit whose language skills give them an edge. Miss Kim pauses for a moment, building the tension for her final surprising choice. And the last spot on the team goes to a stunned Ji-sung. She warns him not to disappoint her, revealing she had to fight the board to get him included. But Ji-sung meets her gaze, promising he'll personally deliver the contract to her desk. Miss Kim's smile is sharp and satisfied, pleased with his confident answer. She explains that winning this contract means the full support of House Hugo. Ji-sung considers the opportunity, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He knows that while the translator gains no direct power from the reads, simply being associated with a name as massive as Julius Hugo is a prize in itself. It's a golden ticket that all but guarantees their own next work will be a bestseller. Selim is ecstatic, certain that with Wangan and Yuna on their side, victory is assured. Ji-sung's gaze falls on the final member of their team, the quiet powerhouse Yuna. She is the descendant of none other than the legendary Ernest Hemingway, and she's the daughter of Helena Hemingway, the president of their biggest rival, Red Eye Press. Family dinners must be fun. Selim explains that Yuna's relationship with her mother completely fell apart. Wangan speculates she's out for revenge against her former press. He warns her not to steal the spotlight, earning a crackle of energy from her direction. Her intense gaze suggests she's not one to be underestimated. Selim whispers a warning, mentioning a rumor about her superhuman hearing. The crackling energy confirms that rumor is very, very true. Jiong teases his friend as Selim freezes in mock terror, realizing he's been caught. But their hushed conversation is interrupted by another voice from behind. A blonde woman announces she's their final member, and this team's social skills are already off to a great start. She nervously introduces herself as Jean, the French-Korean recruit. Selim offers a friendly introduction, trying to welcome the nervous newcomer. Jiong notes her shy demeanor, realizing she can't even bring herself to make eye contact. But Selim figures if Miss Kim chose her, she must have some serious hidden talent. Jean quietly asks if they can speak in English, admitting her Korean is a little rusty. Selim's face lights up, more than happy to accommodate her request. He proudly explains that Nocturn Press is full of multilingual writers. Just then, Wangan and Yuna arrive, completing their 5-person dream team. Wangan immediately takes the lead, introducing himself as Nocturn's strongest C-rank writer. Of course he does. He then gestures to the silent Yuna, identifying her as their D-rank powerhouse. And finally, he dismisses the other 3 as the team's token E-ranks. Wangan offers some backhanded concern, noting Jisung's less-than-stellar sales figures. He sarcastically suggests the public just hasn't recognized Jisung's genius yet. He offers to help Jisung during the trial, a gesture dripping with condescension. But Jisung just smiles, calmly telling him that won't be necessary. He then declares with a confident smirk that the writers at Red Eye are no match for him. But Yuna cuts in, warning him not to underestimate their rival's formidable talent. Jisung is stunned, wondering if she can read minds on top of everything else. An unspoken challenge crackles in the air between the two of them. Wangan quickly steps in, trying to diffuse the tension before it escalates. He announces it's time to head to the Holy Order to learn the details of their trial. The team arrives at the imposing Holy Order headquarters in Seoul. Inside, the 3 competing teams gather in a sterile hall awaiting instructions. Selim's face lights up as a new group of writers makes their entrance. A confident step echoes through the quiet hall, announcing their arrival. And of course, it's their rival K, flanked by his own team from First Hand Press. He offers a surprisingly friendly greeting, wishing Jisung and Selim good luck. Selim happily returns the sentiment, waving back at their supposed rival. But the rest of the Nocturne team is less than thrilled by this friendly exchange. Just then, another set of footsteps announces the arrival of the officials. The teams fall silent as the Holy Order representatives enter the room. The official rosters appear on screen, pitting Nocturne against Red Eye and First Hand Press. A high-ranking official in a white mask steps forward, demanding silence from the crowd. He announces that a messenger from the legendary House Hugo is about to speak. A new, far more ominous group enters, led by a figure in a scarred mask. The messenger confirms that all 3 houses have earned Julius Hugo's respect. But only one will win the contract, and they must complete a mission to prove their worth. Their task is simple: recover a legendary artifact known as the Pen of the Condemned Man. A stat screen reveals it's an S-rank artifact once wielded by Victor Hugo himself. The instructions are clear: find the pen and bring it back. No pressure, kids. But Wangan is suspicious, questioning why they'd send junior writers on such a dangerous mission. The messenger explains the pen was stolen from House Hugo many years ago. It recently resurfaced, sold by a terrified antiquarian to an unknown buyer in Seoul. The old man can only cry out in terror, clearly in way over his head. And so, the task of finding the artifact now falls to the 3 competing houses. The messenger then turns his attention back to their only lead. He grabs the man by his tie, promising there's still information to be extracted. He then throws the antiquarian towards the writers, leaving the interrogation to them. The old man crashes to the floor, a pawn in their dangerous mission. The messenger's final order is simple: do whatever it takes to get the information. The writers can only stare, realizing this trial is far more brutal than they ever imagined. But a writer from Red Eye Press steps forward with a chilling, confident grin. A system window appears, signaling she's about to make her move. She reaches down, her hand crackling with a brilliant golden energy. An ornate dagger materializes from a glowing book, a tool for a very different kind of interrogation. The terrified antiquarian can only kneel and beg for his life. His face is a mask of pure terror as he realizes what's about to happen. The last thing he sees is the reflection of his executioner in his own eye. With a single brutal slash, she decides to skip the questions entirely. The man is executed on the spot, leaving the other riders completely stunned. A member of her own team can only whisper her name in horror, Arya. In a flash of violence, the antiquarian is brutally executed before he can speak. The masked messenger notes that Red Eye Press is already taking the lead. He leaves them to it, wishing the best house luck in this bloody competition. The Nocturn team can only stare in horror at the scene before them. Wangan explodes with rage, his aura flaring as he screams Arya's name. He confronts the Red Eye Rider, demanding an explanation for her actions. But Arya simply walks past, telling him she owes him nothing. She smirks, mockingly lamenting the valuable information they've just lost. Jiong grits his teeth, a sudden, furious realization dawning on him. He realizes their rivals must know something they're trying to keep hidden. Wangan roars with righteous fury, declaring she had no right to do that. He leaps across the hall, a glowing book materializing to meet him. From its pages, he summons a massive shield, because nothing says, "Let's talk," like heavy armor. He glares at Arya, demanding she tell him everything she knows. But the Red Eye Rider just looks back, completely unfazed by his threats. Salem screams for his teammate to stop, trying to prevent an all-out brawl. But Jiong realizes the truth. Killing their only lead means Red Eye already has the information. His eyes narrow as he declares they already know who has the pen. Selim asks how that's possible, but Jiong poses a more important question. He realizes the Hugos could have interrogated the man themselves, meaning this whole trial is a setup. Jiong confirms his theory, standing before a still furious Wangan. He deduces the antiquarian must have sold the pen to a Korean middleman. A worried Jean asks how Red Eye could have possibly known about the deal. Jiong explains the middleman likely started a bidding war to raise the price. Wangan adds that only the most powerful writers would seek such an artifact. Salem realizes this narrows the suspects down to the blessed bloodlines, and Jiong names the most likely buyer, the powerful Helena Hemingway, the CEO of Red Eye Press, and as it turns out, Yuna's estranged mother. We learn these blessed bloodlines are the result of a Holy Order one-child policy, a rule designed to limit power, with only A and S ranks allowed more than one heir. This policy ensures that power isn't diluted, but concentrated into a single vessel. A sole heir is chosen to receive the entirety of their family's immense power. This is especially true for the descendants of the world's most legendary authors. The descendants of history's greatest writers carry a heavy burden. Their genius has been passed down from one generation to the next. And today, they are the most powerful and influential figures on the entire planet. A crackle of energy surrounds Yuna as her D-rank stats are revealed. But she defends her mother, certain she lacks the courage to steal from House Hugo. Wangan considers her words, agreeing that it seems out of character. But he concludes that even if she refused, she must know the middleman's identity. Wangan puts the pieces together, realizing Arya was just following her boss's orders. A nervous Jean suggests Yuna could simply ask her mother for the information. But Yuna shuts the idea down, confirming that she and her mother no longer speak. She explains her mother would never help her now that she's working for a rival. Wangan tries to reassure her, promising they'll find another way to solve this. But a new voice cuts in, as Red Eye's Zack Thunder taunts Yuna for her betrayal. Yuna fires back, clarifying she has no interest in working with morons like him. Enraged, Zack screams that she's a nobody without her mother's power. He sneers, questioning if she even has the right to call herself a Hemingway. But his insult is cut short by a sudden, violent impact that shakes the entire hall. Zack's attack is effortlessly blocked by Yuna, her own weapon materializing in a flash of blue energy. He smirks, thinking he's struck a nerve but warns her to be more careful. But Yuna calmly tells him to look behind him, where Arya is ready to strike. Jiong watches the standoff, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. He knows the bloody history between their houses has claimed many lives. Selim desperately tries to intervene, reminding them they're on sacred ground. He turns to the Holy Order officials, offering a sincere apology for the disruption. The two officials exchange a look, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. One of them explains that since no rules have been broken yet, they're free to fight to their heart's content. Well, that's a plot twist. But Kay just smirks, seeing an opportunity in the unfolding chaos. He decides to let the two rival houses tear each other apart. With a casual wave, he and his team make a very strategic exit. And just like that, The hall becomes a battleground for Nocturn and Red Eye. A system window confirms it. A formal duel is now officially in progress. The two teams are pitted against each other in a high-stakes, sanctioned brawl. Arya's fiery aura clashes with Yuna's cool blue energy as they face off. Yuna accuses Arya of betraying her, guessing she told her father about the pen. Arya's smug grin confirms the betrayal, daring Yuna to do something about it. She then reminds Yuna of the power gap, a C rank facing a mere D rank. But Yuna calmly explains that for a scion of a blessed bloodline, rank is just a number. Wangan grits his teeth, realizing his team is completely outmatched. He screams for his teammates, insisting they need to make a tactical retreat. But he knows Yuna is far too stubborn to back down from this fight. He mutters that at her current power level, she doesn't stand a chance. But his assessment is cut short as a new figure appears behind him in a flash. This is Zephyr Frostblade, a C-rank rising star from Red Eye Press. A spectral dragon materializes behind him as he mocks Wangan's cowardice. He swings his ridiculously oversized sword, ready to end the duel himself. But as Wangan stares in terror, a new shadow steps in to block the blow. A massive explosion of light and energy erupts as the attack is stopped cold. It's Jiong who has summoned a massive shield to protect a stunned Wangan. He glares back at his opponent, his expression one of pure, unyielding focus. Wangan can only stare in disbelief, completely shocked by his teammate's intervention. Zephyr sneers, questioning when a low-rank nobody like Jiong got so strong. He then turns his attention to Wangan, promising to show him what real power looks like. With a stomp of his foot, he channels his fiery energy into the ground. He leaps into the air, his blade raised high for a devastating downward slash. The force of his attack slams into the ground, shaking the entire hall. He smirks, boasting that his latest bestseller has made him more powerful than ever. But Jiong stands his ground, his shield glowing as he challenges the C-rank rider. Salem can only watch in horror, realizing the odds are stacked against them. A quick scan of the Red Eye roster confirms his fears. They are completely outgunned. Their rivals are fielding not one, but two powerful C-rank riders. And on their side, only Wangan is strong enough to match that kind of power. He turns his attention to the other duel, where Yuna is barely holding her own against Arya. Arya Ironheart presses her attack, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. She's a famous fantasy author, her power fueled by millions of loyal readers. And she's already being groomed to take over as the next CEO of Red Eye Press. No pressure. Yuna may come from a blessed bloodline, but she's clearly struggling against her opponent. Arya knows Yuna can't access her full birthright while her mother is still alive. Selim realizes that in her current state, Yuna doesn't stand a chance. Wangan screams for his E-rank teammates to get behind him for protection. A terrified Jean can only obey, her face a mask of pure fear. Salem prepares to cast a defensive barrier, trying to shield the group. But Jiong's gaze is cold and steady, a plan already forming in his mind. Their moment is shattered as Zephyr Frostblade unleashes another fiery assault. The attack slams into the ground in a devastating explosion of raw power. He lunges towards Wangan, mocking him for turning his back on the fight. But Jiong intercepts the blow, the clash of titans sending shockwaves across the hall. The shockwave rips through the hall, debris flying as the two powers collide. Zephyr smirks, ordering his teammates to mop up the remaining low-rank trash. His two female colleagues eagerly accept the command, ready to join the fray. A third teammate cracks his knuckles, a vicious grin spreading across his face. He taunts the remaining Nocturn members, calling them out as little runts. He lunges forward, his fist wreathed in flames, aiming straight for Selim. The fiery punch descends, meant to take Selim out of the fight in a single blow. But his attack is stopped cold as Selim catches his fist, questioning who the real runt is. With a powerful twist, Selim slams the Red Eye rider face first into the floor. He holds the man in a chokehold, deciding this particular dog needs a muzzle. But the fight is interrupted by a new figure, an archer with a glowing bow. Jiong realizes with dawning horror that they're now facing a ranged threat. The archer draws back his bow, unleashing an arrow of pure, golden energy. Jiong screams a warning as he sees the arrow is aimed straight for Jean. But Selim dives in front of her, taking the full force of the attack in his back. A horrified Jean can only watch, splattered with the blood of her protector. Jiong's expression hardens, his shock turning to a cold, silent rage. Selim collapses, his body shielding Jean from any further harm. He grits his teeth through the pain, his last thoughts on his teammate's safety. The archer lands nearby, mockingly praising Selim's heroic sacrifice. The archer lands a brutal kick, mocking Selim for his selfless sacrifice. He gracefully leaps away, leaving Selim broken and bleeding on the floor. Ji-sung can only watch, his hands clenching as he sees his friend fall. His shock and disbelief quickly give way to a cold, simmering rage. He screams his friend's name, his voice echoing with pure fury. The archer just laughs, taunting Ji-sung for his helplessness. Apparently kicking a guy when he's down is peak comedy. He lunges forward, ready to take out another member of the Nocturn team. But a system window appears announcing an inheritance absorption is in progress. Ji-sung's expression hardens, the fear in his eyes replaced by raw power. A new alert confirms it. 500,000 reads have just been absorbed into his system. The red-eye writer swings down, but Ji-sung meets the blow head-on. Before the writer can even process it, a fist slams into his gut. A massive shockwave of blue energy erupts from Ji-sung's counterattack. The writer is sent flying, crashing into the floor with bone-shattering force. He's left unconscious and broken, a victim of his own overconfidence. But the archer isn't finished, vowing to make Ji-sung pay for his defiance. He unleashes another arrow of pure destructive energy, but Ji-sung's eyes burn with a cold fury, promising the same in return. He catches the fiery arrow with his bare hand, his power now on full display. The archer can only stare in disbelief, his confidence completely shattered. With a single hand, he crushes the arrow, his eyes glowing with newfound power. The archer tries a sneak attack, thinking he's caught Ji-sung off guard. But his blade is stopped cold by a grip of pure, unyielding steel. The red-eye rider can only stare in disbelief, his attack completely useless. Ji-sung then turns the tables, driving the broken arrow into his attacker's side. The archer's eyes widen in terror, realizing he's picked a fight with the wrong guy. He's left crippled on the floor, a victim of his own overconfidence. Ji-sung's face is a mask of cold fury, the E-rank writer now a terrifying force. He looms over his victim, promising that this little Robin Hood is next on his list. The remaining Red-Eye members can only watch in horror as their advantage disappears. Zephyr Frostblade wisely decides to yield, his fiery aura dissipating. But Ji-sung's victory is hollow as he screams his friend's name in fury. Salem grits his teeth, telling Ji-sung not to worry and pointing to the real threat. Across the hall, Arya holds a helpless Yuna suspended in the air by her throat. The red-eye writer laughs, completely dominating her former colleague. She leans in close, taunting Yuna for being a disobedient child. Wangan tries to intervene, screaming for Arya to stop this madness, which is always effective. But Arya's grip only tightens, declaring that someone needs to deliver a punishment. She promises to make Yuna pay for the sin of turning her back on them. But she won't kill her, twisting the knife with a threat against her mother. Arya decides she'll just have to teach Yuna a lesson herself. She brings her blade to Yuna's throat, threatening to scar her pretty face. Her eyes narrow, a flash of movement signaling her deadly intent. But her attack is intercepted in a blur of motion, stopped just in time. She stares at a blue energy shield that has blocked her, recognizing the item forming it. A pair of glasses, cracked but glowing, have formed the impossible barrier. Ji-sung stands before her, his aura flaring as he challenges the C-rank writer. Arya can only sneer at the E-rank's audacity, calling him impudent. But she realizes with a shock that he's no mere weakling. If she hadn't dodged, those glasses would have sliced right through her. Arya taunts Yuna, mocking that her Prince Charming has arrived to save the day. She turns her fury on Ji-sung, warning him that he's made a fatal mistake. A system window appears, announcing the activation of her signature skill. She channels her power, unleashing a technique known as Phoenix Ascending. With a sadistic grin, she promises to cut him to ribbons, since he's not her boss's daughter. Her attack slams into the ground with the force of a meteor strike. She descends from above, wreathed in fiery wings, a harbinger of destruction. From the sidelines, a terrified Wangan can only scream his teammate's name. The fiery slash descends, but Ji-sung raises a hand to meet the attack head-on. The two powers collide in a brilliant, devastating explosion of raw energy. Wangan can only scream his teammate's name, horrified by the overwhelming power. But Ji-sung meets the C-rank's attack head-on, their weapons locked in a furious struggle. The two powers collide in a massive explosion of energy that shakes the hall to its foundations. But just as the duel reaches its peak, a new hand enters the fray. It grabs Arya's blade mid-swing, stopping her attack in its tracks. A masked official appears between them, effortlessly halting both combatants. With a surge of purple energy, she throws both riders across the room. Her eyes glow with fury as she declares she's had enough of this chaos. Arya lands with a snarl, promising that the writers of Nocturn Press will pay, but Ji-sung just dusts himself off, his cool demeanor completely unshaken. The masked official, her face now revealed, addresses Arya with cold disappointment. She acknowledges Arya's talent, but chides her for still having so much to learn. With a sharp gaze, she demands that the young writer actually think for a moment. She poses a simple question: who truly benefits from this pointless duel? She explains this isn't the first time a powerful family has made them compete for scraps. By forcing them to fight over a contract, the Hugos divide and weaken them all. It's a classic strategy to ensure their own power remains completely unchallenged. But Arya isn't listening, screaming back that the official is just an old hag. Someone clearly doesn't take criticism well. She insists it's simple competition, with the best writers rising to the top. The official just sighs, revealing she was once in Arya's exact position 2 decades ago. She recalls a brutal war that once raged between the Korean publishing houses, a conflict that ended with the total destruction of one of the country's finest. The infamous Scrollgate incident, which left a publisher in ashes. She reminds them that many lost loved ones in that senseless tragedy. The entire country was thrown into chaos, teetering on the brink of collapse. And it all started, she warns, from a simple challenge just like this one. But Arya just scoffs, completely uninterested in this history lesson. She turns on her heel, ready to walk away from the lecture. Zephyr Frostblade steps in, telling his hot-headed teammate it's time to leave. He agrees there's no point in staying, their message already delivered. Arya's fiery weapon dissipates as she prepares to make her exit. She delivers a final, chilling threat, hoping their paths never cross again. But her warning is directed squarely at Ji-sung, who meets her gaze with cold resolve. And with that, the Red Eye team makes their exit, carrying their wounded with them. The Nocturn team rushes to Selim's side, who insists the wound isn't serious. He explains the arrow didn't hit anything vital and he'll be back on his feet soon. As they prepare to take him to a hospital, Ji-sung volunteers to carry his friend. But another system alert appears, announcing a massive inheritance absorption is underway. He cries out in agony as the sudden influx of power overwhelms his body. And with a final thud, Ji-sung collapses to the floor, completely unconscious. Miss Kim can only sigh, realizing she now has 2 riders to get to the hospital. The scene shifts to the Holy Order Hospital as the sun begins to set. Inside, Ji-sung is fast asleep while Selim is awake, already tapping away on his phone. Guess some people don't believe in sick days. He's messaging his mysterious contact, asking for urgent help with an investigation. The message is simple and direct, a plea for immediate assistance. The unknown contact on the other end begins to type their reply. Their response is just as swift, confirming they're ready to get to work. Selim explains the situation, asking for the identity of a Korean buyer who acquired a stolen Hugo artifact. His contact agrees, asking for more details about the artifact in question. He reveals the target, the legendary S-rank artifact, the Pen of the Condemned Man. Ji-sung finally stirs, asking a bandaged Selim what he's up to. Selim quickly hides his phone, claiming he was just researching the pen. Ji-sung just smirks, teasing his friend for being a workaholic even while injured. But their quiet moment is interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. The rest of the Nocturne team enters the room, led by a surprisingly cheerful Wangan. Wangan approaches Selim's bed, asking how he's holding up after the fight. Selim just smiles, insisting he got lucky and will be back on his feet in no time. Wangan is impressed, noting his incredible recovery speed after such a brutal attack. But Selim gives credit where it's due, admitting Ji-sung was the one who saved them all. Wangan turns to Ji-sung, offering a sincere thanks for protecting the team and taking down Red Eye's grunts. Wangan offers a formal apology, taking responsibility for the team's failure. He clenches his fists, vowing that as their leader, he'll never let them down again. But his dramatic declaration is met with a collective, confused silence. Jean turns to Selim, offering a quiet thanks and hoping he's not in too much pain. But Selim just grins, proudly showing off his battle scars like a trophy. Someone's enjoying the attention. Ji-sung can only laugh, telling his friend to put the hospital gown back on. Yuna then approaches Ji-sung, holding out the glasses he used as a weapon. She offers them back, dryly reminding him that a thank you might be in order. An unspoken challenge hangs in the air between the 2 powerful writers. He finally thanks her, wondering if she can actually read his mind. He agrees they need to watch each other's backs, a new sense of unity forming. Putting his glasses on, he declares with renewed focus that they have a pen to find. But as the world comes into focus, something feels different. He takes them off, a strange realization dawning. He can see perfectly without them. He jokes that the hospital stay fixed his vision, but Yuna has a more pressing question about his wardrobe. Ji-sung proudly declares his love for the pantless life, much to his team's amusement and horror. But the light-hearted moment is broken as Salem's phone buzzes with an urgent notification. He picks it up, a photo of their team on the lock screen as a new message arrives. It's from his mysterious contact, confirming they've tracked down their target. The message reveals the pen was sold on the black market right here in Seoul. Salim's eyes widen in shock as he reads the buyer was the head of an outlawed publisher. The name of the heretical house is revealed in a single ominous word, Scrollgate. A quick profile confirms they were once a major power before being shut down by the Holy Order. The scene shifts to a quiet, rainy day, the mood turning somber. Rain falls on the imposing Villa Hugo, where the global manhunt continues. Inside, Arthur Ajar receives an urgent call from an agent in Washington. He reviews a case file concerning a D-rank writer and a recent train derailment. He answers the call, demanding a report from his masked subordinate. The agent on the other end confirms his identity, ready to deliver his findings. But the agent reports it was a dead end. The writer was framed and the real culprit is still at large. The agent explains the writer was actually a hero, but too weak to stop the train. He concludes the D-rank is definitely not the powerful heir they're hunting. Arthur Ajar accepts the report, ordering his agent to return to Paris. The agent bows in compliance, his mission in Washington now complete. But just as one lead goes cold, another call comes through. An incoming call from Seoul flashes across the screen, from a very different agent. Arthur prepares to take the call, referencing the bar brawl in Seoul. The new agent's mask is far more unsettling, a bloody smile painted across its face. He playfully chides Arthur, asking if that's any way to greet his favorite agent. The agent complains about being sent so far away, claiming he had other plans. The agent continues his complaint, finding his current assignment a bit of a drag. But Arthur cuts him off with a sharp cough, reminding him to watch his tone. He warns the agent that he is in the presence of Master Hugo himself. The agent's eye widens, realizing the S-rank prodigy is on the line. He quickly changes his tune, stammering an apology to the master. With a deep bow, he declares himself Julius's biggest fan. This guy's got no shame. He launches into a gushing review of Julius's work, a true fanboy moment. But Arthur cuts him off again, demanding he get straight to the report. The agent snaps back to attention, remembering the reason for his call. He pulls up Salim's profile, noting the E-rank writer held his own against a D-rank. He reports that Salim is an orphan, with no official record of his parents. Arthur asks if the agent has managed to get close to their new target. The agent confirms he's been tailing Selim, and what he's seen is even stranger. He explains Selim works for Nocturn Press and was recently wounded in a duel. But less than a day later, the boy had made a complete and total recovery. Arthur realizes this healing ability is far beyond that of a normal E-rank writer. The agent promises to secure a hair sample for a full DNA analysis. Personal space is clearly not his specialty. Arthur agrees, telling him they will await the results of the test. In the meantime, as the Nocturne team enjoys a rare moment of peace, the order is given. Do not let Salem out of your sight. The Nocturne team regroups at a fast food joint to plan their next move. Wangan takes the lead, recapping what they know about the pen's black market sale. He explains that House Hugo is clueless, leaving the entire investigation in their hands. But Selim points out the one major complication they're facing. He reveals their rivals at Red Eye Press already know the buyer's identity. He theorizes a middleman likely offered the pen to Helena Hemingway herself. And that's why Arya killed the antiquarian, to keep that information under wraps. Ji-sung's gaze hardens, realizing they're left with only one possible option. He declares they'll get the truth from Ms. Hemingway whether she cooperates or not. A plan that her estranged daughter, Yuna, seems particularly thrilled about. Ji-sung argues against the plan, pointing out the futility of confronting the country's strongest writer. Yuna coldly explains her mother would never help, as she's relishing Red Eye's recent victory over Nocturn. Ji-sung senses the deep rift between them, asking why she holds so much resentment for her mother. But she shuts him down with a glare, telling him it's none of his concern. He insists he was just trying to be nice, but his attempt at kindness is met with a crackle of annoyance. Wangan tries to play peacemaker as the tension at the table continues to build. Selim's attempt to mediate is cut short by a sudden buzz from his phone. He glances down to see a new message from his unknown contact. The message reveals a new lead. Scrollgate had ties to an antiquarian in the criminal underworld. This Mr. Dealer has a shop, and his contact has just provided the exact location. The contact adds a final warning. This Mr. Dealer is a dangerous man. The rest of the team watches, wondering what's got him so distracted. Suddenly, Selim announces he might have an idea to find their target. But Yuna immediately shuts him down, threatening him if this involves her mother. He quickly backpedals, claiming he just remembered an old antique shop he used to visit. He spins a tale about buying banned books there, a place for rare foreign objects. He explains the clientele was shady, and the owner was a big name on the black market. He suggests this owner might have information on who bought the pen. But Wangan cuts him off, questioning why he'd frequent a place that sells heretical works. Selim just grins, using the classic excuse of needing to know thy enemy. Selim argues that even heretics can have talent, a concept Wangan seems to find amusing. But Jean is confused, questioning Selim's surprisingly tolerant stance. She explains that in her home country of France, heretics have been all but wiped out. Wangan confirms that Korea, however, is a very different story. Selim explains many fled to Korea in the 19th century after the Holy Order was formed. He recounts how the world was once on the brink of chaos as writers' powers grew unchecked. Endless wars erupted, forcing world leaders to create an organization to restore order. And thus the Holy Order was born, a power to police all other powers. They forged a pact with the 50 most powerful bloodlines of the age. Families like the Shakespeares and the Dickens became the new global royalty. Selim explains the pact was made with families like the Hugos and Zolas of France. These 50 dynasties signed a vow, promising to bring stability back to the world. To prevent their power from ever spiraling out of control, they promised to only have a single heir. These chosen children became the blessed bloodlines we know today. But not every powerful family was invited to join this exclusive new club. The other bloodlines were deemed heretical by the newly formed Holy Order. They were hunted down without mercy, their names erased from history. The Holy Order's knights were tasked with their complete and total extermination, and they carried out their grim duty with brutal efficiency. Guess due process wasn't in the budget. However, a number of these families managed to escape the purge. Fleeing the Order's iron grip, these heretical writers scattered across the globe. They formed a hidden faction, a shadow society dedicated to opposing the New World Order. Over the centuries, they've even managed to steal some of the magical printing presses, using them to publish their own forbidden works outside the system. This allows them to grow their power in the shadows, completely unchecked, all in preparation for the day they can finally make their move. Their ultimate goal? To completely overthrow the Holy Order's reign. Selim explains their books are still out there, hidden in plain sight. He names Les Fleurs du Mal, a work from the heretical Baudelaire bloodline, and even the Sherlock Holmes series from the forbidden Conan Doyle family. He even brings up a more recent author, a heretic known as Nebula. He explains she's a Korean writer whose true identity remains a complete mystery. But Wangan slams his fist on the table, demanding he not speak that name. He seethes with rage, reminding them that reading banned books only fuels the heretic's power. He accuses Selim of flagrantly violating the writer's code with his casual attitude. With a furious glare, he demands Selim defend his reckless behavior. Selim is left completely speechless, caught in his teammates' righteous fury. A nervous Jean begs them to stop, regretting she ever brought up the topic. But Ji-sung steps in, reminding them that this is just a debate and they're all on the same side. He then makes a decision, declaring they'll go with Selim's plan to find the antique shop. He then turns to Yuna, teasing that someone at the table doesn't have the guts to call their mom. The rest of the team erupts in laughter, much to Yuna's silent, seething fury. Selim's laugh is the loudest of all, a moment of pure, unguarded joy. But his good mood is cut short by a sudden, sharp pain in his head. Unseen by the others, a photo is taken, capturing that exact moment. The smiling agent bags his prize, a photo and a single strand of Selim's hair. So much for personal space. He hands the sample to a contact, demanding the DNA results as soon as possible. Later that night, the Nocturn team arrives in a bustling, neon-drenched entertainment district. The streets are filled with shady characters, a perfect hiding place for a black market dealer. The sheer scale of the place leaves them all in awe, a city within a city. Wangan immediately soaks up the attention, clearly enjoying the local admiration. But Jean is far more cautious, her eyes scanning the district's rougher clientele. The team moves as a unit, drawing the glares of the city's underbelly. Selim, however, seems completely at ease, much to a startled Jean's confusion. Wangan can't resist teasing Yuna, reminding her she's a long way from home. Their uniforms quickly draw attention, as a group of locals recognizes them as writers. The group's leader approaches, offering to show them a magic trick. This can't be good. He gets far too close to Yuna, extending a very unwelcome invitation. But Yuna delivers a swift and brutal counter, declining his offer in no uncertain terms. And with their point made, the team walks on, leaving the man to reconsider his life choices. Jisung just laughs, teasing Yuna for her tough girl act. And so, the team heads off into the city's underbelly. Selim leads them down a dark alley to a hidden, nighttime-only establishment. Wangan expresses his disappointment, but Selim is confident this is their best lead. But Wangan remains skeptical, questioning if the owner will even cooperate. Jisung, however, has a good feeling as he pushes open the door to the shop. Inside, they find a massive, chaotic library filled with countless artifacts. Jisung is stunned, sensing the immense and varied energies radiating from the collection. His eyes are drawn to a single item, a glowing pen displayed in a glass case. A cheerful blonde man appears, asking if he finds the artifact magnificent. The man identifies the item as the Pen of the Deducer, a legendary S-rank artifact. He explains it once belonged to the heretical writer Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Wangan immediately questions why a heretical item is on display, but the man claims it's just a replica. He then introduces himself as Jack, ready to assist his new customers. Selim explains they're on the hunt for a very specific pen themselves. He names their target, the Pen of the Condemned Man, recently sold on the Korean market. Jack confidently states that if such an item appeared, his boss would surely know. Selim asks if he's referring to the owner of this very shop. Jack confirms it, revealing the owner is the infamous black market figure, Mr. Dealer. Selim realizes they've found their man, as Jack explains the boss is just finishing up a call. Jack offers to give them a tour while they wait, an offer Selim happily accepts. He presents their first item, a golden candlestick, to a very unimpressed Jisung. He claims it once belonged to Charles Dickens, absorbing his creative energy over the years. Now, any writer who works by its light is granted a surge of preternatural inspiration. Wangan teases that it's perfect for Jisung, who looks less than thrilled by the suggestion. Jack cheerfully reveals the last bid was $50 million, which they had to refuse. The staggering price tag leaves Wangan completely speechless. So much for that purchase. Sheen's attention is then drawn to another artifact displayed in a nearby case. Jack identifies the weapon as the legendary Arian's Lance. It once belonged to the first Holy Order commander to ever reach A rank. With a manic grin, Jack explains the commander was key to regulating writers. Selim listens as Jack adds he also exterminated forbidden bloodlines in Europe. Jack seems impressed, commending them for knowing their history. As the team browses the cluttered shop, Jack continues his tour. His tour leads them to another treasure, a first edition of The Great Gatsby. He boasts of their vast collection, where every volume is a piece of history. He gestures to the book, offering it as a prime example of their collection. He reveals it's not just a first edition, but the first book off a magical press. He explains it's still infused with the raw energy of its original author. But as Jisung opens the book, he's about to find out exactly what that means. The book erupts with energy, its pages flipping wildly as Jisung stares in shock. He's suddenly pulled into the world of the story, falling through the roaring 20s. The entire vibrant city is reflected in his eye as he experiences the author's vision. Jack explains that a writer's strength makes them more sensitive to these energies. He admits that Jisung's powerful reaction was genuinely impressive. Wangan closes the book, wondering what an S rank could experience from such an artifact. Yuna challenges Jisung's confidence, asking if he truly believes he'll hit 1 billion reads. She can only sigh as he confirms it without a hint of doubt. His ego is truly something else. But their debate is cut short as Jack announces that his boss is finally ready for them. He watches with a cryptic smile as the team heads deeper into the shop. He presses a single volume which glows as a hidden mechanism activates. But Selim's eyes are closed, as if sensing the energy of the secret passage. He reaches for a book himself, drawn by an unseen force. Wangan watches from the side, completely baffled by his teammates' strange behavior. He can only wonder what in the world Selim is trying to do. Selim snaps out of it, pulling his hand back with a start. Guess he's not a fan of secret doors. He quickly rushes to catch up with the rest of the team. Their footsteps echo as they're led deeper into the mysterious shop. Jack stops before a heavy wooden door, knocking twice to announce their arrival. With a welcoming smile, he opens the door and invites them to enter. Inside, they find a grand study where the infamous Mr. Dealer awaits. He sizes them up, noting with a hint of disdain that they're from Nocturn Press. Selim thanks him for his time, explaining they need help tracking down an artifact. But the dealer has a question of his own, Who gave them the address to his secret shop? Selim stammers, sticking to his lie about being a frequent buyer of banned books. Mr. Dealer takes a slow, deliberate step forward, the tension in the room rising. He gets right in Selim's face, calling his bluff and stating he's never seen him before. The rest of the team watches as their only lead story completely unravels. Selim tries to play it off with a nervous laugh, claiming he's just very discreet. But Mr. Dealer's unimpressed glare suggests that excuse isn't going to fly. But the dealer's suspicion melts into a hearty laugh, praising Selim for being a repeat customer. He then turns to the group, asking what business they have with him today. Jiong takes the lead, explaining they're hunting for a specific artifact. With a steely gaze, he names their target, the pen of the condemned man. But Yuna suddenly cuts in, her hand raised as if to halt the conversation. The dealer repeats the name, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He admits the name does sound familiar, his expression turning serious. But he then delivers some unfortunate news to the hopeful writers. He tells them with a menacing glare that they've come to the wrong place. The friendly facade drops completely, leaving them facing a very different man. His menacing glare is a clear message. They are not welcome here. Wangan screams a warning as he and Jiong brace for an imminent attack. But the dealer just smiles, telling them there's no need to panic just yet. He clarifies that he simply doesn't have the pen in his possession. A classic technicality. Jiong presses the issue, demanding to know who the new owner is. But Mr. Dealer just laughs, refusing to give them any information. He adds a chilling warning that the new owner will silence any questions. Selim jumps in, asking if the dealer was ever offered the pen himself. He confirms that he was, and even met the seller face to face. But he explains he's not crazy enough to buy an item stolen from House Hugo. Wangan presses him for details, demanding to know the seller's identity. The dealer describes the seller as a desperate old man drowning in debt. He laughs, explaining the man was desperate to get rid of the dangerous artifact. With a sly grin, he offers to look up the seller's name in his records, but Wangan cuts him off, revealing the man they're looking for is already dead. Mr. Dealer just laughs, taking this as proof that it's safer to stay uninvolved. He then dismisses them, claiming he has a very busy night ahead. He orders Jack to escort the writers to the exit, his business with them concluded. But Jiong isn't buying it, finding it hard to believe he knows nothing of the buyer. The dealer turns back with a sinister smile, admitting he might know a few things after all. Wangan steps forward, threatening to force the information out of him. But Mr. Dealer just smirks, warning that such an action would be ill-advised. Wangan flinches back as a sudden immense pressure fills the room. The team looks up to see a glowing spear materializing above them, its Arian's lance levitating with a terrifying crimson aura. A short time later, the team finds themselves back out on the street. Guess the tour is officially over. Jiong is certain the dealer was hiding something, his behavior far too suspicious. Yuna agrees, confirming the man is a powerful writer who summoned the lance. Wangan puts the pieces together, realizing the dealer must be a heretic. He declares with righteous fury that they must report him to the Holy Order. But Selim urges caution, telling Wangan they don't know the dealer's true identity. He suggests the man could be a certified writer operating under a different name. Wangan reluctantly agrees, but his phone buzzes before they can make a move. It's an incoming call from an unknown number, its origin French. He answers with a scowl, identifying himself by his pen name Evander. His expression changes to surprise as he recognizes the voice of President Damas. On the other end, Damas gets straight to the point, referencing their recent visit. He gives a single shocking order. Forget the man they just met. Wangan can't believe it, arguing that the dealer is their only lead to the pen. But Damas reveals the order came from the Korean apostle himself, making the dealer completely untouchable. Wangan can only grit his teeth and agree, his frustration palpable. He hangs up the phone, admitting their only lead has just gone completely cold. He explains the shocking truth. Mr. Dealer is under the Holy Order's protection. Jiong explodes with rage, demanding to know why they'd protect a lowlife like him. But Wangan turns to Selim, asking if he also sensed a strange energy in the shop. Selim confirms he did, explaining he scanned the books while they were inside. He found shelves of forbidden works, but one particular volume stood out from the rest. It was encased in a powerful energy field, impossible for him to scan. And he recognized the signature. It was the fiery power of their rival, Arya. Well, this just got personal. Jiong can't believe it, asking if he's absolutely certain it was her. Selim confirms the energy signature was fresh, though he can't guess why Arya locked the book. But he knows one thing for sure. The red-eye team was in that shop very recently. Ji-sung grits his teeth, realizing their rivals now have an insurmountable lead. But Wangan is resolute, declaring they have no choice but to obey the holy order. Ji-sung can only scowl, knowing his teammates' fanaticism makes him a blind follower. The debate is cut short as Jean turns to Salim with a new question. She asks him to explain exactly how he scanned the books back in the shop. Salim sheepishly admits he has a rather unique and slightly weird ability. He explains that by touching a shelf, he can absorb info from every book nearby. A pretty handy party trick. Jean can only stare in awe, completely impressed by his hidden talent. Salim plays it off with a smile, claiming his unique power is just a party trick he's had since childhood. But Wangan seems to find this detail particularly interesting, his expression turning thoughtful. Ji-sung teases that it was probably a great way to cheat on homework. A flustered Salim quickly denies the accusation, mostly. The two friends share a laugh, but Wangan remains lost in his own suspicions. Ji-sung calls him out, reminding him that gifted writers often have a special connection to books. Wangan quickly dismisses his concerns, deciding it's time to call it a night. He tells the team to meet tomorrow, declaring their investigation is back to square one. And with that, the team splits up, their mission seemingly at a dead end. But Ji-sung has other plans, refusing to abandon their only lead so easily. He knows he needs that pen to unlock the full potential of his inheritance. But he's not alone as Yuna appears, confirming they've both decided to stay. Ji-sung can't help but wonder if she's been following him this whole time. He correctly guesses she's not here to enjoy the local entertainment. Yuna's sharp reply confirms she's here for one reason only. Realizing they're on the same page, he asks her what the plan is. Her strategy is simple: wait for the dealer to leave and follow him. Ji-sung is pleasantly surprised, admitting he didn't take her for a rule breaker. But for Yuna, this is personal. She refuses to let her mother win this fight. With a fire in her eyes, she vows she'll do whatever it takes to succeed. Ji-sung smirks, impressed by her conviction and ready to see if she can back it up. He playfully taps her shoulder, teasing her about being a nepo baby. But Yuna is not amused, brushing his hand away with a cold glare. Their moment is cut short as a familiar voice calls out from down the street. It's the same thug from earlier, and he's brought some friends for a little payback. The two writers are quickly surrounded, their stakeout officially compromised. He clenches his fist, promising to make her pay for the earlier humiliation. But Yuna just sighs, warning them to leave before she gets truly angry. The thug just laughs, grabbing a man in a police uniform from his group. He reveals the cop is his cousin, a built-in witness to ensure they get away with it. The thug leader licks his lips, promising they're going to have their fun. His cousin, the corrupt cop, explains they're protected by the writer's code, but his lecture is cut short by a sudden, violent impact to the face. Yuna delivers a devastating kick, sending the cop crashing to the pavement. She lands gracefully, calmly noting that their only witness is now indisposed. The thug can only stare in horror, his foolproof plan completely shattered. In a panic, he orders his remaining goons to take her down. But Yuna remains unfazed, preparing to end this with a single, simple gesture. With a flick of her wrist, she sends the entire group flying into the air. The leader is left trembling, facing the wrath of a very angry Hemingway. The thug can only beg for his life, his confidence completely shattered. Yuna approaches, her voice cold as she repeats her warning to Ji-sung. She declares her intent to find the pen before Red Eye can, and she punctuates her point with a brutal kick to the face. She vows to do whatever it takes, leaving the thug a broken mess. With the distraction handled, they resume their stakeout from a nearby rooftop. Ji-sung is already losing patience, wondering if the dealer ever sleeps. But hours pass, and their target still hasn't emerged from the shop. He grumbles that at this rate, they're going to be here all night. Yuna just gives him a look, telling him his whining isn't helping. The back door finally creaks open, and Ji-sung's eyes narrow with anticipation. But his hopes are dashed as it's only Jack, the cheerful assistant, stepping out. With a casual wave, the assistant locks up and heads on his way. He walks off into the night, humming a tune, completely unaware of his observers. Ji-sung decides if they're going to be here all night, they might as well pass the time. He offers Yuna a drink, but she coldly reminds him this isn't a social call. He just laughs, teasing her for being too classy to drink from a can. Annoyed by his taunts, she finally gives in and demands a drink. To his complete shock, she proceeds to down the entire can in one go. She finishes the drink, asking if he's satisfied. Guess she's not as prim and proper as she looks. Ji-sung smirks, admitting he's almost impressed by her hidden talent. But Yuna is all business, reminding him to stay alert for their target. She sets down another can, the stakeout officially turning into a rooftop party. She takes a sip, admitting the cheap beer isn't half bad. As the night wears on, the hours continue to tick by. And finally, the back door of the antique shop creaks open. Mr. Dealer emerges, finally leaving his shop for the night. But Ji-sung realizes with horror that his partner is completely passed out. After all her talk of focus, Yuna has managed to drink herself to sleep, so much for the master plan. He desperately tries to wake her, screaming that their target is getting away. With a jolt, Yuna snaps back to attention, insisting she's ready for action. Her focus quickly turns to rage as she vows to personally take the dealer down. But Ji-sung quickly pulls her down, warning her to stay hidden or risk being seen. Below them, Mr. Dealer glances up, as if sensing their presence on the rooftop. He stares directly at their hiding spot, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ji-sung holds Yuna back, reminding her they need to follow him, not attack him. She agrees, and with a final swig of liquid courage, they prepare for a long night of tailing their target. Down on the street, Mr. Dealer walks through the district like a king greeting his subjects. Ji-sung and Yuna follow from a distance as he stops to meet with a nervous-looking man. They overhear the conversation, realizing the man owes the dealer money he doesn't have. Mr. Dealer reminds the man of their agreement, his masked face unsettling. The debtor begs for mercy, promising he'll have the money next week. As collateral, the man offers up his family's pure gold watch. Ji-sung yawns, realizing their target is just making his rounds collecting debts. Deciding this is a waste of time, he tells Yuna he's stepping away for a moment. He watches as she walks up to a nearby storefront, wondering what she's up to. To his complete shock, she grabs a can and chugs it on the spot. So much for a professional stakeout. Ji-sung pulls out his phone, wondering if this behavior runs in the family. He does a quick search on her famous ancestor, Ernest Hemingway. The results reveal a history of alcoholism and mental illness, and suddenly it all makes sense. Ji-sung grimaces, concluding that the Hemingways are a family of born addicts. He quickly hides his phone as Yuna asks what he's looking at, playing it off with a nervous laugh. Down below, Mr. Dealer examines the gold watch offered up as payment. He accepts the watch as collateral, a predatory smile spreading across his face. The debtor lets out a massive sigh of relief, thinking he's been spared. But the dealer warns him not to expect the watch back, even after the debt is paid. With a casual wave, he dismisses the man and continues on his way. From their rooftop perch, the two riders watch their target move through the streets. Ji-sung wonders where the dealer could possibly be headed at this hour. And so the two partners begin their pursuit, tailing him through the neon-lit city. But from the shadows, Mr. Dealer glances back, aware of his pursuers. He turns his head sharply, confirming he's sensed their presence. Ji-sung's eyes widen as he realizes their stakeout has been compromised. He pulls Yuna into an alley, faking a romantic moment as their target walks by. But it's Yuna who takes the lead, leaving Ji-sung completely stunned by the sudden kiss. Well, that's one way to maintain a cover. Mr. Dealer arrives at his destination, greeted by an imposing figure in a long coat. The large man addresses him by name, confirming they've reached their target's hideout. The bodyguard Keon welcomes him inside as Mr. Dealer thanks him. Back in the alley, Ji-sung tries to break free as Yuna seems a little too committed to the role. He finally pushes her away, refocusing on their mission to find a way inside. Ji-sung, still reeling from the kiss, asks what that was all about. But Yuna's gaze is cold, reminding him she'll do whatever it takes to find the pen. A flustered Ji-sung can only look away, clearly not used to this level of teamwork. The two partners follow their new lead through the city's underbelly. But their path is blocked by Keon, who informs them this is a members-only club. Ji-sung tries to bluff his way in, claiming Mr. Dealer sent them personally. But Yuna quickly grabs his arm, trying to shut down his terrible plan. The bodyguard looks down, his expression a perfect mix of suspicion and annoyance. Undeterred, Ji-sung plays his trump card, introducing Yuna as the heir of Hemingway. Keon considers the claim, weighing the odds of a drunk Hemingway being a VIP. To their surprise, Keon accepts their story and grants them entry. But he offers a cryptic warning that they might not enjoy what's inside. The two riders step through the door and into a lavish, red-lit corridor. Ji-sung stops, a sudden jarring memory hitting him as he recognizes the music. His eyes widen as he realizes with dawning horror where they are. He can only stammer in disbelief while Yuna remains completely unfazed. The truth of their location finally sinks in, and he's not thrilled about it. They've just walked into a high-end underground pleasure house. Well, this mission just got weird. On stage, a dancer in red commands the attention of the entire room. The club is filled with the city's elite, all here for the exclusive show. Ji-sung can't help but laugh at Yuna's disgusted reaction to the club. He teases her, calling it a strange hobby, but she insists it's not what he thinks. Fed up, Yuna decides to head to the bar, much to Ji-sung's alarm. He grabs her arm, reminding her she's had more than enough to drink already. He points out the club's clientele, a collection of the city's roughest characters. He warns her that their uniforms already make them targets they can't afford a scene. But Yuna's attention is drawn elsewhere as she spots Mr. Dealer across the room. The dealer is deep in conversation with a well-dressed, mysterious figure. Yuna's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition as she studies the man's face. And Ji-sung's jaw drops as he realizes with dawning horror exactly who they're looking at. The man is none other than Mr. Park, the CEO of First Hand Press and Kay's boss. Ji-sung notes Park's known ties to the criminal underworld make his presence here logical. He's certain that a meeting between these two powerful figures can't be a coincidence. He decides they need to get closer to overhear what's being said. But Yuna quickly stops him, warning that they'll be noticed if they get any closer. She unbuttons her uniform, revealing she has a much better plan. She pulls out a small vial, and Ji-sung can only hope it's not more booze. But she scoffs, explaining it's a draft that awakens the power of her bloodline. She reveals that extremely sharp senses are a Hemingway family trait. And with a quick swig, she prepares to put that legendary hearing to the test. She explains the draft will help her unleash her family's latent abilities. But Ji-sung is unconvinced, dryly noting it sounds an awful lot like booze. Yuna's eyes flash with annoyance, telling him to keep his thoughts to himself. With a final warning, she demands silence, so she can focus on their targets. Her senses sharpen, the world blurring as she hones in on their conversation. She can now hear every word exchanged between Mr. Dealer and Mr. Park. Mr. Park refuses the deal, unwilling to pay such a high price for a name. But Mr. Dealer is confident, casually naming his price, $1 million. He smirks, reminding the CEO that for him it's merely pocket change, a very persuasive argument. But Mr. Park holds firm, declaring the price is far too high for a scrap of information. Mr. Dealer explains this information is particularly lucrative. Yuna confirms to Ji-sung they're talking about the Hugo translation contract. But Mr. Park seems unimpressed, claiming his finances are already secure. The dealer argues that some things are more valuable than money. He paints a picture of his rivals' faces when First Hand Press wins the contract. The appeal to his ego works, and Mr. Park admits he has a point. Mr. Dealer adds that his very presence here proves he's interested. With a stern look, Mr. Park finally accepts the offer and demands the name. Guess pride is more expensive than $1 million. The dealer is thrilled, promising he won't regret the purchase. He leans in close, whispering the secret of the pen's new owner. But Yuna's enhanced hearing fails her as the dealer drops his voice to a whisper. A moment later, Mr. Park erupts into a triumphant, booming laugh. He chuckles, realizing now why the information was so difficult to obtain. The CEO declares the tip has saved him a fortune, deciding to pull his team from the race. His expression turns grim as he realizes this competition could get all his writers killed. With his business concluded, Mr. Park gets up and walks away from the table. Ji-sung turns to his partner, asking if she managed to learn anything useful. But Yuna looks away, claiming she heard nothing of importance. She's a terrible liar. Her eyes flash with resolve as she declares they have to make the dealer talk. Ji-sung quickly reminds her that their target is under the Holy Order's protection. Yuna warns that the dealer is a dangerous writer in his own right. Ji-sung agrees, reminding her they need to stick to tailing him for now. But he realizes his partner is still completely drunk and barely coherent. She insists she's fine, ready to continue their pursuit of the dealer. Their target, meanwhile, seems to be thoroughly enjoying his night out. He leads his companions through a doorway, disappearing from their sight. The door slams shut, and Ji-sung realizes they've lost him in a private room. Yuna stares at the closed door, her drunken mind slowly processing the situation. Ji-sung jokes they'll just have to wait until the dealer is finished with his business. But when he turns back, he finds that his partner has completely vanished. He turns to find his partner already at the door, ready to make her move. He rushes to stop her, warning that they'll be caught if she makes a scene. But his warning comes too late. She's already opening the door. She pauses, listening to the enthusiastic conversation happening inside. Deciding she's heard enough, she simply kicks the door off its hinges. So much for stealth. They stride in, interrupting the dealer's private party with a simple demand. The dealer's companions are sent scrambling, their evening officially ruined. But Mr. Dealer just smirks, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. He rises from the bed, recognizing the writers from his shop earlier. Jisung realizes their little interrogation plan has just gone completely sideways. Mr. Dealer admits they're brave for ignoring the Holy Order's warning, but he reveals it was a terrible mistake, pressing a hidden button behind his back. Outside, the bodyguard Keon looks up as a security light suddenly activates. The light flashes red, signaling an intruder alert throughout the building. The dealer's form shifts, revealing his true, menacing writer persona. Jisung screams for Yuna to get ready, realizing they've walked into a trap. But before they can react, a spiked fist flies straight for Jisung's face. He catches the attack just in time, his reflexes saving him from a brutal blow. Suddenly, Keon appears in a flash of purple, sending them both crashing to the floor. The bodyguard looms over them, warning that they've made a fatal mistake. Yuna can only stare in shock, completely caught off guard by the bodyguard's sudden attack. Jisung pushes himself up, the force of the blow still radiating through his body. He sits amidst the rubble, trying to shake off the impact of the bodyguard's strike. Keon cracks his knuckles, his purple aura flaring as he turns his attention to Yuna. The two now face each other, the bodyguard's immense power filling the entire room. Yuna grits her teeth, admitting to herself that she didn't even see him coming. Deciding it's time to get serious, she summons her own power from a glowing book. A massive ornate axe materializes in her hand as she prepares to even the odds. She closes her eyes for a moment, focusing her energy for the coming clash. Her eyes snap open, now glowing with the brilliant blue power of the Hemingway bloodline. Keon lunges forward, but Yuna meets his attack with her massive axe. He dodges her counterswing, his own fist glowing with a menacing purple energy. She catches his spiked fist with her bare hand, the impact crackling with power. The force of the blow sends her staggering back across the ruined room. She lands near Jisung, sarcastically asking if he's finished with his nap. Jisung grumbles that she's doing fine, insisting Keon is just a low D rank who got in a lucky shot. But Keon overhears, a sneer spreading across his face as he mocks their Nocturn hubris. He declares that after all these years, Nocturn writers are still as arrogant as ever. Jisung and Yuna can only stare, realizing this bodyguard has a personal grudge. His aura flares as he promises to teach these kids a lesson in respecting their elders. Veins bulge across his face as his power continues to surge. His arm glows with a menacing purple energy as he clenches his fist. The raw power radiates from his entire body, a sign of immense strength. He delivers a chilling promise that they won't be leaving this room alive. His eyes glow with a dark, predatory light. He declares he'll show them just how powerful he truly is. He realizes with a grim smile that his revenge will come sooner than expected. Jisung's eyes widen, his mind racing as he studies the man's uniform. He knows the man is a Korean writer, but the publisher's design is completely unfamiliar. Yuna warns Jisung to be careful, sensing the immense danger they're in. Yuna senses the danger, but Jisung scoffs, dismissing him as a low-rank nobody. But Keon's power erupts, shattering the floor with a single stomp. Enraged by the insult, he lunges forward, promising to make Jisung eat his words. Jisung dodges the first blow, the punch just grazing past him. But our boy isn't just going to stand there and take it. He steps in, meeting the bodyguard's assault with his own furious counter. A powerful kick sends Keon staggering back as Yuna cries out his name. But the bodyguard's power is immense, and Jisung is already feeling the strain. Deciding it's time to get serious, Jisung summons a massive, terrifying scythe. He realizes with a grimace that this man's power is on par with their team's strongest writer. Jisung admits that without his weapon, the bodyguard's blow would have been fatal. But Yuna's memory is jogged, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. With dawning horror, she realizes he's a writer from the infamous Scrollgate. The name hits Jisung like a ton of bricks, a ghost from a bygone era. He recalls the brutal purge that followed their failed rebellion against the Holy Order. Yuna grimly concludes that some of its members must have survived the slaughter. She identifies him as Keon Zimmer, the legendary author of Muhammad Ali's biography. A stat screen confirms it, a C-rank powerhouse from a fallen house. Keon just smirks, offering them an autograph for their troubles. But he warns them they won't live long enough to enjoy it. But Yuna shoves Jisung aside, declaring he's getting in her way. She meets Keon's furious punch with her axe, the impact shaking the room. The force of his blow shatters the floor as he presses his relentless assault. Ji-sung is momentarily blinded by the dust and debris from the attack, but Keon is already behind him, mocking his slow reaction time. Ji-sung's eyes widen in shock, realizing the danger far too late. A brutal punch slams into his back, a blur of purple energy. He's sent flying across the room as Keon declares the fight is over. Guess he's the judge and jury now. The impact is devastating, a bone-shattering crash against the far wall. Ji-sung is left broken on the floor, the C-rank's power overwhelming him. But from the rubble, Ji-sung's eyes glow with a cold, calculating light. He assesses the damage, realizing he took a full power strike from a C-rank. And yet he's still in one piece, bruised but ready to fight. He knows he has to help Yuna, but getting up would raise too many questions. After all, a normal E-rank rider would have been completely obliterated by that attack. He needs a plan to help her without revealing his true, hidden power. Across the room, Yuna faces Keon, her scythe now ready for battle. But she knows she's outmatched, especially in her current drunken state. Probably should have skipped that last can. She can't retreat, not while her partner is seemingly unconscious on the floor. Deciding she has no choice, she prepares to unleash her own hidden power. She takes a swig from the vial, ready to unleash the power of her bloodline. But Keon lunges forward, determined to end this fight before it can begin. His attack is stopped by a pen that flies past his head, embedding itself in the wall. A closer look reveals the pen bears the mark of Nocturn press. Keon's eyes widen, his rage turning to pure, unadulterated shock. From the rubble, Ji-sung smirks, surprised the bodyguard is still standing. So much for playing dead. As Keon seethes, Yuna drops her weapon, the vial shattering on the floor. A glowing heart appears over her chest as her power begins to surge uncontrollably. A system window reveals the Hemingway signature power, Addiction, a temporary but potent boost. But the power comes at a cost as Yuna screams in agony, completely overwhelmed. Her face contorts into a terrifying manic grin as her power level skyrockets to B rank. Her eyes are now bloodshot, glowing with an unholy and unstable light. She revels in the power surge, beckoning Keon with a predatory gaze. Keon can only stare in shock, realizing he's facing a complete monster. He wisely decides it's time to make a tactical retreat. Guess he's not getting paid enough for this. But before he can move, a foot slams into the ground before him. Yuna appears in a flash, blocking his escape with a taunting question. She grabs him by the face, her grip like a vice of pure steel. She pulls him in close, declaring their fight is far from over. And with a single, brutal motion, she slams him head first into the floor. Keon is left a bloody mess, completely and utterly defeated. Yuna stands over the crater, the sheer force of her attack on full display. From the sidelines, Ji-sung can only watch, stunned by her overwhelming power. He realizes this is more than a power-up. Her entire personality has changed. In a flash, she's right in front of him, her face a terrifying manic grin. She leans in close, her voice a predatory whisper as she calls him a cutie. Well, this is a new level of uncomfortable. Ji-sung can only scream, recoiling from the monster his teammate has become. But the power surge seems to be taking its toll as she suddenly collapses. She clutches her head, a pained cracking sound echoing as she laughs through the agony. The manic energy begins to fade, replaced by a quiet, intense struggle. A system window confirms the temporary power boost has officially ended. Yuna is back to her old self, calmly tying up her hair as if nothing happened. She turns to Ji-sung, surprised he's still conscious after Keon's brutal attack. Ji-sung can only stare in shock, asking what kind of possession he just witnessed. She casually explains it's her bloodline's power, but overuse will drive her insane. He's stunned by her nonchalant attitude towards losing her mind. This girl is ice cold. But her sharp glare confirms she heard his thoughts, demanding he repeat himself. Ji-sung quickly backpedals, insisting he said nothing at all. Smart move. With the bodyguard handled, they refocus on their original target, Mr. Dealer. But the dealer is preoccupied, tending to one of his companions amidst the rubble. Ji-sung warns Yuna that the dealer is likely even stronger than the bodyguard she just defeated. Mr. Dealer seems impressed by their victory, offering them one final chance to walk away. Guess he's a generous host. But Yuna isn't interested in talking, unleashing a powerful slash with her scythe. Her attack brutally cuts down the dealer's companion as she declares her senses are never wrong. The man screams in agony, but Yuna's focus remains fixed on her true target. And her instincts reveal a shocking truth. Mr. Dealer isn't a writer at all. The dealer clutches his wounded hand, his confident facade finally starting to crack. He explodes with rage, screaming that she'll pay for what she's just done. Yuna remains completely unfazed, demanding to know the location of the pen. But the dealer just laughs, summoning his own weapon as he mocks her question. With a brutal slash, Yuna's scythe cuts deep into the dealer's hand. He screams in pure agony, the pain radiating from the fresh wound. She looms over him, her weapon ready as he begs her to stop the assault. Broken and terrified, he finally agrees to tell them everything they want to know. Yuna's expression is cold and satisfied, her brutal methods proving effective. The dealer scrambles for something to stop the bleeding from his hand. He rips a piece of cloth from his ruined clothes, fashioning a makeshift bandage. He knows she won't stop until she gets what she wants. Guess he's a quick learner. Yuna is glad he finally understands, her gaze never wavering for a second. He knows that telling them this secret is signing his own death warrant. The dealer finally confesses that he was the one who bought the pen. Ji-sung and Yuna can only stare, stunned by the shocking revelation. Ji-sung explodes with rage, realizing their target was right in front of them all along. He demands to know the pen's location, but the dealer has more bad news. He claims he no longer has it, insisting he was just a middleman in the deal. With a smug grin, he reveals he's already sold the artifact to another buyer. Ji-sung's eyes burn with fury as he demands to know the new owner's name. But the dealer just laughs, claiming his associates would kill him if he talked. Yuna, however, offers a far more immediate and personal threat. She's not asking nicely. The dealer screams in terror as the blade nears, finally breaking under the pressure. The dealer trembles under the blade, regretting he ever got involved in this mess. He turns to Ji-sung, desperately warning him that Yuna's methods will get them all killed. But seeing their resolve, he accepts that they clearly have a death wish. With a grim look, he finally begins to reveal the buyer's name. But before he can finish, a powerful hand grabs him from behind. It's Keon, who throws the dealer over his shoulder and makes a break for it. Ji-sung can only shout in alarm as their only lead is snatched away. The dealer begs to be released, but Keon is already heading for the window. With a crash of glass, the bodyguard makes a very dramatic exit. Guess he wasn't as defeated as they thought? Ji-sung and Yuna can only watch as their target disappears into the night. Ji-sung and Yuna can only watch as their target makes his escape. He grits his teeth, cursing as their entire mission falls apart. But Keon didn't just escape. He dropped his cargo on the way out. Mr. Dealer lies broken on the pavement as a crowd gathers in horror. High above, the bodyguard makes a clean getaway across the rooftops. Keon leaps through the night, his purple aura propelling him forward. He disappears into the darkness, leaving the two riders behind. Ji-sung realizes with fury that the bodyguard just silenced their only lead. He grabs Yuna, ready to give chase and not let the killer escape. But he stops her, warning that the police are on their way and they need to disappear. Yuna reluctantly agrees, her expression cold and unreadable. She brushes past him, admitting he's not a complete fool after all. Ji-sung can only watch, thinking she has absolutely no shame. Below them, police sirens confirm their time at the scene is up. From a safe distance, Ji-sung asks how she knew the dealer wasn't a writer. She explains it's a Hemingway trait. Her senses are just that sharp. Ji-sung realizes her mind reading is just a case of superhuman perception. He nervously agrees, earning a dismissive scoff from his partner. But as they stand on the rooftop, Ji-sung realizes something doesn't add up. He recalls the dealer summoning Arian's lance, a feat only a writer could perform. He remembers the glowing spear, a weapon only a writer could summon. Ji-sung questions how a non-writer could have possibly wielded such power. Yuna agrees, wondering if another writer was secretly in the room with them. But their rooftop debate is cut short by a sudden buzz from Ji-sung's phone. He answers the call, surprised to hear Selim on the other end of the line. Selim explains he's been digging into the dealer and found a direct link to Scrollgate. Ji-sung cuts him off, confirming they already know about the connection. But Selim continues, revealing he found old photos of the fallen house's writers. He sends one of the photos through, asking if Ji-sung recognizes the face. Ji-sung and Yuna stare at the screen, their expressions turning to pure, utter shock. The photo shows a group of writers, their faces frozen in a bygone era. Ji-sung's eyes lock onto one face in particular, a shocking realization dawning on him. He recognizes the silver-haired writer, a face he's seen very, very recently. The file confirms it. Han Soo-min, a D rank from Scrollgate and the dealer's secretary. Yuna puts the pieces together, realizing it was her who summoned the lance. She decides they have to go back to the shop, certain there are clues inside. Ji-sung agrees to meet at dawn, but tells her he has a personal errand to run first. Yuna scoffs at his excuse, but he just walks away without another word. Later that night, a lone figure stands atop the Nocturn press headquarters. It's Ji-sung, now cloaked and masked, ready for a solo mission of his own. Looks like errands means breaking and entering. Ji-sung realizes there's no way to avoid the truth any longer. He knows he's grown stronger, already healed from a C-rank's attack. With his mind made up, he leaps into the night, ready to find some answers. He expertly scales the side of the Nocturn press headquarters. His eyes glow with power as he wonders if his rank has finally increased. He needs to confirm his current level, and he knows just how to do it. He'll use Nocturn's power ranker, certain the office will be empty. But he knows he has to be careful, because if he's inheriting power, it can only mean that his father was a heretic. Well, that complicates things. The Holy Order has a list of every writer's child, and he was never on it. He slips into the empty office, his eyes locking onto the familiar power ranker. His first step is to activate incognito mode, hoping to fly under the radar this time. The system boots up, ready to scan an unknown writer, no questions asked. With a press of a button, the machine hums to life, bathing the room in a soft glow. Ji-sung pulls on his gloves, preparing himself for the moment of truth. He places his hand on the console, and the system begins its calculation. His eyes burn with a brilliant blue light as he awaits the verdict. But his private test is cut short as the office door slides open behind him. Ji-sung's eyes widen in shock, realizing his stealth mission has just failed spectacularly. It's Miss Kim, who smirks as she asks the heretic if he thought he could just sneak in. Ji-sung can only curse, his secret mission completely compromised by his boss. Miss Kim summons her power, deciding the office security clearly needs an upgrade. She materializes a massive rifle, declaring that heretics don't get to do as they please. Without a word of warning, she opens fire, a massive energy beam tearing through the office. Ji-sung hits the deck, realizing with dawning horror that she's shooting to kill. The blast shatters the window behind him, creating a desperate escape route. He knows he has to move fast, there's no way he can dodge a second shot. With no other choice, he leaps from the building, plunging into the night. He lands on the building's facade, beginning a frantic descent down the glass. But a grappling hook flies past as Miss Kim proves she's not done with him yet. The grappling hook was actually a rope, and Ji-sung uses it to rappel down the side of the building. But his escape is cut short as he loses his footing, plummeting towards the street below. He crashes to the ground, shaking off the impact as he looks back up at his pursuer. Miss Kim stands in the shattered window, taking aim for a final fatal shot. Ji-sung knows he's trapped, with absolutely no way to dodge her attack. The barrel of her rifle glows, charged with enough energy to obliterate him. But she lowers her weapon, deciding he's been lucky this time. She watches from the window as the masked writer disappears into the alley below. With a sigh, she slings the rifle over her shoulder, admitting she's not in the mood for murder tonight. Guess HR paperwork is a real killer. But as she turns to leave, a sudden beep from the power ranker catches her attention. The machine beeps, its calculation complete, a C-rank heretic with 1.2 million reads. Far below, Ji-sung flees into the night, lamenting his own terrible luck. His eyes burn with resolve. He knows the Holy Order will stop at nothing to kill him now. He ducks into a dark alley, trying to catch his breath and process what just happened. He grits his teeth, the weight of his new reality crashing down on him. He slams his fist against the wall, furious he didn't even get to see the results. And with Miss Kim on high alert, he knows he needs another way to test his strength. But then a sudden realization cuts through his frustration. He recalls a power known as the Index, a skill only D ranks and above can use. He holds out his hand, channeling his energy to see if he's finally unlocked it. But his hand glows with a faint energy, and absolutely nothing happens. Frustrated, he decides to consult the modern oracle for a tutorial. He pulls up a video only to find the host is his boss, Miss Kim. Ji-sung can only smirk, amused that the woman who just tried to kill him is now his teacher. In the video, she explains the Index is a power used to store small objects. A pen materializes from a glowing book, a simple demonstration of the skill. But as a writer grows stronger, they can store much larger objects like her rifle. Ji-sung processes the information, a new plan forming in his mind. With a dramatic flourish, he prepares to try the technique again. He grips his cloak, confident that this time he'll get it right. He visualizes a large trunk, trying to channel his power into the simple task. His eyes glow with intense focus as he attempts to manifest the skill. But his cloak remains stubbornly in his hand, much to his growing annoyance. With a frustrated shout, he throws the cloak, convinced the technique is useless. But this time, a glowing book materializes, finally beginning to absorb the item. A flicker of understanding crosses his face as he realizes what this means. The successful summoning confirms one thing: he's at least a D-rank writer. The next morning, Jiong and Yuna meet on a rooftop, ready to investigate the shop. They're soon joined by Salem, who clearly wasn't going to be left out of this. Salem reminds them they need to be careful, as the dealer was protected by the Holy Order. Jiong teases Yuna about their less-than-stealthy stakeout the night before. His comment earns him a crackle of pure, unadulterated fury from his partner. Salim tries to play peacemaker, glad the shop is only open at night. He urges them to move quickly before they're seen by anyone else. But his warning comes too late. They're not the only ones here. Wangan and Jean emerge from the alley, having beaten them to the scene. Wangan smirks, suggesting his team is just more dedicated to the mission. He then confirms he received Salim's intel on the Scrollgate connection. He praises Salim's diligence, assuming he spent all night in the archives. Salim can only offer a nervous laugh, playing along with the lie. Wangan takes charge, declaring it's time to break in and learn everything about Han Su-min. He seethes with righteous fury, vowing that any surviving Scrollgate writers must answer for their crimes. Salim gently reminds him their actual mission is to find the pen, not start a holy war. Wangan quickly agrees, refocusing on the immediate problem of getting inside the locked shop. But a nervous Jan steps forward, finally finding the courage to speak up. She pulls out a set of lockpicks, revealing a very unexpected and slightly illegal skill set. With newfound confidence, she declares that she can get them inside. The team is stunned, as Wangan praises their quiet recruit for saving the day. She tells the others to wait as she approaches the door, ready to put her skills to the test. She reaches into her bag, preparing for a little light breaking and entering. She pulls up her hood, ready to put her surprising skills to the test. She approaches the back door, identifying the lock as a simple one. With a quick glance back, she confirms the others can't see her from the roof. But instead of lockpicks, she summons a brilliant pink energy. Looks like she has a few more secrets. A glowing book materializes, from which she pulls a magical skeleton key. With a simple click, the enchanted key unlocks the door effortlessly. The heavy door creaks open, revealing the dark interior of the shop. She gives a subtle signal, letting the others know the coast is clear. The rest of the team follows her lead, heading into the forbidden shop. Jean pulls back her hood, a satisfied look on her face. That was almost too easy. Salem praises Jean for her surprisingly fast work, joking she has a backup career as a cat burglar. But their moment of levity is cut short as Wangan's phone suddenly buzzes. He answers the call, surprised to hear President Damas on the other end of the line. Damas gets straight to the point, revealing he's just received a very angry call from the Korean apostle. He delivers the shocking news. Mr. Dealer was found dead with clear signs of torture. Wangan panics, swearing to his boss that he had nothing to do with the man's death. He insists they followed their orders to the letter, leaving the dealer completely unharmed. Back in his office, Damas considers this new information, his expression unreadable. He gives a new order: continue the search but stay completely under the radar. Wangan can only agree, the weight of the Holy Order's scrutiny now on his shoulders. Wangan relays the grim news: Mr. Dealer was killed last night. He seethes with rage, convinced Red Eye Press is behind the murder. Ji-sung nervously agrees, trying his best to look innocent. Yeah, definitely Red Eye. Wangan takes charge, declaring they have no time to waste. He orders the team to split up, sending them to search the shop for clues. Ji-sung's complaint is cut short as his eyes land on a familiar artifact. He remembers his first visit and the glowing pen in the glass case. He recalls the assistant's story of the pen's heretical owner, and he remembers the convenient excuse that it was just a replica. But now, staring at the artifact, Ji-sung isn't so sure he believes that story. Salem calls out to Ji-sung, having found the book they were looking for. Ji-sung rushes over, noticing the heretical pen is now missing from its case. He presents a single red book, the one he sensed during their last visit. This is the volume their rival, Arya, had sealed with her fiery power. But as they examine it, they realize the cover is completely blank. Ji-sung tries to force it open, certain it holds the key to their mission. But Salem stops him, offering to try a more subtle approach. He channels his own energy, attempting to slip inside the book's world. Because of course that's a thing. But the book's powerful seal resists his efforts, refusing to let him in. The book floats before him, a locked puzzle box as Ji-sung watches on. Salem pushes his power to its absolute limit, trying to break through the fiery seal. He grits his teeth, the immense strain causing blood to trickle from his nose. Ji-sung grabs his shoulder, screaming for him to stop before he seriously hurts himself. The connection breaks and Selim stumbles back as the book clatters to the floor. He wipes away the blood, insisting he's fine and that his effort wasn't for nothing. He reveals the shocking truth. The book isn't a story, but an accounts ledger. Jiong realizes it must contain the buyer's name, asking if Selim saw who it was. But Selim admits he didn't have enough time, though Jiong forbids him from trying again. Meanwhile, Yuna seems lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the surrounding shelves. Jiong calls out to her, asking if she has any ideas on how to open the book. But Yuna simply reaches for a single, unassuming book on the shelf. She pulls it free, a sudden, brilliant idea striking her. The entire bookshelf rumbles, sliding aside to reveal a hidden passage. Jiong and Selim can only stare in awe as Yuna steps towards the darkness. He asks how she knew, and she explains it was the only dust-free book in the shop. Jiong can only conclude that his partner is a complete and total clean freak. Just then, Wangan and Jean rush in, drawn by the sound of the moving wall. He demands to know what happened, his eyes scanning the room for threats. Jiong just points to the dark staircase, explaining Yuna found a secret passage. With their new path revealed, the team descends into the darkness below. The team descends the stone steps, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The passage is lit by flickering torches, casting long, ominous shadows. Wangan stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief. They all come to a halt, stunned by the sight that greets them. Jiong can only stare, trying to comprehend what he's seeing. Before them lies a vast, cavernous space, far larger than they imagined. They've stumbled upon the legendary lost vault of Scrollgate, a grim reminder of the prestigious house that was brutally erased by the Holy Order. The team stands in the middle of the forgotten fortress, a ghost of a bygone era. Jiong turns to the others, wondering if this is truly a hideout for the survivors. Selim considers the possibility, admitting it's hard to be certain. He recounts the official history. Scrollgate was wiped out 2 decades ago. Their headquarters were supposedly burned to the ground, leaving no survivors. But his late-night research in the Nocturn archives revealed a different story. He found 2 names that were conspicuously missing from the official kill lists. The first was Han Su-min, the dealer's secretary, and the second was Keon Zimmer. Wangan concludes they must have found a way to escape the Holy Order's purge. He speculates they're now plotting to restore their fallen house to its former glory. But Jiong suggests a simpler, more violent motive, pure, unadulterated payback. Selim agrees that whatever their plan is, it can't possibly be good for anyone. Selim insists they need to leave and warn the Holy Order, but Wangan grabs him from behind. His face is a mask of pure fury as he vows that these bastards are going to pay. His eyes burn with righteous anger, promising they'll answer for their crimes. The scene flashes back 2 decades to a time before the infamous purge. A woman in a Nocturn uniform buttons her jacket, asking her husband about a manuscript. Her husband, sitting on the couch with a young boy, points to a nearby stack of papers. The boy, a very young Wangan, tells his father to be quiet while his parents are talking. The woman grabs the papers, chiding her husband for calling her work a mere pile of paper. She's certain this manuscript is her ticket to a promotion at Nocturn Press. Her husband, Evander, laughs with their son, referencing her new story about Shakespeare. She teases her husband, noting that House Shakespeare is interested in her work. She explains the legendary house wants to use her novel to enter the Asian market. A young Wangan excitedly recounts the plot, a tale of reincarnation and royalty. His father playfully teases his mother, calling her too narrow-minded for the story. She explains her story as a new genre, a period drama isekai. Sounds niche. But their family moment is interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Annoyed, she assumes it's just the neighbor as the doorknob begins to turn. But the door flies open, and a blade is driven deep into her stomach. A cloaked figure stands over her as she cries out in agony, her dream shattered. Blood spills onto the pages of her manuscript, staining her life's work red. Her husband and son can only watch as she calls out to them one last time. Her husband screams her name, his voice filled with pure, unadulterated horror. He rushes to his wife's side, but the killer is already upon him. A spiked fist glows with a familiar, menacing purple energy. The attacker delivers a single devastating blow, not even bothering with a formal introduction. The impact is brutal, a bone-shattering strike meant to end the fight instantly. The force of the punch sends him flying, crashing through the apartment wall. His wife can only reach out, her world collapsing around her in a pool of blood. He's left broken in the rubble, a victim of a war he never asked to be a part of. She tries to stifle her screams, her face a mask of unimaginable grief and terror. The leader of the cloaked figures taunts the wounded woman, asking if she thought she'd get away with her crimes. Her attacker is revealed to be Han Su-min, the very same writer from the Scrollgate photo. She accuses Wangan's mother of stealing her novel idea and publishing it first. The dying woman can only deny the accusation, her face a mask of confusion and terror. Han Su-min points to the blood-soaked manuscript, describing the story of a woman reborn in Shakespeare's troupe. With a furious scream, she delivers another brutal slash, claiming the idea was hers. From under the couch, a young Wangan watches as his mother's hand falls limp to the floor. Tears stream down his face, his world shattered in an instant of senseless violence. The memory fades, leaving the adult Wangan with a look of cold, unyielding fury. And now, standing in the heart of his enemy's lair, that fury is all he has left. Salem tries to reason with him, knowing this is far too personal and dangerous. Jean points to the weapons and scarred walls, realizing this is their training ground. But Wangan's grief has turned to cold confidence, certain they can win this fight. Yuna reminds him of their true mission, find the pen, not start a war. Ji-sung agrees, insisting they need to report this to the Holy Order, but he stops them, suggesting they take care of one thing first. He proposes they search for clues about the pen while the hideout is empty. With a shared look of resolve, they agree to end the threat of Scrollgate for good. Salem nervously agrees, knowing their enemies have lost their cover with the dealer's death. He knows the heretics will try to erase every trace of their existence here, but Jean's attention is drawn to a massive object covered by a sheet in the center of the vault. The team gathers below, dwarfed by the sheer scale of whatever is hidden beneath the cloth. Ji-sung smirks, deciding there's no point in guessing when they can just find out for themselves. He grabs the edge of the heavy sheet, ready to reveal the secret. With a dramatic flourish, he rips the cover away in a swirl of fabric and light. The rest of the team can only stare in utter disbelief at what they're seeing. Ji-sung starts to gloat, but his own expression turns to shock as he gets a good look. A brilliant sphere of golden energy pulses at the heart of a massive, intricate machine. It's a magical printing press, one of the legendary machines that gives writers their power. Salem's voice is filled with awe, realizing they've found the source of Scrollgate's forbidden power. Salim confirms their unbelievable discovery, a magical printing press. Wangan realizes they must have stolen it from the Order to fuel their power. Ji-sung can only stare up, completely mesmerized by the legendary machine. He impulsively starts climbing the priceless artifact for a closer look. Because why not? He pulls himself up, getting his first real look at the legendary machine. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he takes in the sight. He reaches for the glowing core, the very source of a writer's power. His hand touches the light, and the world around him begins to dissolve. He's plunged into a void, his senses completely cut off from reality. He finds himself alone in the darkness, wondering where he's been taken. Ji-sung's eyes glow as he questions if this strange void is just an illusion. In the distance, he spots a tiny, glowing figure, hard at work at a desk. He squints, realizing with a start that the figure is a writer. He cautiously approaches the spectral author, trying to get his attention. The figure is completely absorbed in his work, a brilliant blue aura radiating from him. Ji-sung asks the mysterious writer to reveal his identity. The spectral figure finally looks up, and Ji-sung is stunned by a sudden sense of familiarity. The shocking truth hits him. He's staring at the ghost of his long-lost father. He can only look on, his voice barely a whisper as he confirms the impossible. Years of pain and anger finally erupt as he demands to know why he was abandoned. He screams at the ghost, demanding to know why he did nothing to save his mother. The spectral figure can only utter his son's name in response. He offers a cryptic warning that their power is a corrupting force. But Ji-sung is furious, finding the vague advice completely useless. The ghost raises a hand as if to silence his son's outburst. But a new demonic entity of pure red energy appears in the void. It looms over him, a terrifying grin spreading across its shadowy face. Ji-sung can only stare in horror, completely unprepared for this new threat. He's violently thrown back, his vision suddenly and brutally cut short. And just like that, he's back in reality, crashing hard onto the vault floor. Ji-sung lies on the floor, completely dazed and wondering what he just witnessed. He clutches his head, the strange vision still burning in his memory, but his thoughts are cut short as a familiar voice calls out his name. It's Selim, who's made a shocking discovery among the piles of forbidden books. He holds up a single volume, identifying it as the infamous novel, The Persecuted. It's the masterpiece of the heretic Nebula, and they've printed thousands of illegal copies. Wangan's expression hardens, questioning why these books are here in his enemy's lair. Selim explains the book was banned, as Nebula is one of Asia's most powerful heretics, an author whose true identity has remained a complete mystery for decades. But Ji-sung connects the dots, realizing Nebula and Han Su-min could be the same person. But their debate is cut short by the sound of an approaching footstep. Ji-sung whips around, his eyes wide with alarm as he senses the new arrival. A hand presses against a console, activating the vault's hidden systems. A massive globe of energy hums to life, bathing the room in an eerie blue light. A new voice confirms his theory, praising the young writer for his deduction. It's Han Su-min, the dealer's secretary, now armed with a familiar, deadly spear. She offers a chilling promise that their discovery will die with them in this vault. The legendary heretic stands before them, ready to erase her last loose ends. A system window confirms their worst fears. Nebula is a B-rank powerhouse. Ji-sung screams for his team to retreat, knowing they don't stand a chance. The team makes a desperate run for it, fleeing the B-rank powerhouse. Ji-sung leads the charge, screaming for his teammates to follow him to safety. But Nebula just smirks, completely unconcerned by their attempted escape. Their path is suddenly blocked, a new voice questioning where they think they're going. A group of writers stands before them, declaring they have some unfinished business. Ji-sung stands his ground, realizing they've just walked from one trap into another. Wangan recognizes a familiar face, Jack, the dealer's cheerful assistant. Jack can only offer a half-hearted apology for the deception, so much for customer service. The leader taunts Yuna, revealing he knows all about her unstable bloodline power. Wangan tells Jean to stay back, recognizing the man as the bodyguard they fought at the club. Wangan's eyes narrow, recognizing the bodyguard as the infamous Keon Zimmer. But Keon just clenches his fist, promising the young writers will regret ever coming here. Nebula, however, calmly tells her enforcer to wait, a new plan already forming. She explains they first need to know if anyone else from Nocturn is in on their secret. She then casually suggests a bit of light torture to get the answers they need. Standard HR procedure. A terrified Jack begs her to stop, insisting they were only looking for a pen. But Nebula just laughs, mocking the assistant for his naivety. She reminds him that because of these kids, their employer is dead and their cover is blown. With a cold glare, she declares that anyone who stands in Scrollgate's way must be eliminated. Jack desperately tries to reason with her, suggesting they just find a new hideout. But Wangan's eyes burn with fury, vowing they won't be her victims. His body erupts in a green aura as he declares, "This is the day Scrollgate falls." He summons his signature weapon, a spear materializing from pure energy. A system window confirms it. A rapid read absorption is now in progress. Selim screams for him to stop, but Wangan, now in full battle gear, is beyond reason. He calls out Nebula's name as 1.5 million reads are absorbed into his system. He then corrects himself, addressing the heretic by her true name, Han Su-min. He grips his weapon, admitting he's dreamed of this moment for years. His eyes glow with righteous fury as he promises she will pay for her sins. The system confirms his power has reached a new, terrifying level. Wangan roars, vowing to make her pay for murdering his parents. But Nebula just laughs, recognizing the famous writer Evander. She twists the knife, calling him the son of a plagiarist. She taunts him, saying his mother might have lived if she'd begged a little harder. Classy. Enraged, Wangan lunges forward, ready to silence her for good. Nebula easily dodges the attack, impressed by his speed. But Keon intercepts the blow, declaring Wangan is completely out of his league. A massive blast of purple energy erupts from the bodyguard's counterattack. The force of the blow sends Wangan staggering back, clutching his chest in pain. Keon just glares, his eyes glowing as he prepares to end this fight. Wangan is sent flying back, his armor spinning from the sheer force of the blow. Ji-sung screams for him to wait, but his plea is lost in the chaos of battle. But Wangan is already back on his feet, realizing there's no reasoning with his friend. He knows Wangan will fight to the death to avenge his murdered parents. Ji-sung rallies the others, deciding they can't let him fight this battle alone. He declares they'll handle the grunt so Wangan can face Nebula. But Keon just cracks his neck, amused by their youthful arrogance. He taunts them, wondering if these little writers ever learn their lesson. Ji-sung's eyes glow, promising this meathead is about to be proven wrong. And from the sidelines, Jean reaches for a weapon, ready to even the odds. Ji-sung lays out their desperate plan, knowing exactly what their enemies have to lose. He explains that Jean will take out the printing press's volatile core. His time touching the machine revealed its instability. The explosion will be their cover. Keon's eyes widen in fury as he realizes their desperate gambit. He screams a warning, realizing Jean is aiming for their precious machine. But Jean is already locked on, confident she can make the shot from this distance. A Scrollgate rider lunges forward, determined to stop her before she can fire. But Selim intercepts the blow, his small shield holding back the attack. Looks like he's more than just the team's researcher. A new threat descends. A massive blade aimed straight for a vulnerable Jean. She turns just in time, the deadly weapon swinging down to end her life. But the attack is stopped by a spear of purple energy slamming into the ground. A new figure steps in front of a stunned Jean, planting his foot firmly. He glares at the enemy, his expression one of cold, righteous fury. From his aura, a spectral knight begins to materialize before them. A golden gauntlet takes hold of the spear, its form becoming solid. The energy surges as the spectral warrior fully takes shape. Jean can only stare in awe at the massive armored figure before her. The knight declares that the day of reckoning has finally come for the heretics. Guess he didn't get the memo about a subtle entrance. His voice echoes with divine judgment, a promise of retribution. He raises his spear, ready to deliver the Holy Order's justice. The spectral knight hurls its spear, a blur of purple energy aimed straight for Jean. Jean can only watch in horror, completely frozen by the sudden attack. But Selim dives in, pulling her out of the path of the deadly projectile. The spear slams into the ground, erupting in a devastating blast of purple energy. Jisung screams their names, his face a mask of pure terror. He realizes he's unarmed and makes a desperate dash for a nearby weapon rack. He grabs the first thing he can find, a massive two-handed battle axe. With a furious roar, he leaps into the fray, determined to protect his friends. He brings the axe down, but the knight effortlessly blocks the blow with its spear. The knight leaps back, easily dodging Jisung's follow-up swing. Guess this won't be an easy fight. The knight's golden armor crackles with a menacing purple energy. Jisung knows he has to destroy this suit of armor and detonate the press. He charges forward, convinced it's their only path to survival. But Selim screams for him to wait, holding a terrified Jean. He recognizes the knight as Commander Arian, a legendary heretic killer. Nebula is the puppet master, her B-rank power creating a perfect copy of her character. Jisung grits his teeth. The real Arian was a legendary A-rank writer. But he realizes this is just a copy, giving him a potential opening. He tells Yuna to handle the other grunts while he takes the knight. With renewed resolve, he declares he's going to blow up the press. Yuna creates a vortex of energy, warning the grunts to stay back or be sliced apart. Jisung takes aim with a spear, calling out the spectral knight by name. With a confident smirk, he challenges the legendary warrior to dodge this. He hurls the spear with all his might, a blur of silver and blue light. But the knight catches the projectile with ease, its defense completely impenetrable. Jisung can only stare, stunned by the construct's incredible speed. The knight declares that this heretic shall not pass. Someone's been watching old movies. Jisung watches Wangan's duel, realizing Nebula must be fueling her enforcer's power. But Selim calls out, pointing out a critical flaw in their enemy's strategy. He realizes the knight isn't attacking, its only purpose is to guard the press. Jisung realizes Nebula is forced to divide her power to protect the press. He knows if her grunts win, Nebula can focus her full power on them. And if that happens, she will completely and utterly obliterate them. Keon orders his riders to overwhelm Yuna and break through her defenses. The remaining Scrollgate members agree, ready to charge into the vortex. He even grabs a terrified Jack, ordering the assistant to join the assault. Guess HR complaints aren't a thing here, but they're no match for her power, getting sucked into the swirling vortex. Even Jack is pulled in, screaming as he's drawn towards his doom. But Wangan screams for her to stop, realizing she's about to kill him. Yuna can only grit her teeth, furious at the interruption. But her vortex is indiscriminate, pulling in friend and foe alike. She reluctantly disperses the attack, sending the grunts flying but sparing their lives. The Scrollgate riders regroup, their expressions a mix of fury and fear. Yuna scoffs, unimpressed by their weak and predictable assault. She effortlessly catches their blades, stopping their coordinated attack cold. But Keon sees his opening, declaring it's too late for the young riders. The grunts surround her, a desperate attempt to pin down the powerhouse. Keon lands a powerful blow, but it was all just a distraction. Yuna realizes with fury that she was just a decoy. Jisung was the real target. Keon appears behind Jisung, ready to silence the loudmouth for good. Keon's spiked fist slams into Jisung's face with devastating force. The impact sends our boy flying, a shockwave of purple energy erupting from the blow. Yuna can only scream his name, horrified by the bodyguard's brutal assault. But through the dust and debris, Ji-sung is somehow still standing. He spits out a bit of blood, shaking off the C-rank's powerful strike. He admits the bodyguard can certainly throw a punch, but he smirks, promising it'll take more than that to keep him down. His ego is apparently indestructible. Keon is impressed, acknowledging the kid's surprising durability. He notes only a C rank could have survived that, but warns Ji-sung not to underestimate him. A spectral form of Keon appears, promising that his attack has only just begun. Ji-sung's eyes widen as he realizes Keon's energy has taken a physical form. He grits his teeth, realizing the bodyguard is no longer behind him. A spiked fist flies through the air, aiming to end the fight for good. But Ji-sung catches the attack, his reflexes just fast enough to stop the blow. Keon looms over him, promising that this is where their little game ends. As the other writers clash, Nebula decides it's time to change her strategy. She turns her attention to her spectral knight, giving it a brand new target. With a single command, she orders the construct to eliminate the heretic. Guess Ji-sung just got a promotion to top priority. Salem can only scream his friend's name, seeing the new, overwhelming threat. The knight leaps into action, its spear glowing as it descends upon Ji-sung. But Salim makes a desperate dash, throwing himself in the path of the deadly spear. He takes the full force of the blow, the spectral weapon piercing straight through his back. Ji-sung can only scream his friend's name, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. But in a dark void, a new voice echoes as a single drop ripples through the silence. The voice finds this new sensation surprisingly pleasant. It declares it's never felt an energy quite like the one it's now touching. The spectral knight's eye glows, calling the power it senses incredibly fine. It marvels at the purity of the energy radiating from the young writer. The knight declares it an honor to serve its new young master. Well, that's a plot twist. It explains that Ji-sung's desperate wish to save his friend forced its hand. The knight's form dissolves into a shadowy figure, now holding Salem hostage. The purple energy twists into a vortex of pure, unholy darkness. Shadowy tendrils coalesce, forming a new, far more sinister weapon. The blade presses against Salim's throat, a clear and deadly threat. Ji-sung can only watch, his expression cold as his friend trembles in terror. From the heart of the darkness, a single, malevolent red eye opens. Ji-sung looks around, completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. The massive eye stares down at him, a silent, terrifying presence. Even the hardened Keon is terrified, demanding to know who this new entity is. The eye responds, declaring itself a humble servant to its new young master. Well, that's one way to introduce yourself. The shadowy energy twists and writhes, taking on a life of its own. Arian's spear clatters to the ground as the entity begins to introduce itself. The darkness coalesces into a swirling vortex, a new power taking shape. But the energy isn't attacking, it's surrounding Ji-sung, drawn to a new source. In his hand, a pen glows with a familiar red eye, the legendary deducer's pen. He remembers snatching it from the shop, realizing the replica was the real deal all along. A single tear falls as the weight of this discovery finally hits him. He's holding a genuine S-rank artifact, a relic of immense power. He asks if this is truly the pen of the heretic, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The eye confirms it, hoping its new master has a slightly better ending in mind. The entity from the pen observes the battlefield, noting the very difficult spot they're in. It offers to channel Ji-sung's power, promising to be a useful tool for its new master. The spectral knight Arian takes a step forward, its own spear lying discarded on the ground. The knight's gauntlet closes around the weapon, ready to rejoin the fight. But Ji-sung's hand closes around a new weapon of his own. The entity declares the best way to fight a lance is with another lance. The spectral knight charges, its spear aimed straight for Ji-sung. But Ji-sung meets the attack, realizing he can now match the construct's power. Their weapons lock in a furious struggle as Keon watches from the sidelines. But the bodyguard reminds Ji-sung he's not just a spectator in this fight. But Yuna intercepts the attack, telling the bodyguard not so fast. She reminds Keon they have some unfinished business to settle. The bodyguard's hand tightens, blood dripping from the sheer force of their clash. He blocks her furious scythe attack, the impact echoing through the vault. Wangan joins the fray, telling Ji-sung they'll keep Keon busy. Yuna screams at him to focus on their one objective: destroy the press. Ji-sung turns to the spectral knight, knowing it's all up to him now. With a newfound confidence, he charges forward to meet his legendary opponent. The knight leaps into the air, bringing its spear down with devastating force. but Jisung parries the blow, landing a powerful counterstrike of his own. But Jisung's speed is on another level, easily outpacing the legendary knight. The construct skids to a halt, struggling to track its far more agile opponent. Jisung leaps into the air, drawing the knight's attention with a confident taunt. He delivers a powerful, glowing kick straight to the construct's head. The force of the blow cracks the legendary armor, a feat no one thought possible. With a final, brutal strike, he drives his spear through the knight's helmet. Dust bucket is a bold choice of words. Jisung stands victorious over the fallen construct, his mission almost complete. With a look of grim determination, he prepares to end this fight once and for all. From the sidelines, Nebula can only stare in disbelief, unable to process what she's just seen. She realizes she's underestimated him, deciding it's time to unleash her full power. Meanwhile, Wangan charges Keon, his green aura clashing with the bodyguard's purple. But Keon easily blocks the blow, explaining he's now channeling Nebula's power. His eyes burn with a terrifying purple light as he's flooded with new strength. And across the room, the fallen knight begins to stir, its armor glowing once more. Jisung can only watch as the construct he just defeated begins to rise. Its gauntlet closes around the spear, still embedded in its chest. With a shudder, the knight pulls itself to its feet, refusing to stay down. The ground cracks under its weight as it promises Jisung will atone for his sins. Its voice echoes with judgment, branding Jisung a heretic. The knight grabs him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Guess round 2 is officially underway. Jisung realizes with horror that Nebula has powered up her spectral knight. The construct hurls him across the room, a move that weakens Nebula against Wangan. He crashes into the far wall, crying out as the brutal impact rattles his bones. But even through the pain, his eyes burn with an unbroken will to fight back. The entity from the pen calls out, trying to rouse its new master from the daze. The knight looms over him with a new weapon, ordering him to wake up. Jisung rolls away just as a massive axe shatters the ground where he lay. The construct's gaze is fixed, its only purpose to completely annihilate him. It leaps into the air, descending with terrifying speed for the final blow. Jisung can only watch, realizing the powered-up knight is now far too fast to counter. The entity from the pen screams through Jisung, demanding a shield to block the incoming attack. The knight's weapon descends, a blur of gold and purple aimed straight for our boy's head. A shadowy shield materializes just in time, cracking as it absorbs the devastating blow. But the knight presses its assault, driving Jisung to his knees under the immense pressure. Its eyes glow with a menacing light as it prepares to shatter his last line of defense. The shield finally gives way, cracking under the construct's relentless, powered-up assault. With a final, brutal punch, the knight sends Jisung flying across the vault. He crashes into the far wall with a bone-shattering impact. So much for that S-rank artifact's warranty. Jisung struggles to his feet, realizing Nebula must have poured all her power into the knight. He faces the B-rank construct, accepting that this is where his story finally ends. But the entity from the pen speaks, claiming it's found a link to Commander Arian. The eye in the pen urges him to trust its plan and get back on his feet. The massive knight looms over him, its voice booming with judgment. The construct declares that the heretic's final hour has officially arrived, but its confident declaration is cut short by a sudden, shocking sight. Jisung now holds a massive sword, crackling with a brilliant blue energy. He raises the legendary blade high, the sword of Victor Hugo. Across the vault, Yuna holds the line, her energy shield protecting the others. But the relentless assault is taking its toll. Her defense is starting to weaken. She knows she has no choice but to unleash her family's dangerous power once more. The Scrollgate grunts sense their opening, realizing Yuna is finally starting to tire. With no other choice, Yuna reaches for the vial, knowing the risk she's about to take. She hesitates, aware that this time the madness might be irreversible. But before she can act, a new figure in a Nocturn uniform drops in from above. Talk about a dramatic entrance. He delivers a spinning kick, taking down one of the grunts with brutal efficiency. A new face joins the fight, his eyes burning with a cold, confident light. He lands with enough force to shatter the stone floor beneath him. A single, glowing punch is all it takes to neutralize his first target. The female grunt screams her comrade's name as the newcomer just smirks. And without missing a beat, he's already moving on to his next victim. Keon's eyes widen in shock, questioning the newcomer's sudden appearance. He recognizes the man, realizing he should have been occupied with the spectral knight. But across the vault, the spectral knight Arian is also on the move. It delivers a devastating blow, taking out one of Nebula's own men. The grunt cries out as he's sent flying, a victim of some very sudden friendly fire. The newcomer and the spectral knight now stand as unlikely allies. The legendary construct kneels, its golden gauntlet resting on its weapon. It offers its loyalty, ready to assist in the crusade against the heretics. The knight addresses him by a legendary name, Master Hugo. Nebula can only stare in disbelief, her perfect plan completely unraveling. The spectral knight kneels before the newcomer, pledging its unwavering loyalty. But Jiong, watching from afar, is just as confused as everyone else. Nebula explodes with rage, demanding to know why her creation has betrayed her. But the newcomer meets her assault, blocking her attack with a familiar shield. She grits her teeth, realizing they've somehow hijacked her own power. Deciding her original plan is ruined, she prepares to just kill them all. A classic villain pivot. She tries to force the knight back under her control, her aura flaring. But the construct resists, its programming now locked on a new mission. So Nebula summons the knight's spear, deciding to wield the weapon herself. Her power surges as she prepares to unleash her full B-rank fury. Nebula's eyes glow, a cruel smile on her face as she declares she's back at full power. But Wangan charges forward, a blur of motion as he rushes to meet her head-on. She just laughs, promising to show Evander the true power of a B-rank rider. Their weapons clash in a massive explosion of purple and gold energy. But Wangan's shield begins to crack under the sheer force of her assault. The shield shatters, sending him flying back across the vault floor. He crashes hard, blood spilling from his mouth as he feels the B-rank's overwhelming power. Nebula looms over him, offering a chilling message to deliver to his dead mother. But a new voice cuts through the chaos, ordering Nebula to stand down. It's Yuna, with her axe to Keon's throat, offering a very persuasive counter-argument. Nebula's cold facade cracks, her voice barely a whisper as she sees Keon's life on the line. The standoff is absolute, a delicate balance of power with Yuna in complete control. But the mysterious newcomer reminds her that a writer must never reveal their weaknesses. A memory flashes, showing a younger Nebula with a far more sinister smile. She speaks to a younger Keon, revealing a hidden romantic past between the two heretics. But in the present, Keon screams for her to ignore the threat and finish the fight. Nebula hesitates, her love for the bodyguard proving to be the one weakness she couldn't hide. But Wangan sees his opening, channeling the memory of his murdered parents into his weapon. Nebula's eyes widen, her moment of weakness leaving her completely exposed. And Wangan lunges forward, seizing the opportunity to finally claim his revenge. He screams for the strength to finally avenge his murdered parents, and with a final desperate lunge, he drives his spear through her chest. He lands as she falls, his 20-year quest for vengeance finally complete. But the mysterious newcomer raises his own blade, ready to test the deducer's pen. He hurls the sword, eager to see what this new power can truly do. The blade cuts through the air, a blur of brilliant blue energy. It finds its mark, piercing the heretic's back in a final brutal strike. She cries out in agony, the combined assault overwhelming her completely. He stands over her, the victor of a battle no one saw coming. Guess he's not just a pretty face. Defeated and broken, the legendary heretic finally collapses to the floor. Nebula clutches her side, blood pouring from the devastating wound. She admits she underestimated them, but vows this fight is far from over. Her eyes burn with a furious resolve, refusing to accept her defeat. Across the room, Keon seethes as Yuna's axe presses against his throat. Yuna's gaze is cold and steady, warning the bodyguard not to make a single move. The mysterious newcomer warns the others that a cornered Nebula could still take them all down. He then addresses the fallen heretic, clarifying their true objective here. He offers a deal. Reveal the pen's owner and heretics can walk away. A pretty generous offer, all things considered. But Nebula just laughs, knowing the Holy Order is already on its way to clean house. With a look of pure contempt, she questions why she should ever trust her enemies. But Jack begs Nebula to take the deal, his voice filled with desperation. He screams that as long as they're alive, there's still hope for their family. But his plea is cut short as Wangan strikes him down from behind, so much for family loyalty. Wangan's eyes are cold, his mind consumed by a singular, vengeful purpose. His blade flashes a blur of light as he renews his assault on the heretic. He drives Nebula back, his fury overwhelming her weakened defenses. Jiong screams for Evander to stop, trying to pull him back from the brink. Yuna warns him that a cornered B rank still has the power to kill them all. But Jiong's words reach him, triggering a vision of his younger self. He asks if his parents would truly want him to die for the sake of revenge. Ji-sung's words echo in Wangan's mind, showing him a vision of his younger self. He realizes his parents didn't die for revenge, but so that he could live on. The fire of vengeance finally begins to fade from his eyes. With a heavy heart, Wangan lowers his weapon, his personal war finally over. Seeing his resolve, Nebula finally relents, agreeing to give them the buyer's name. But she makes it clear this is no act of mercy. She warns them that knowing this secret will bring them unimaginable suffering. Sounds like a fun time. Jean keeps her weapon trained on the defeated heretics, taking no chances. The remaining members of Scrollgate can only watch, their rebellion officially crushed. The mysterious newcomer considers her words, knowing this is a dangerous path. The mysterious newcomer turns his back, walking away from the tense standoff. He pulls out a phone, his expression unreadable as he checks for an update. A sudden alert echoes through the vault as the newcomer stands apart from the group. Ji-sung steps forward, repeating the offer to the defeated heretic. Nebula laments that years of planning have been undone by a single cursed pen. She clenches her fist, still struggling to accept her complete and utter failure. She confesses they were only middlemen, selling the pen as soon as they acquired it. The newcomer questions her story, wondering why they'd give up such a powerful artifact. Nebula reveals the price was too tempting, over $1 billion for the sale. She explains that with that money, they could have bought their way back into the Holy Order's good graces. The mysterious newcomer offers Nebula a chance to escape with her life. But Wangan is receiving a very different message from his superiors. He takes his orders from the highest authority, vowing to obey. The voice on the line promises a great reward for his unwavering loyalty, a reward that will be delivered by the apostle himself. But Wangan insists this isn't about a reward, it's about destiny. On the other end, a cloaked figure accepts his zealous reply. The apostle of Korea gives his final chilling command. Guess there's no middle management in the Holy Order. Back in the vault, Jean holds the defeated Scrollgate members at gunpoint. But her concentration is shattered by a sudden, shocking development. But Wangan ignores the deal, walking forward with his shield at the ready. Jean can only stare in horror, realizing her teammate is about to break the truce. Ji-sung is still reeling from the price tag, unable to comprehend $1 billion sale. The mysterious newcomer wonders aloud who has that kind of money to just throw around. Seeing their resolve, Nebula finally agrees to give them the name they seek. She reveals the buyer belongs to a blessed and powerful bloodline. The scene shifts to London, home of this mysterious and wealthy house. Nebula explains they are the age-old enemies of the legendary house Hugo. The pen was purchased by none other than the bloodline's heir apparent. A woman who is one of the 10 most powerful writers in the entire world. Nebula reveals the buyer's name, Isabella Dickens. Ji-sung can't believe it, the pen is in the hands of House Dickens. He realizes this could trigger an all-out war between the two great houses. Nebula warns that if the Dickens family finds out, they're all dead. Salim considers the new information, realizing how much this complicates their mission. Nebula explains Isabella is not just powerful, but infamous for her cruelty. A vision of her sadistic nature flashes, a chilling display of her power. Selim recalls her aura, describing her as an ice-cold psychopath. Sounds like a lovely person. Wangan is stunned, demanding to know how Salim knows such a powerful figure. Selim explains he met her often as a child when his family lived in England. But Nebula's eyes narrow with cold fury, her deal with the writers now broken. A terrified Jack suddenly screams for help, his face a mask of pure panic. He stumbles towards the team, who can only wonder what's happening now. He points back towards the heretics, trying to warn them of a new threat. But when they turn, the vault is completely empty. The heretics have vanished. The mysterious newcomer grits his teeth, realizing they've somehow escaped. He orders the others to follow, determined not to let them get away. But he stops short, finding Jean unconscious on the floor. Yuna checks her pulse, confirming their teammate is alive but knocked out. The newcomer looks up, a new shocking realization dawning on him. But Wangan's eyes are wide with horror, realizing what's just happened. The rest of the Scrollgate members lie dead, a brutal massacre in the vault's entrance. Nebula can only stare at the body of her fallen lover, her voice trembling. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated grief as she calls out his name. Keon sits lifeless against the wall, his fight finally and brutally ended. Nebula collapses to her knees, screaming that they broke their promise. But Wangan stands over her, coldly declaring she got exactly what she deserved. Her final scream is cut short as his blade ends her life and the truce for good. He and the newcomer stand over the body of the fallen heretic, their mission complete. In her final moments, Keon holds her, a tragic end to their twisted story. A single tear marks the end of the legendary heretic's reign. But Wangan's quest for vengeance is not yet complete. He turns to the last survivor, declaring there's one more to kill. Salem shields the terrified Jack, pleading for his teammate to stop. But Wangan is beyond reason, his power cracking the very ground he stands on. He charges forward, a blur of righteous fury aimed at the last heretic. Ji-sung, now back to his normal self, screams for his friend to stop this madness. He watches in horror as Wangan barrels towards their own teammate. Wangan orders Salem to get out of his way, his mind consumed by bloodlust. He delivers a final, chilling ultimatum, move or die with him. But Ji-sung intercepts the attack, his scythe blocking Wangan's furious punch. He screams at his teammate, demanding Evander snap out of his bloodlust. But Wangan pushes back, ordering them to move aside as he follows his orders. His face is a mask of pure rage, convinced they have to kill the last survivor. Ji-sung tries to reason with him, understanding his anger but refusing to back down. But his eyes glow with a cold fury as he delivers a final, chilling warning. He declares that no one threatens Selim, punctuating the point with his fist. The punch sends Wangan flying across the vault, completely caught off guard. He crashes into the far wall, the impact echoing through the silent chamber. Dazed and defeated, Wangan can only sit in the rubble, his rampage finally over. Yuna steps forward, telling Wangan he's gone way too far. She reminds him they had a deal, a promise they just broke. Wangan's hand trembles, the fire of his rage finally extinguished. Ji-sung kneels beside him, declaring his long war is finally over. He tells his friend that the burden of revenge is finally lifted. The words hit Wangan, the weight of 2 decades finally crashing down. But Wangan gets up, walking towards a glowing panel on the wall. He then turns, his footsteps echoing as he approaches Selim and Jack. Salem grabs him, desperately trying to hold his teammate back. His eyes burn with resolve, ready to protect the last survivor. Wangan collapses to his knees, the weight of his actions finally crashing down. He begs for forgiveness, realizing he almost crossed a line he could never come back from. With his revenge complete, memories of his happy family flood his mind. But the happy moments are consumed by fire, leaving him with nothing but emptiness. Their moment is cut short by the sound of approaching footsteps. A man from the Holy Order arrives, flanked by his intimidating entourage. Looks like the cleanup crew is here. He smirks, confirming he's found the stolen printing press right where he expected. He places a hand on the legendary machine, a look of reverence on his face. With a soft voice, he tells the priceless artifact it's time to come home. Sometime later, the team arrives back at the Seoul airport, their mission finally over. The team walks through the bustling airport, the mission's next phase already underway. Selim sighs, lamenting that their goal is now further away than ever. He explains their new plan, steal the pen from an S-rank writer. Simple, right? And to make matters worse, their target is on the other side of the world in London. But Selim tries to find a silver lining in their new travel plans. He excitedly declares this will be their first trip to Europe, much to Ji-sung's annoyance. Ji-sung scoffs, sarcastically asking if he really thinks it's their first time. He jokes that their sophisticated faces clearly have some European heritage. But his friend's optimism earns him a playful tap on the arm. Ji-sung teases that Salem's heritage might be from a bit further south. Selim playfully ruffles his hair, joking that Ji-sung is just jealous of his curls. Ji-sung dismisses the comment as they wait, unaware of a hooded figure watching them. The stalker mutters Selim's name, gnawing their thumb with a disturbing intensity. They seethe with contempt, calling his pen name completely ridiculous. They pull up Selim's profile, marking him as the target they need to eliminate. All this, just to win the favor of their mysterious master. The stalker dreams of a promotion, hoping to replace a rival named Ajar. But their motive shifts from ambition to pure, unadulterated obsession. Their eyes gleam with a delusional hope that their master might even marry them. Well, that escalated quickly. The object of their affection is revealed, Julius of House Hugo. The stalker offers a chilling, silent apology to their unsuspecting target. They explain that their master, Julius, isn't allowed to have any brothers. Sounds like a family drama is about to get very violent. The stalker accuses Selim of stealing their master's power and vows to make him pay. They reveal they've been tracking Selim ever since he defeated a D rank in a bar fight. For weeks, they've been watching his every move from the shadows. They've dug into his past, noting he's an orphan with no known family. They were surprised by his rapid recovery after the D rank's attack. And his unique ability to enter the world of books was a dead giveaway. They knew then that Selim possessed the unawakened power of a blessed bloodline, and with that realization, they pull a blade, ready to end his story for good. The stalker identifies their target, the supposed bastard son of House Hugo. With the two friends alone, the stalker sees the perfect opportunity to strike. They're certain Master Hugo will reward them for taking this bloody initiative, but their phone buzzes, delivering the results of a secret DNA test. The results are shocking, a 0% match. Selim isn't a Hugo after all. Unaware of their observer, Jiong teases Selim about being his personal bodyguard. He jokes that he's lost count of all the times he's had to save his friend. From the shadows, the stalker listens as Jiong demands a drink as payment. But Selim argues back, reminding Jiong of his own sacrifices. The two friends continue their playful bickering, completely oblivious to the danger. The stalker muses that Selim needs to be careful, as his victories will start to raise questions. They smirk, knowing people will just assume he's the heir to some powerful bloodline. But their assassination plan is interrupted as a familiar voice calls out to the two friends. It's Yuna, sporting a completely new look that catches them both by surprise. She points out Ji-sung's new haircut before questioning his early morning drinking habits. Yuna insists she's not the one with the problem, gesturing towards Ji-sung's beer. He fires back, teasing her new style, but she coolly explains it's her off-duty look. The three friends share a laugh, their reunion a welcome break from the constant tension. But their moment is cut short as a young woman calls out, accompanied by a nervous-looking man. The man stammers a greeting, clearly intimidated by the group of powerful writers. The woman is revealed to be Jean, and the full team finally assembles at the airport. On the flight to London, the team passes the time, the tension of their last mission still lingering. Ji-sung tries to console Wangan, reminding him he was only following orders from the apostle. But Wangan is consumed by guilt, admitting he lost control and hurt his own teammate. Ji-sung reassures him, revealing they all kept his secret about letting Jack go free. He tells his friend to keep his head up, and for a moment Wangan seems to listen. With a final pat on the back, Ji-sung leads him to rejoin the rest of the team. But as he walks, Wangan's hand tightens on his bag, his expression hardening. A cold, unsettling smirk spreads across his face, hidden from his friends. It seems Ji-sung's words of comfort had the exact opposite effect. This is not good. Wangan calls out to the team, reminding them they need to be at their best. He reminds them of the stakes. Success will make Nocturn the top publisher in Asia. The scene flashes back to Ji-sung in a bookstore, telling Selim he can't get involved. He insists he's trying to protect his friend from the dangers of his world. Back in the present, the team browses a duty-free shop, a moment of calm before the storm. But Ji-sung's mind is elsewhere, recalling the day the Holy Order murdered his mother. He excuses himself, heading into the airport restroom to be alone with his thoughts. Inside, he stands alone, the weight of his past and future pressing down on him. He pulls out the deducer's pen, the source of his recent power surge. He knows the artifact not only helped them defeat Scrollgate, but also concealed his true strength. He knows his team thinks the artifact is the source of his new strength. He asks the pen for the truth, demanding to know the origin of his power. But the entity within apologizes, explaining its abilities are limited. It can't reveal his past, only the best weapon to defeat his next foe. So much for a magical all-knowing artifact. His moment of reflection is cut short by the final boarding call for London. He rushes to rejoin his team, their next mission officially underway. The plane soars through the sky, carrying the writers to a new continent. Elsewhere, a phone displays the image of a masked, smiling subordinate. A powerful figure with white hair receives a report about an E-rank in Seoul. The masked man greets his master, the head of House Hugo, with unsettling glee. The masked subordinate reports that Selim isn't the writer they're looking for. He nervously asks his master not to be mad, though he seems a little too excited by the idea of punishment. He quickly pivots, claiming he has a new, more promising lead. And now for the good news, he's made a very important discovery. He reveals he knows who stole the legendary pen from his master. The thief, he explains, was none other than Isabella Dickens. The name sends a shockwave through both master and servant. Master Hugo stands calmly, processing this very dangerous new information. His subordinate asks what he plans to do now that their rival has the pen. But the head of House Hugo just smirks, a new dangerous plan already forming. Master Hugo tells his subordinate that their house is threatened from all sides. He stands on a high balcony declaring it's time for them to act. He looks out over the grand cathedral, a silent resolve in his eyes. He vows to finally get his own house in order. Guess spring cleaning is coming early for House Hugo. The scene shifts to London, where our team has finally arrived. Ji-sung walks through a museum, his mind clearly on the mission.
He pulls out the deducer's pen, recalling his research into the artifact.
He's learned that these pens are filled with their owner's blood, a way to preserve their power. And he's discovered this isn't the only pen Doyle ever created. The author's most famous pen is right here in the Museum of London. The clock ticks by, each second an eternity as he waits. He stands in line at the museum, grumbling about the slow pace. He hopes this pen can finally give him answers about his long-lost father. He overhears a child marveling at the pen's power, a simple but effective display. Finally, it's his turn, granted a single minute with the legendary artifact. The guard explains its history, warning him about a waiver for forbidden questions. Guess some truths are better left unknown. Ji-sung hands over the signed waiver, ready to take the risk. He's led into a private room, where the pen sits under a glass dome. He knows he has to choose his questions carefully, with only a minute on the clock. But his eyes dart to a security camera. He's being watched very closely. He cuts straight to the point, asking the pen if it knows the identity of his father. The pen confirms that it does, and Ji-sung realizes he can't ask for a name with the cameras watching. He asks if his father died recently and if he was famous. The pen answers yes to both. This rules out the heretic theory, so he presses further, asking if his father was world famous. The pen's answer is a definitive certainly, confirming his father's global renown. But his time is up, and the guard returns to end the session just as things were getting interesting. The guard offers him VIP access, but Ji-sung politely declines, his mind already racing. He walks away, the truth settling in. His father was a world-famous writer. And that can only mean one thing. He's the illegitimate heir to a powerful bloodline. As Big Ben chimes, Ji-sung walks through London, the weight of his new identity heavy on his shoulders. The team walks through the streets of London, a rare moment of calm after their brutal mission. Salim is completely starstruck by the sight of Big Ben, marveling at the iconic landmark. Ji-sung teases Yuna for being so uptight, but she's thoroughly unimpressed by the giant clock. She scoffs at the sight, claiming she's seen it 1,000 times before. Salim realizes she must have lived here as a child, given her family's roots in the city. But Yuna quickly shuts down the topic, refusing to talk about her past. Ji-sung just laughs, joking that a few beers will surely lighten her mood. But as they continue their walk, they're being watched from the rooftops above. A mysterious figure welcomes the writers to London, their arrival clearly anticipated. Her mismatched eyes, one pink and one blue, glow with a predatory light. The team continues their tour, their footsteps echoing through the historic streets. Wangan can only stare in awe, completely overwhelmed by the sight before them. A strange flag flies high above, a red sword piercing the Union Jack. They've arrived at an enormous palace, and Ji-sung questions the unusual emblem. Salim explains with a grin that the flags mean they're standing before a royal residence. Jean clarifies that the emblem belongs to none other than the king himself. He reveals the king's name, Harry Shakespeare, heir to the most powerful writer bloodline in the world. Ji-sung is genuinely impressed by the revelation, but he questions this, remembering that House Hugo was supposed to be the most powerful. Salim nervously admits that determining the true number one is a complicated matter. Salim explains that the heirs of both Hugo and Shakespeare are called prophets. Ji-sung asks if this means Harry Shakespeare is literally the king of the country. Salim enthusiastically confirms that he is, in fact, the ruling monarch. He recounts how the Shakespeares allied with the Holy Order in the 19th century. Their one condition was that the throne of Britain would be passed to their house. Wangan is thrilled by the idea, calling a writer-ruled country a paradise. But Salim clarifies that this has created a society where writers look down on others. Wangan jokes that this explains Yuna's famously arrogant attitude. She fires back that spending time with Ji-sung just inflates her own intelligence. Ji-sung cuts in, reminding them of their mission and asking if they're close to their target. Salim explains they've arrived in the writer's district, the heart of London's publishing world. But Jean voices her concern, questioning the risk of infiltrating Red Eye Press. Ji-sung's expression is grim. He knows they have no other option. He reveals that Red Eye's CEO is Yuna's mother, giving them a massive head start. Well, that's an awkward family reunion waiting to happen. He's certain their rivals already know the pen is in Isabella Dickens's possession. Wangan adds that the Dickens family is notoriously reclusive, making a direct approach impossible. Yuna proposes a new plan. Let Red Eye do the hard work and then steal their intel. And so, their new target becomes the British head office of Red Eye Press. They arrive to find the building already bustling with Red Eye's elite writers. But from across the street, a faceless writer in a red uniform watches their every move. Selim is impressed by the sheer scale of the Red Eye headquarters. A woman explains that this is their main office, as Red Eye is originally a British house. Jiong grumbles that no matter where they go, they can't escape their rivals. Wangan agrees, his expression grim as he watches the enemy territory. But their stakeout is interrupted by the arrival of a sleek black car. A limousine pulls up to the curb, signaling the arrival of a VIP. Two men in sharp suits step out, their movements professional and precise. One of them opens the back door, ready to greet their important passenger. Jiong's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the figure stepping out. It's none other than Yuna's mother, the CEO of Red Eye Press herself. Well, this just got personal. Her name is Helena Hemingway, the powerful CEO of Red Eye Press. From the sidelines, a hooded figure scoffs, annoyed by this new development. Wangan watches them arrive, realizing the plot has just gotten much thicker. Helena leads her elite writers, a formidable force ready for action. Jiong can only grit his teeth, furious at the sight of his rivals. He knows they're planning something big, and it's going to happen soon. Jiong agrees they need to act quickly, but his thought is cut short. A panicked Red Eye writer rushes past screaming that he's late for the meeting. He barrels straight into an unsuspecting civilian, sending him crashing to the ground. The writer offers a clumsy apology as the team looks on, completely baffled. The writer yells at the man he bumped into as the team watches the confrontation unfold. But his bravado vanishes as he recognizes the man, a writer named Zach. Zach tries to brush him off, claiming he's lucky he's in a hurry. He pulls his cap down, clearly trying to hide his face from the crowd. The Red Eye writer gets a better look, his suspicion growing by the second. He studies Zach's face, a flicker of recognition as he tries to place him. He asks if they've met before, but Zach remains completely silent. But Jiong intervenes, knocking the writer out cold with a single punch. Guess that's one way to de-escalate a situation. He catches the unconscious man, confident he's just erased a very short-term memory. The surrounding crowd can only stare in shock as Jiong holds the limp body. The crowd reacts with a mix of horror and prejudice at the sudden violence. But Zach grabs Jiong, pulling him away from the scene they just created. From across the street, a red-haired woman watches their escape with keen interest. Her sharp gaze follows them, a silent observer to the unfolding chaos. The group finally finds a quiet alley to catch their breath after the frantic escape. One of the strangers sighs with relief, glad they managed to get away clean. But Zach is furious, demanding to know if Jiong ever thinks before acting. He reminds our boy that his little stunt almost got them all arrested. Jiong argues back, insisting it was necessary to protect their identities. He smirks, suggesting a little gratitude is in order. Zach is not amused. Jiong points out that his little stunt kept Zach's mother from finding him, but Zach just turns away, coldly stating that his family is none of Jiong's business. Jean asks what their next move is, with their original plan now completely compromised. She knows that trying to infiltrate the Red Eye headquarters is far too risky. Jiong agrees, realizing they need a new strategy to get to the pen. But Zach has an idea, suggesting a nearby bar where they can gather intel. Jiong teases him, but Zach clarifies this is a special bar, exclusively for writers. Of course it is. He's certain it's the perfect place to learn about the Dickens family's movements. The red-haired boy is thrilled, eager to experience a real London pub. And so, with a new destination in mind, the group heads off into the city. Zach leads the team down a quiet London street, their new plan in motion. Jiong eyes their destination, noting it looks a bit rough around the edges. He teases Yuna about her high standards as a shadowy figure watches from an alley. But they're not the only ones with an interest in the team's arrival. Zach promises them that the evening is about to get very interesting indeed. The stranger smirks, his attention fixed solely on a very unimpressed Yuna. Inside, the team finds themselves in a bustling pub, a rare moment of calm. But Zach's intense gaze tells them this is no ordinary bar. He explains that this establishment is exclusively for writers. And with a little liquid courage, these writers are known to spill their secrets. This should be fun. Jiong reminds the team to stay sharp. Any writer here could be their lead. But Zach tells him to relax, warning that his serious face will draw unwanted attention. He raises his glass, urging them to enjoy their rare trip to London. The team joins in, toasting to the pen they're determined to claim as their own. They all take a long drink, a brief moment of camaraderie before the mission continues. Yuna downs her entire pint in one go, much to Ji-sung's complete surprise. She slams the empty glass down, the move echoing with practiced confidence. Her eyes flash with a familiar, intense light. She declares the London beer is far better than the swill from back in Seoul. Ji-sung dryly notes that at her pace, she won't be able to tell the difference soon. Yuna challenges Ji-sung, declaring the next round of drinks is on him. He smirks, questioning why he's suddenly footing the bill for a wealthy heiress. The two head back to the bar, their playful argument continuing. Meanwhile, Selim and Wangan have a much more somber conversation. Selim tells his friend he's glad he decided to join them on this mission. He's confident that with Wangan on their side, they'll find the pen quickly. But Wangan's expression darkens as he asks if Selim is still angry with him. Selim is taken aback, confused as to why his friend would think that. He reminds Wangan that he was only following the apostles' direct orders. And he adds that helping Jack escape proved his heart was in the right place. He insists they did the right thing, recalling how they let Jack escape. Wangan nervously agrees, still processing the events of their last mission. Jean chimes in, calling Wangan a good person for his act of mercy. But Wangan's guilt shifts to Jean, remembering how he knocked her unconscious. He apologizes, his expression filled with genuine remorse for his actions. But Jan reassures him, recalling she just woke up safely in Selim's arms. Selim laughs it off, grabbing his drink to propose a toast to the team. The three of them raise their glasses, a moment of unity after the chaos. Wangan finally smiles, the weight of his guilt seemingly lifted for a moment. Back at the bar, another drink is served, the night just getting started. Ji-sung grabs another round, the price of a pint a small one to pay. But he turns to Yuna, his expression suddenly turning serious. He thanks her for stepping in before Wangan's rage consumed him completely. But Yuna just shrugs it off, reminding him they're all on the same side. She adds with a smirk that she's sure he could have handled Wangan alone. She notes his recent power surge, connecting it to the pen he stole. Ji-sung pulls out the artifact, confirming her theory without a word. He admits the deducer's pen is a prize he won't be giving up, but his little show and tell has just attracted some unwanted attention. A woman from a rival house compliments the pen and its handsome owner. Looks like trouble just found them. The woman asks about Ji-sung's origins, clearly intrigued by the newcomer. Ji-sung lies, claiming to be a Japanese writer on a business trip. Her companion points out his blue eyes, a feature not common in Japan. He quickly explains he's half Japanese, a detail that only piques her interest more. But her partner gets a little too close for comfort, asking for his name. Their conversation is cut short as a book flies through the air. A new writer grabs the woman by the collar, his face a mask of pure rage. He screams at her, furious that she dared to interrupt his group. The women recognize the newcomers as the Saints, realizing this is about to get ugly. A red-haired woman steps in, grabbing his fist and escalating the confrontation. The man shoves the woman, furious that a non-writer dares ask about the Dickens family. From the bar, Ji-sung's eyes narrow, watching the confrontation escalate. Yuna's gaze is cold, thoroughly unimpressed by the pub's local bullies. He sends the woman crashing to the floor, promising to teach her a lesson. He scoffs, clearly enjoying his position of power over the helpless woman. She can only beg for him to stop, completely at his mercy on the dirty floor. She claims she didn't know this was a writers-only establishment, but her attacker just calls her a liar, his boot ready to strike again. He accuses her of coming here specifically to find powerful writers for her own gain. She confesses she's just a fan, hoping to get her manuscript to Isabella Dickens. A classic case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The two men laugh, mocking the woman's desperate plea. The leader scoffs, questioning why Isabella Dickens would ever read her work. But the woman reveals she knows about an upcoming ceremony, begging them to deliver her manuscript. Her words stop them cold, their amusement turning to suspicion. The leader leans in, impressed by how much this cockroach knows. He raises his foot, deciding it's time to exterminate the pest. But his attack is stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. Ji-sung steps in, calmly getting the bully's attention. He points out that this isn't very gentlemanly behavior. Guess chivalry isn't dead after all. Ji-sung's eyes narrow, disappointed in the manners of British writers. The writer is furious, demanding to know who dares to interrupt him. He glares at Ji-sung, asking if the foreigner has a death wish. But Ji-sung is unimpressed, promising to teach the bully a lesson in manners. The bully's companion calls out, her tone dripping with contempt. The two of them now surround Jisung, ready to make him regret his words. The man cracks his knuckles, vowing to make Jisung pay for his insolence. Jisung's eyes glow with a cold light, accepting the challenge. He pulls out the deducer's pen, ready to even the odds. Guess diplomacy is officially off the table. He tosses the artifact into the air, summoning its dark, swirling power. The pen's signature red eye opens, its ancient power now fully awakened. The bullies charge forward, their dark energy swirling around them. Yuna screams for Jisung to stop, knowing this is the worst possible place for a fight. But our boy is armed with a new weapon, the pen now a massive fan as he taunts his foe. The bullies' casual clothes dissolve, replaced by uniforms as their power flares. Jisung's eyes glow, his expression a mask of cold, unwavering confidence. The group of riders takes their stance, ready to put this upstart in his place. He realizes the pen has transformed, giving him the perfect tool to win this fight. Now he just needs to figure out how to use it before he gets his face rearranged. Yuna can only watch, realizing a brawl is now completely unavoidable. But their standoff is interrupted by the sound of a slow, deliberate clap. A new rider steps in, calmly telling everyone there's no need for a commotion. The bully points to the fallen woman, outing her as a non-rider to his leader. He seethes with rage, furious she had the nerve to approach them with her work. But Jisung steps in, claiming the woman is their unpaid intern, a likely story. He warns them with a cold glare that they won't be laying a hand on her. The newcomer seems impressed by Jisung's weapon, his expression unreadable. He calmly asks who they are, completely unfazed by the tense standoff. The massive fan dissolves, reverting back to the legendary deducer's pen. Jisung repeats his cover story, claiming to be from a Japanese publisher. He catches the pen, insisting they're only in London on business. The newcomer acknowledges their cover story, intrigued by the writers from Japan. He presses for details, asking which Japanese publisher they represent. Jisung remains evasive, refusing to give up any specific names. The man seems to accept this, understanding the need for corporate secrecy. He then extends an invitation, revealing he works for the powerful Saints Press. Yuna's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the man before them. The man is identified as Elliot Lennon, as the red-haired boy questions their group's name. Elliot explains their name is a tribute to Britain's greatest musicians. He reveals the band is the Beatles, and that his group are their direct heirs. The full team is revealed, the heirs to a legendary musical bloodline. Guess the band really is back together. Elliot explains his house specializes in music-related stories and biographies. He offers a potential business deal, and Jisung carefully considers the proposition. But Yuna gives him a subtle warning, a hand gripping his leg under the table. She tells him to be careful, her voice low and filled with suspicion. Zach agrees, convinced this whole situation has trap written all over it. But the hooded writer with them insists that Elliot is actually telling the truth. Zach's companion is stunned, asking how he could possibly know that. The hooded writer reveals he and Elliot were classmates back in high school. Well, this is an awkward reunion. He decides to keep his face hidden, hoping his old schoolmate won't recognize him. Seeing an opportunity, Jisung agrees, hoping to learn more about the Dickens family. The red-haired boy asks what they're supposed to do with the woman they just saved. She introduces herself as Jaya, timidly asking if she can come with them. Jisung explains that since he called her their intern, they're pretty much stuck with her. With their new companion in tow, Jisung turns and accepts Elliot's deal. Elliot claps, delighted by the outcome, and invites them to his nearby office. The members of Saints Press lead the way through the streets of London. As they follow, Jaya thanks the team for stepping in to protect her. The red-haired boy plays the hero, insisting it's a writer's duty to help non-writers. But Jaya admits she knew the pub was exclusive. She was looking for Isabella Dickens. Well, that's a convenient coincidence. She declares herself the S-Rank's biggest fan, admitting she's even copied her work. Jisung teases Jaya about her enthusiasm, recalling she mentioned a reception. She confirms she learned about the event from something called the IDSF. Jean is confused by the acronym, asking for a little clarification. Jaya explains it's the Isabella Dickens Stan Forum, a hub for her dedicated fans. The red-haired boy can only marvel at her impressive level of dedication. She reveals a post on the forum mentioned Isabella was organizing a reception, but the post was vague, leaving her to search for the details on her own. Jisung's expression turns serious, this new intel clearly sparking an idea. She asks if they'll deliver her manuscript, and the boy eagerly agrees to help. But Wangan, flipping through the manuscript, can only offer a very unconvincing review. Wangan's face says it all. He thinks Jaya's manuscript is an absolute train wreck. The two groups walk across a bridge as the sun sets, an uneasy truce between them. Jiong decides to test the waters, asking Elliot about the Dickens family reception. Elliot just smirks, casually admitting he might have heard a thing or two. But his gaze sharpens as he turns the interrogation back on Jiong. He asks why a Japanese writer speaks English with a distinctly Korean accent. Well, that's awkward. Jiong grits his teeth, realizing his cover has been completely blown. The two groups stop, the friendly atmosphere evaporating into a tense standoff. Elliot explains his company has been working with a famous K-pop writer. Jiong glares, realizing Elliot has known their true identity this entire time. Elliot cracks his knuckles, revealing he knows they're from Nocturn Press. Jiong is stunned, wondering how their cover was blown so easily. Elliot explains he was just testing them, curious to see how long they'd keep up the act. He then turns his attention to Yuna, addressing her by name with a familiar tone. The hooded writer finally reveals his face, confirming he and Elliot are old acquaintances. Elliot smirks, admitting the writer's move to Nocturn was big news even in London. Jiong cuts to the chase, demanding to know what Elliot really wants from them. Elliot proposes a duel, pulling out a pair of knives to settle things the British way. He offers a deal. Win, and they get an invite to the Dickens reception. But if they lose, he gets to keep Jiong's legendary S-rank pen. Jiong's eyes narrow as he considers the high-stakes proposition. Wangan tries to step in, offering to take Jiong's place in the duel. But Jiong stops him, confident he can handle this fight on his own. With a confident smirk, he accepts the challenge, sealing the deal. Elliot seems pleased, a smug grin on his face as he takes a drag from his cigarette. He lays out the rules, revealing a butterfly knife is the only permitted weapon. He tosses a matching blade to Jiong, who catches it with practiced ease. Jiong examines the weapon, his expression unreadable as he weighs his options. Elliot clarifies the terms. The first one to yield is the loser. Simple enough. And without another word, he lunges forward, the duel officially underway. The blade flashes, drawing first blood across Jiong's cheek. Elliot's attack was just a taste, a warning of what's to come. He clarifies the stakes. Jiong either yields or he dies. So much for a friendly wager. The two groups stand on opposite ends of the bridge as the sun sets. Jiong wipes away the blood, his expression hardening with resolve. Elliot taunts him, pointing out he's already bleeding before the fight's even begun. Yuna calls out, trying to convince Jiong that this foolish duel isn't worth it. The hooded writer agrees, calling the duel crude and beneath him. But Elliot just smirks, chiding Yuna for her lack of support. He laments that even in high school, she was immune to his charms. Guess some things never change. Yuna's glare is pure venom, regretting she didn't silence him years ago. But Elliot just takes a drag, sarcastically claiming he's terrified. He turns to Jiong, asking if he's enjoying the show. He frames the duel as a fight to the death for Yuna's affection. He calls it a Greek tragedy, his blade glowing with anticipation. But Jiong has had enough talk, expertly flipping his own knife. With a cold look, he declares it's time for them to play. The two writers face off, the setting sun casting long shadows. Their teams can only watch from the sidelines as the duel begins. But Jiong smirks, revealing he let Elliot land that hit just to gauge his strength. Our boy is a quick study. Jiong challenges Elliot, promising to show him the power of a top Korean writer. Elliot seems impressed by the change in attitude, readying his own blade for round 2. But he declares he's upping the stakes, a dangerous glint in his eye. He stomps the ground, launching himself forward with explosive speed. The two writers clash in a blur of motion, their blades ready to strike. Jiong expertly deflects the attack with a well-placed kick to the arm. But Elliot catches his leg, stopping our boy's counterattack cold. Jiong's eyes burn with resolve, promising this time will be different. Elliot just smirks, revealing this was all part of his plan. He drops his knife, revealing the feint as he points out Jiong's fatal mistake. Classic misdirection. With a flick of his foot, Jiong catches the second knife, now dual-wielding against his opponent. The two are locked in a furious struggle, their auras flaring as they push for dominance. Elliot is impressed, admitting that the kid is a surprisingly quick study. But Jiong just smirks, promising he's even faster than Elliot can imagine. He breaks the stalemate, launching a furious assault that Elliot barely manages to block. Jiong follows up with a powerful kick, aiming to end this quickly. The blow lands hard, a brutal strike straight to Elliot's midsection. Elliot stumbles back, catching himself just before he hits the ground, but he just smirks, taking a drag from his cigarette, clearly enjoying the fight. Ji-sung removes his jacket, asking his opponent if he's ready to surrender yet. Elliot brushes off his jacket, admitting he'll have to actually try now. His teammate snaps his fingers, offering to serenade them with a little music. The members of Saints Press surround Ji-sung, their auras flaring to life. Elliot declares Ji-sung has a front row seat to their concert as his team powers up. Yuna is furious, reminding Elliot that a duel is supposed to be one-on-one. Wangan steps in front of Ji-sung, ready to even the odds and fight together. But Elliot just smirks, telling them all to calm down. He snaps his fingers, insisting he's not breaking any of the duel's rules. He just prefers to fight with a little magical accompaniment. Of course he does. A full band's worth of instruments materializes from pure energy. The members of Saints Press begin to play, their instruments glowing with a vibrant energy. Ji-sung now faces a full spectral band as Elliot asks if this is more to his liking. Ji-sung knows this is a trap, but for now they're just playing music. He accepts the new terms, challenging Elliot to prove his band is any good. Elliot just smirks, promising they won't be disappointed as he lunges forward. He soars through the air, his movements now enhanced by the magical melody. He declares that for his house, rhythm is in their very blood. Elliot uses a glowing musical note as a springboard, launching a powerful kick. Ji-sung blocks the attack, but Elliot's movements are unpredictable and fluid. Ji-sung's eyes widen as he realizes Elliot changed direction mid-air. Ji-sung's movements are fluid, a blur of motion as he dodges the enhanced attack. Elliot spins through the air, his strike completely missing its intended target. Their blades clash, a high-speed exchange as the two riders test each other's limits. The duel becomes a deadly dance, their steps perfectly matched on the bridge. Elliot compliments his opponent's footwork, calling him a wonderful dancer. But Ji-sung is unimpressed, his focus entirely on the fight ahead. With a smirk, Elliot declares it's a shame he'll have to kill such a talented rival. He lunges again, but Ji-sung is ready, his eyes tracking every single move. Elliot drops his knife, repeating the same feint he used just moments before. But Ji-sung's eyes narrow. He's already learned his opponent's predictable rhythm. But Elliot uses a glowing musical note to teleport the dropped knife back into his hand. He catches the blade mid-air, his feint turning into a deadly surprise attack. Ji-sung's eyes widen, realizing too late that the knife is back in Elliot's hand. The blade plunges deep into his shoulder, a brutal and decisive strike. Blood sprays from the wound as Ji-sung stumbles back, the fight taking a grim turn. He plants his foot, trying to regain his balance after the devastating blow. He clutches his arm, cursing himself for falling for such a cheap trick. He grits his teeth in agony, realizing the blade must have severed a tendon. With a pained gasp, he confirms he can no longer move his arm. Well, this duel is officially over. Elliot just smirks, taunting the injured Ji-sung to try and keep up. Elliot declares the show is only just beginning as he launches another aerial assault. He dances through the air, using the magical notes as platforms for his relentless attacks. The red-haired boy screams a warning, trying to get through to a struggling Ji-sung. He explains the band is channeling their power through their instruments to aid their leader. Ji-sung realizes Elliot is moving in perfect sync with the music, his every step guided by the rhythm. He's trapped in a cage of sound and light, struggling to keep up with the melody of battle. It's as if Elliot knows every note before it's played, predicting the flow of the fight perfectly. Ji-sung dodges and weaves, but his opponent is a blur of motion, impossible to pin down. He can barely track his opponent's movements through the storm of magical music. And with another flash of steel, Elliot lands a deep cut across Ji-sung's chest. Elliot presses his assault, a blur of motion powered by the magical rhythm. Ji-sung can only curse, his injured arm making it impossible to fight back effectively. He's torn apart by a flurry of slashes, his body a canvas of red. The red-haired boy screams his name, convinced the fight is already lost. He urges the others to intervene, but Wangan remains surprisingly calm. He stops his teammate, insisting that Ji-sung can still win this on his own. Wangan puts his faith in the deducer's pen, certain it will protect its master. But the red-haired boy can only watch in horror, his faith clearly shaken. Elliot taunts his bloodied opponent, asking if he's ready to surrender yet. Ji-sung knows he can't predict the attacks. He'll have to rely on pure instinct to survive. Elliot smirks, seeing the unbroken will still burning in Ji-sung's eyes. He mockingly laments that this has to end, promising his next strike will be fatal. The red-haired boy screams at Wangan, insisting they can't just stand by and watch. Wangan grits his teeth, wondering why Ji-sung won't use the S-rank pen. Jean agrees. her voice filled with desperation as she pleads for them to intervene. Ji-sung's knife clatters to the ground, his blood staining the cold steel. But he remains standing, declaring he didn't come all this way just to die. With a final surge of defiance, he challenges Elliot to end this now. Elliot is amused by the bravado, happy to grant him a hero's death. The members of Saints Press unleash their final crescendo, a symphony of destruction. Elliot launches himself forward, ready for the final act of their deadly performance. A confident smirk spreads across his face, certain of his victory. But Ji-sung catches the pen, a sudden realization cutting through the pain. He finally understands how to break his opponent's rhythm. He hurls the artifact, not at Elliot, but at the music itself. The pen becomes a projectile, shattering the magical notes one by one. Elliot's expression hardens, realizing his grand finale is being ruined. He uses the last of his power, tapping into one final desperate note. With a furious roar, he lunges forward for one last all-or-nothing strike. He promises this time there will be no encore. Guess the show's almost over. Elliot reveals his final move, aiming for Ji-sung's blind spot. He screams Ji-sung's name, certain this is the final blow. But Ji-sung, bloodied and beaten, thanks him for the performance. With a cold look, he declares it's time to end the show. He asks the deducer's pen for the perfect counter to a concerto. The artifact transforms, unfolding into a massive, intricate fan. The fan opens with a rush of air, its true purpose finally revealed. It descends, creating a wave of energy that silences the battlefield. Elliot's confident charge is cut short, his eyes wide with disbelief. He realizes with dawning horror that the music has completely vanished. Looks like the concert is officially over. Ji-sung's eyes scan the bridge, realizing the magical notes have completely vanished. Elliot is locked into his final attack, realizing far too late that his power source is gone. Ji-sung ducks under the now powerless lunge, declaring no sound is stronger than the wind. He delivers a brutal, lightning-fast uppercut straight to Elliot's jaw. The force of the blow sends Elliot flying, a gale-force strike to end the concert. He crashes to the ground, his knife clattering beside him as the duel comes to a decisive end. Ji-sung's team can only stare down at the defeated writer, their victory secured. The members of Saints Press are completely stunned, their confident leader now lying broken. The red-haired woman screams his name, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Ji-sung kneels over his fallen opponent, the duel finally and brutally won. Ji-sung looms over his defeated opponent, demanding the promised invitation. Elliot can only laugh, impressed by our boy's commitment to the mission. He admits he underestimated Ji-sung, his eyes fixed on the legendary pen. He knew the artifact was special, but a promise is a promise. He explains the reception is an annual event for Isabella's most loyal publishers. True to his word, he pulls out the coveted invitations from his jacket. He hands over 4 tickets, giving them the time and place for the exclusive event. But his teammates are furious, warning him of the dire consequences. The red-haired woman suggests a more permanent solution to their problem. Guest hospitality isn't their strong suit. But Elliot silences them, declaring that a deal is a deal. He lost fair and square. He tells his team to stand down, admitting they don't stand a chance against him. Elliot lights a cigarette, admitting he doesn't know who Ji-sung truly is. But as he takes a drag, he reveals he can sense something extraordinary. He sees a limitless power in Ji-sung, a potential far beyond his own. Later that night, the team settles into their hotel under a full moon. Inside one of the rooms, Ji-sung is still awake, processing the day's events. He stands in the bathroom, the steam rising as he washes away the blood. He runs a hand through his hair, his reflection staring back at him. But he stops, realizing his cuts have already scarred over completely. Even the deep wound on his shoulder, the one that severed a tendon, is gone. He recalls the brutal duel from just 2 days ago, a fight that should have left lasting damage. But he clenches his fist, realizing his recovery speed is completely unnatural. He remembers Elliot's words, sensing a limitless power growing within him. He pulls up an article on Elliot, knowing a B rank shouldn't have been so easy to defeat. He connects the dots, remembering the naming ceremony and the S rank reading. His memory flashes back to the news report of the attack on Notre Dame. He remembers a spectral figure appearing just 2 days after that attack. The pieces click into place. The Hugo ceremony, a transfer of power. His hand trembles as a horrifying possibility begins to form in his mind. He stares at his reflection, wondering if he's somehow absorbing a prophet's power. Selim finds Ji-sung lost in thought, asking if everything is all right. Ji-sung brushes it off, claiming he's just struggling with his wardrobe choices. Selim questions his miraculous recovery, but Ji-sung just flexes his arm, insisting he's fine. He turns away, telling his friend to get ready for the reception. But Selim stops him, his expression suddenly serious as he insists they need to talk. The playful mood vanishes, replaced by an unspoken tension between the two friends. Selim admits he's been piecing things together, connecting all the recent events. He points out the obvious. Ji-sung's power has grown at an impossible rate. He emphasizes that this isn't just growth, it's something else entirely. And then he drops the bombshell, voicing the very theory Ji-sung just realized himself. Selim finishes his theory, connecting Ji-sung's power to the legendary prophet of House Hugo. Ji-sung can only swallow hard, his silence a confession in itself. Dressed for the reception, Selim waits for his friend to finally tell him the truth. But their serious conversation is interrupted by an impatient Yuna who has some notes on their wardrobe. She complains that even Jean put in the effort to wear a full ball gown for the event. And speaking of Jean, she shyly reveals that Yuna was the one who helped her get ready. Selim is completely speechless, his face flushing at the sight of their transformed teammate. He finally manages to call her stunning, a sentiment no one in the room can deny. Even Ji-sung offers a genuine compliment, the tension of their earlier talk momentarily forgotten. But Yuna snaps them back to reality, demanding to know if Ji-sung is ready for the mission. Ji-sung gets ready, his mind focused on the dangerous mission ahead. The mysterious writer, now in a sharp suit, insists on one final run-through of their plan. Yuna takes charge, unrolling a detailed floor plan of the Dickens mansion. She reveals the mansion once belonged to her family, giving them a critical advantage. She points out the main hall, the heart of the reception, and their primary infiltration point. She assigns roles. Ji-sung, Selim, and Jean will run interference at the party. Meanwhile, Wangan's mission is to search the trophy room, the most likely location for the pen. The mysterious writer hands out earpieces, ensuring they can all stay in contact. Ji-sung puts in his earpiece, teasing Yuna about having to miss all the fun. But she explains she can't be recognized, adding that Isabella's parties have a dark reputation. Ji-sung teases Yuna, eager to see her in her natural habitat. But Yuna cuts him off, reminding him to focus on the mission and their rivals. Wangan clenches his fist, vowing they won't be outmaneuvered this time. He rallies the team, reminding them of the massive contract at stake. With the pen, they can finally restore Nocturn to its former glory. With their plan set and the stakes clear, the team heads out for the reception. But as they leave, Selim gives Ji-sung a knowing, thoughtful look. Ji-sung stops him, admitting he's been thinking about his power too. Arriving at the mansion, Ji-sung feels a new power burning within him. He promises Selim that no matter what, their friendship won't change. The sunglasses, however, are a questionable choice. Ji-sung presents their invitations, a quiet promise passing between him and Selim. They step into the grand hall, welcomed into the heart of enemy territory. Selim's words are a vow. No matter what happens, it's them against the world. The team is met with the sight of a massive ballroom, a sea of high society writers. Wangan's expression is grim as he gives the order for them to spread out. The four writers disperse into the crowd, their dangerous mission officially underway. Their objective is clear, their resolve united. Find the pen, no matter the cost. Ji-sung is already unimpressed by the arrogant chatter of the British elite. He scans the room, taking in the faces of London's most powerful authors. He reports through his earpiece, confirming there's no sign of red-eye press yet. Selim wanders through the opulent ballroom, the sound of music filling the air. He reports through his earpiece, confirming the stage area is clear of their rivals. Elsewhere, Wangan reports the same, though he's attracted some unwanted attention. A group of older women surrounds him, one asking if he's a member of the nobility. Another casually mentions her recently deceased husband with a suggestive laugh. Looks like Wangan is the main course on tonight's menu. Completely flustered, Wangan can only stammer, clearly not prepared for this kind of social combat. Meanwhile, Jean scans the crowd, reporting nothing until she's suddenly cut off. She's bumped into another guest, and she quickly offers a sincere apology. But the man in the green suit calls the encounter a pleasant surprise. Jean looks up in horror, recognizing the man who just called her by name, Zephyr. Back at the hotel, Yuna waits anxiously, acting as the team's remote support. She can only hope their dangerous infiltration goes according to plan. She tries to reassure herself that even Red Eye wouldn't dare cause a scene here, but her thoughts are cut short by a sudden knock at the door. Annoyed by the interruption, she walks over to answer it. Her hand closes around the handle, opening the door to the hallway. A woman with striking, mismatched eyes greets her by name. Yuna recognizes her as Jaya, their newly acquired intern, and invites her in. The young woman follows her into the room, her footsteps unnervingly silent. But Yuna stops dead in her tracks, a sudden sense of dread washing over her. Yuna points out a critical flaw in Jaya's story. She never told her the hotel's name. Her eyes narrow with suspicion, realizing this was a carefully laid trap. Without a word, she summons her power, a weapon materializing from a glowing book. She grips the massive axe, her expression a mask of cold fury. With a powerful swing, she brings the weapon down on the mysterious woman. But the woman's mismatched eyes just stare back, completely unfazed by the assault. Back at the mansion, the party continues, oblivious to the danger brewing elsewhere. Zephyr places a hand on Jean's shoulder, his smile dangerously smooth. He takes her hand, asking the stunned writer for a dance. So much for a subtle infiltration. Jean can only look up in horror, completely frozen by his sudden advance. He takes her hand, pulling her onto the dance floor before she can react. Her eyes widen in shock, her mind struggling to process the sudden move. Zephyr leads her in a perfect waltz, his voice a venomous whisper in her ear. He compliments her dancing, his smug expression revealing he's in complete control. He then asks about her Nocturn friends, certain they're hiding somewhere in the crowd. Jean tries to lie, insisting she came to the reception all by herself. But Zephyr just leans in closer, his eyes glinting with amusement. He reveals he knows about her earpiece, her desperate lie falling apart. Guess the spy gear wasn't as subtle as she thought. Her mind flashes to her teammates, realizing they've all walked into a trap, and Zephyr speaks into her comms, a chilling greeting to his hidden rivals. Salem's voice cuts through the comms, his panic clear as he calls out Jean's name. She manages a shaky reply, her eyes wide with a terror she can't possibly hide. Ji-sung tries to keep them focused, certain Zephyr won't risk a scene in public. He knows the real threat is the other red-eye writers, now hunting for the same prize. Wangan declares they're out of time, telling Ji-sung to use the pen if things go south. He breaks away from the group, his mission to the trophy room now more urgent than ever. He moves through the mansion's halls, a man on a mission with no time to waste. Selim tries to call him back, worried he's moving too soon without their host present. But Ji-sung agrees with the move, knowing this is a race they can't afford to lose. Selim's concern shifts back to their captured teammate, wondering what Zephyr has planned for her. Ji-sung tells Selim to check on Jean while he tries a different approach. He knows they're in a race against Red Eye and he's about to give them the edge they need. He pulls out the deducer's pen, asking the artifact to solve a mystery for him. The entity within explains it can only solve one mystery at a time. It clarifies its purpose, to deduce the perfect weapon to defeat his adversary. Ji-sung asks the pen for the best way to defeat the Red Eye Riders. The pen's dark energy swirls as it reveals their best hope is to find the pen of the condemned man. Its red eye glows, sensing the presence of another powerful pen nearby, confirming they're in the right place. The pen floats out of his hand, offering to be his guide as it leads him away from Wangan. Ji-sung follows, realizing from the floor plan that it's leading him straight to the private bedrooms. His eyes burn with resolve. He knows he's past the point of no return. But a new voice cuts through the silence, calling out his name. Ji-sung stops dead in his tracks, turning to face the unexpected arrival. The man smirks, calling Ji-sung's sudden appearance a pleasant surprise. He's a famous Korean writer, and he's shocked to find our boy in Britain. The writer, with striking purple eyes, offers a friendly but unsettling greeting. Ji-sung demands to know what he's doing here, but the man just feigns ignorance. He explains his last book was a global bestseller, earning him a personal invitation. Ji-sung scoffs, admitting he'd rather die than read the man's office romance novel. The writer proudly reveals his success caught Isabella's eye, making him the guest of honor. The writer excuses himself, explaining he's expected on stage. As he walks away, Ji-sung knows this encounter is no mere coincidence. He decides to keep this new threat to himself, trusting the deducer's pen to give him the edge. With renewed resolve, he vows to find the pen before any of his rivals can. His footsteps echo through the hall, his plan simple: get the pen and get out. The deducer's pen leads the way, confirming their target is very close. He follows the artifact, trusting its guidance through the unfamiliar mansion. The pen stops before a massive door, indicating the prize is just on the other side. His hand trembles as he reaches for the handle, hoping the room is empty. He pushes the door open, the light revealing the silhouette of a trophy inside. He grips the ornate bedpost, his heart pounding in his chest. He steps inside, realizing with a start that the door wasn't even locked. He takes in the opulent decor, confirming this is one of the mansion's private chambers. The deducer's pen leads him to the bed, confirming their target is sleeping here. He stands before a desk, the pen's immense power radiating through the room. And there it is, resting on a velvet cushion, the legendary condemned man's pen. A smirk plays on his lips, thinking of everything they've endured to find it. He taps his earpiece, ready to tell his team that the mission is a success. He reaches for the prize, knowing he needs to get out of here as fast as possible. But his thoughts are cut short as a single black feather drifts down from above. A small scythe blade whips past his face, a warning shot that's far too close for comfort. He recognizes the weapon instantly, realizing only one person he knows uses a scythe like that. The blade embeds itself in the wall, confirming it's the signature weapon of Red Eye's team leader. A familiar voice greets him. It's Arya, the red-haired writer from the pub. Her eyes glow with contempt as she spits out his affiliation, Nocturn scum. Meanwhile, back in the ballroom, Selim desperately searches the crowd for his teammate. He whips around, his attention suddenly drawn to the center of the dance floor. And his worst fears are confirmed. He spots Jean in the arms of their rival, Zephyr. His expression hardens, a silent vow that Zephyr will pay if he's harmed her. He rushes forward to intervene, but a foot shoots out, sending him crashing to the floor. Selim hits the floor, clutching his head after being tripped from behind. The culprit, a writer with a buzz cut, smirks down at him, calling out to someone named Zach. The writer grinds his heel onto Selim's hand, pinning him to the checkered floor. Selim leaps to his feet, ready to throw down, but the man just looks on with smug amusement. The two face off, but the buzz-cut writer seems completely unimpressed by the challenge. But their confrontation is cut short as the ballroom lights dim, drawing all eyes to the stage. An announcer steps up to the microphone, ready to begin the evening's main event. He asks for a warm welcome for the hostess of tonight's exclusive reception. The crowd murmurs in awe as he introduces the legendary Isabella Dickens. And there she is, the S-rank writer herself, her gaze as cold and brilliant as the jewels she wears. The crowd erupts in applause, but Selim can only stare, completely overwhelmed by her immense power. Isabella descends the grand staircase, her every step radiating an untouchable authority. She commands the attention of the entire ballroom, a queen in her own palace. A servant pulls out a golden throne, a seat befitting her legendary status. She takes her seat, her gaze sweeping over the crowd of lesser writers. Selim feels a chill run down his spine, a physical reaction to her overwhelming presence. He finally understands the terrifying power of a true S-rank writer. But the announcer isn't finished, preparing to introduce the guest of honor from Korea. And it's none other than Kay, the romance writer Ji-sung just met in the hall. Well, this party just got a lot more complicated. He offers a charming smile to the crowd, basking in the spotlight. Selim's eyes burn with suspicion. He knows this is no coincidence. The announcer reveals Kay's book rights were bought by the Dickens family. A sense of dread washes over them as Selim urges Jean to find the others. He desperately tries his earpiece, calling out for Ji-sung and Wangan. But he's met with nothing but static. Their comms have been cut. The announcer then introduces the organizer of the evening's entertainment. He presents the new chief intendant of the powerful Dickens family. Selim's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the woman on stage. Jean is just as stunned, realizing it's their so-called intern Jaya. The woman, Jaya Carroll, greets the crowd, her mismatched eyes glowing. So much for the unpaid intern sob story. Back in the bedroom, Ji-sung blocks Arya's scythe with a weapon of his own. She glares, declaring the pen is coming with red-eye press. But Ji-sung pushes back, his patience wearing thin as she mocks Nocturn's downfall. Their weapons clash as she reveals their plan to secure Julius Hugo's new book. With that power, she vows Red Eye will become the top publisher in all of Asia. Ji-sung knows he can't reason with her. This has to end quickly and quietly. He recalls her file, remembering she's a C-rank writer. But just like his duel with Elliot, something feels different this time. He realizes he can read her every move, anticipating her attacks with ease. And with that knowledge, he prepares to end this fight on his own terms. He sidesteps her attack, delivering a brutal elbow strike to her side. Arya is stunned, unable to comprehend how he's moving so fast. Ji-sung uses his spear to vault over her, completely outmaneuvering the C-rank writer. She skids to a halt, coughing as she struggles to track his movements. She can only stare in disbelief, her confidence completely shattered. Ji-sung lands with practiced ease, his spear ready for the next exchange. Arya screams in frustration, unable to accept she's losing to a mere E rank. She rants that the rumors must be true, since no one has ever read his work. Her eyes narrow with a new, dangerous theory. Ji-sung must be a heretic. She unleashes a fiery attack, accusing him of publishing forbidden books to gain power. But Ji-sung realizes her power has suddenly exploded, a surge he didn't anticipate. She questions if he's from a forbidden bloodline as her signature book materializes. A system window confirms her power. Arya Ironheart is now in the fight. She unleashes her ultimate ability, summoning a massive, fiery phoenix. She declares the Holy Order will be pleased to have the Hugo's pen back. And as a bonus, she promises to deliver the head of a heretic. With a furious roar, she unleashes a storm of flaming blades upon the room. Ji-sung can only watch, stunned by the sheer scale of her devastating attack. He knows he has to grab the pen and escape before she brings the entire mansion down. With no other choice, he makes a desperate dive for the legendary artifact. Ji-sung grips his spear, knowing his only objective now is to escape. But with Arya blocking the only exit, he realizes he'll have to fight his way out. She unleashes another volley of fiery blades, determined to overwhelm him. Ji-sung braces himself, the sheer number of projectiles pushing him back. He grits his teeth, realizing there's no way to dodge this many attacks. But a massive, shadowy fist smashes down from above, intercepting the blast. Ji-sung and Arya can only stare as a new, powerful rider joins the fight. Guess the party is just getting started. The newcomer's fist shatters the floor, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The force of the blow sends both combatants flying in opposite directions. Ji-sung crashes hard against the wall, caught in the crossfire of this new arrival. Arya is caught completely off guard by the powerful, unexpected strike. Ji-sung plummets from the upper floor, completely unable to stop his fall. He and Arya are sent crashing down towards the main ballroom below. The party guests can only stare up in confusion at the sudden chaos. He realizes with horror they're about to make a grand entrance in the main hall. So much for a subtle infiltration. They hit the floor with a bone-shattering impact, dust and debris exploding outwards. The dust cloud billows, the sound of the impact echoing through the hall. Ji-sung and Arya land back-to-back, their private duel now a very public spectacle. He looks up, his eyes locking onto a familiar face in the crowd. Selim. But his friends are in no position to help, surrounded by a squad of armored knights. Selim calls out his friend's name, his face a mask of worry. But Ji-sung's attention is fixed on a new, overwhelming aura. They stand in the ruins of their entrance, the entire party now watching. And from her throne, the legendary Isabella Dickens looks on, completely unfazed. Ji-sung feels the crushing weight of her power, a spine-tingling pressure. Her immense S-rank aura radiates through the hall, a silent, deadly threat. The sheer force of her presence sends him stumbling back a step. Even the fiery Arya drops to her knees, begging forgiveness for the disturbance. Ji-sung takes in the scene, realizing their covert mission is now a very public disaster. And with dawning horror, he understands this was a trap from the very beginning. Isabella's eyes glow, confirming she knew exactly why they were here. And from the balconies, the British elite watch the chaos unfold like a stage play. The guests are thoroughly entertained, mocking the terrified look on the intruders' faces. But a new enforcer steps forward, his voice booming with contempt for the insolent worms. He delivers a brutal punch to a guest, ordering him to kneel before his lady. A system window identifies him as Anish, a B-rank bodyguard for House Dickens. The guest gasps for air on the floor, certain the single blow has cracked a rib. Two strange, headless knights in red armor step forward to deal with the fallen man. They grab the guest, effortlessly restraining him as Selim watches in horror. The man can only stare in terror, wondering what these strange constructs are. Selim recognizes the strange, heart-shaped design of the soldiers. Ji-sung's eyes widen as a flicker of recognition hits him as well. He realizes they're the Queen of Hearts army from Alice in Wonderland. His friends rush to his side, asking if he's all right as the knights close in. Ji-sung explains the guard's origin, realizing the heir of Lewis Carroll must be close. Selim points to the stage, confirming she's been manipulating them all along. Ji-sung's eyes widen in disbelief as he follows Selim's gaze. It's Jaya, their intern, who has been shadowing them since they arrived in London. She's not just an intern, she's the descendant of Lewis Carroll and the Dickens chief intendant. From the balconies, the British elite watch the chaos like it's dinner theater. Ji-sung screams up at his captors, demanding to know what they want from his team. But Jaya just snaps her fingers, commanding silence with a single chilling word. A card soldier strikes him from behind, its spear driving him to the checkered floor. The crowd erupts in applause, praising Jaya for the marvelous performance. They cheer for more, demanding the soldiers finish him off for their amusement. Ji-sung is completely paralyzed as Selim screams his name from the sidelines. Jaya takes the stage, pleased that all the players are finally in position. She announces the evening's main event, the Battle of Korea. Looks like they're the star attraction. The crowd laughs with sadistic glee, their eyes glowing in the dim light. Jaya thanks her master, Isabella Dickens, for providing such a fine spectacle. The crowd cheers for House Dickens, reveling in the brutal spectacle below. Wangan warns the others to prepare themselves for the fight they're being forced into. Ji-sung grits his teeth, the full weight of their mistake finally crashing down. Jaya officially begins the night's hostilities, announcing the first duel. She introduces the champion from First-Hand Press, Korea's third-largest publisher. Banners unfurl, displaying the emblem of the rival publishing house. And their champion is revealed to be none other than the famous writer, K. He makes a dramatic leap from the balcony, landing on the checkered floor below. Jaya assures the audience that K is a willing participant in their little game. K thanks his host, promising to put on a good show for the refined crowd. Guess he's not a fan of subtlety either. The crowd applauds, calling K a true gentleman for his willingness to fight. Ji-sung grits his teeth, finally understanding why they were all invited here. They're nothing more than gladiators, forced to fight for the crowd's amusement. He realizes Jaya tricked them, but wonders how she knew their true objective. But Jaya announces K's opponent isn't Nocturn, but another familiar group, Scrollgate. She describes the fallen publisher, now represented by its last living member. And to everyone's shock, the card soldiers drag a terrified Jack onto the stage. The young assistant can only stammer, completely overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The crowd erupts in laughter, mocking the heretic as the Dickens family puts on a show. He looks to his former captors, his voice trembling as he offers a desperate apology. Through his tears, Jack confesses that he was the one who told them. Ji-sung realizes Jack was the only one who knew about the secret deal. He remembers how they helped the assistant escape the country under a new identity. So much for gratitude. But somehow Jaya tracked him down and forced him to reveal their plan. Selim screams out to Jack, promising they'll get him out of this mess. But a heart-tipped spear cuts through the air, aimed straight for him. Ji-sung's eyes glow as he screams for his friend to get back. He intercepts the attack, taking the blow meant for Selim. But he warns his friends they can't help Jack. They're completely surrounded. From the stage, Jaya orders them to stay put, coldly stating it isn't their turn yet. Jaya explains the simple rules as the card soldiers form a makeshift arena. She declares the first to draw blood with their spear will be the winner. Jack can only let out a terrified laugh, completely out of his depth. Ji-sung grits his teeth, knowing the B-rank K will utterly destroy him. Selim screams for K to spare his life, begging him to avoid a fatal blow. K looms over the terrified assistant, his spear tapping the ground ominously. His purple eyes glow as he considers the plea for mercy. He agrees that any cut will do, a cruel smirk on his face as he attacks. So much for sportsmanship. The heart-tipped spear slams down, piercing straight through Jack's foot. Jack can only cry out in agony, his duel ending before it even began. Jaya announces the winner of the brutal one-sided duel. She declares K the victor as he walks away, leaving Jack bleeding on the floor. The British elite applaud the spectacle, finding the cruelty highly entertaining. Ji-sung can only watch in disgust, his rage boiling over at their depravity. His eyes glow with a cold fury, questioning the sadistic nature of these writers. But something is wrong. A strange, pulsating mass erupts from Jack's wound. The spear's tip seems to be alive, a grotesque growth pulsing with dark energy. It begins to consume him, forming a monstrous shell around his body. He screams in agony as the transformation takes hold, twisting him into a monster. K turns back to face the new monster, his expression revealing this was the plan all along. Jaya smirks, declaring Jack a fine addition to her army of hearts. The banners of Nocturn and Red Eye Press hang in the silent hall. The writers of Red Eye Press descend, ready for the next round of this twisted game. The former assistant is now a towering, monstrous soldier of hearts. Selim can only stare in horror, whispering his friend's name. Ji-sung realizes with fury that a single touch from their lances will turn them into monsters too. Jaya announces the main event, a battle between the best of Nocturn and Red Eye. The British elite erupt in applause, eager for more bloodshed. The Red Eye writers look on, their expressions a mix of arrogance and bloodlust. Ji-sung grits his teeth, seeing his rivals are more than ready for this fight. Ji-sung confirms he managed to grab the condemned man's pen during the chaos. He knows their only priority now is finding a way to escape this death trap. But Jaya isn't finished, introducing a guest of honor who now works for Nocturn. She reveals this guest once wore the crimson colors of Red Eye Press, and Yuna is wheeled onto the stage, bound and beaten but unbroken. So much for remote support. The entire team can only stare in horror, their plan completely shattered. Yuna glares up at her captors, a single drop of blood on her lip. The British elite erupt in applause, thoroughly enjoying the cruel display. Even the writer K claps along, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Ji-sung screams her name, his face contorted with pure, unadulterated fury. Even captured, Yuna's spirit is unbroken, a defiant laugh on her lips. Ji-sung realizes they must have ambushed her back at the hotel. With Yuna held hostage, any thought of escape is now gone. But Jaya announces Yuna won't be fighting, on direct orders from the king. The crowd murmurs in disappointment, their anticipated spectacle denied. But Jaya promises the audience there's still plenty of entertainment to come. She lays out the simple rules: Nocturn versus Red Eye in a fight to the death. Wangan realizes they're trapped, but notes Red Eye has 5 members present, not 4. The Red Eye riders are eager for the fight, ready to tear their rivals apart. Arya gives the order, telling her team to prepare for an all-out assault. But the 5th member of Red Eye, Anish, descends not on Nocturn, but on his own team. Arya screams her teammate's name as the bodyguard's fist glows with immense power. A massive explosion of energy erupts, the impact shaking the entire ballroom. And when the dust settles, the buzz-cut rider lies broken in a bloody crater. Anish looks down at his handiwork, his expression cold and unfeeling. The remaining Red Eye riders can only stare in shock at the sudden, brutal betrayal. But from the stage, Jaya steps forward, her plan unfolding perfectly. One of Zack's teammates screams his name, her face a mask of pure horror. Jaya thanks Anish, declaring the fight is now fair. Guess that's one way to even the odds. She addresses the crowd, asking who will prevail in this twisted death match. Jaya explains Red Eye's strength, with 2 C ranks leading the charge as a woman grieves over her fallen teammate. She then turns to Nocturn, the underdogs who somehow managed to defeat a B-rank heretic. With a sadistic glint in her mismatched eyes, she officially begins the battle. From the stage, she addresses the eager crowd, her voice echoing through the grand hall. The 2 teams face off across the checkered floor, trapped in the spotlight of this twisted game. But the Red Eye rider can only cradle her fallen comrade, screaming his name in anguish. Annoyed by the delay, Jaya orders Anish to give the grieving rider a little motivation. The massive bodyguard looms over the sobbing woman, his shadow falling across her. He coldly reminds her that she was given an order to fight. His fist glows with dark energy, ready to enforce that order with brutal finality. But a flash of green light intercepts the attack at the very last second. The grieving rider can only stare in terror, saved from a brutal end. Wangan stands between them, his shield blocking the bodyguard's powerful strike. He grits his teeth, declaring this forced deathmatch is beneath them as riders. With a powerful kick, he sends the massive bodyguard flying back across the floor. Anish lands with a thud, his expression one of mild surprise at the intervention. The British elite erupt in applause, thoroughly enjoying this new twist in the show. But Arya rises from the floor, her eyes burning with a fiery resolve. She declares that only one team will be leaving this place alive. Guess she's a fan of the new rules. Her teammate tries to reason with her, begging her to stop this madness. But Zephyr moves to strike the grieving woman, his own teammate, from behind. Her ally intercepts the blow, his own weapon deflecting the golden energy. The ponytail rider glares, recognizing Zephyr and promising to teach him a lesson. Wangan prepares for his own fight, ordering Ji-sung to protect the others with his pen. As Arya unleashes a storm of fiery blades, the 2 Red Eye riders clash. The flaming projectiles rain down, turning the checkered floor into a death trap. Ji-sung plants his foot, the stone floor cracking under the force of his resolve. He leaps into the air, screaming for the pen to give him a shield. The deducer's pen answers the call, its dark power swirling as it hears its master's request. A massive shadowy shield materializes, deflecting the fiery assault with ease. Looks like that S-rank artifact is finally earning its keep. The British elite watch on, one man laughing at the sight of the fancy pen. Isabella Dickens recognizes the artifact, identifying it as the legendary deducer's pen. Jaya realizes the pen is how they defeated Nebula, but questions how an E-rank can wield it so well. Behind the shield, Ji-sung tells his team their priority is to free Yuna. But the riders of Red Eye press their assault, determined to shatter his defense. Zephyr unleashes a golden arrow, certain their defenses won't hold. The ponytail rider follows up, his twin blades ready to tear through the shield. Jisung shoves his teammates aside, preparing to take the full force of the attack. Arya descends for the final blow, screaming for the heretic to finally die. But Jisung reveals the condemned man's pen, declaring she's left him no other choice. Jisung meets Arya's fiery assault, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. The two are locked in a brutal struggle, both determined to end this fight for good. Meanwhile, the ponytail rider charges forward, his glowing bow aimed at his own teammates. He draws back the energy arrow, confident his target has nowhere left to run. But Zephyr intercepts the attack, kicking the bow aside in a shocking betrayal. The ponytail rider stumbles back, vowing that he won't miss his next shot. He takes aim again, but his expression shifts to one of pure disbelief. His eyes widen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Zephyr now stands in the line of fire, shielding his grieving teammate with his own body. His eyes burn with resolve as he dares his ally to fire, refusing to move an inch. Guess office politics at Red Eye are brutal. The ponytail rider grits his teeth, his golden arrow still aimed at his own teammate. But Selim blocks the shot, questioning if this is really their strategy. He screams that he's had enough, activating a power called rapid absorption. A wave of blue energy erupts from him, silencing the entire ballroom. The ponytail rider can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. Arya tells him to look around, her own confidence clearly shaken. Selim stands firm, asking if they'll really die for the amusement of this crowd. His eyes glow with conviction as he reminds them of Yuna's words. A memory flashes, showing a younger Yuna with her former Red Eye teammates. She asks them to consider who truly benefits from their infighting. Looks like class is in session. A memory of Yuna's mother reveals this isn't the first time the powerful have pitted them against each other. Selim's eyes burn with conviction, declaring someone must stand up to the European houses. He warns that if they don't, the great houses will continue to weaken and deceive them. Zephyr listens, realizing they'll be treated as pawns in a much larger game. Wangan understands they're just entertainment, their lives meaningless to their captors. Selim screams at the watching elite, questioning if they feel any shame for their actions. He declares that their standing, their privilege is completely undeserved. But one of the guests just laughs, mocking the bold little cockroach below. His laughter is cut short as a glowing arrowhead flies straight for him. It finds its mark, silencing the man's mockery with a brutal final strike. The guest's body hits the floor, a brutal end to his mockery. Jisung feels a hand on his shoulder, a silent show of support. It's Arya, and for once she agrees with her rival from Nocturn. She declares this farce has gone on long enough, the rival teams now united. But Jaya stands in the spotlight, her expression revealing she's still in control. The sound of footsteps echoes through the now silent ballroom. A man in a sharp suit approaches her, his purpose unknown. He leans in to whisper a message, a new development in this twisted game. Jaya takes the stage, announcing a sudden change to the evening's program. She offers a chilling choice: fight each other, or face a new opponent in a battle to the death. Jaya's eyes gleam with madness as she prepares to unleash her army of hearts. She bathes the hall in a golden light, her power surging to life. But the united Korean riders stand ready, their brief alliance now a full-blown rebellion. So Jaya takes the stage, announcing a brand new main event for the evening. She rebrands their defiance as the Korean revolt. How thoughtful of her. With a single command, she summons her soldiers from the pages of a glowing book. A system window confirms her identity: Jaya Carroll, an A-rank heir to Lewis Carroll. A swarm of heart-shaped soldiers materializes, their red armor gleaming in the light. Zach's teammate recognizes the terrifying power of her bloodline. The hooded writer explains that high-ranking authors can summon characters from their own stories. The hooded writer explains that the most powerful authors can summon characters from their own stories. Jaya addresses the Korean writers, her voice echoing through the hall. She gives them a simple, chilling ultimatum: defeat her army, and she'll let them walk out of here alive. Seems totally trustworthy. With a single command, her army of hearts closes ranks, ready for battle. But Jisung's resolve is unbroken. He knows there's still a chance. He reminds himself of the 2 S-rank pens in his possession. But his priority is clear: get Yuna out of here no matter the cost. And in a surprising turn, Arya offers to cover him, their rivalry forgotten. Her fiery aura flares to life, ready to fight alongside her former enemies. Arya tells Jisung he'll owe her for this, and he accepts the terms with a smirk. She knows the fastest way to stop an army is to take out its general. With a furious roar, she unleashes a storm of fire straight at Jaya, but the Army of Hearts moves to intercept, forming a wall to protect their master. The ponytail rider joins the fray, carving a path through the soldiers. Jisung calls out to Wangan, telling him to launch him straight towards Yuna. He uses the shield as a springboard, launching himself into the air. A classic fastball special. Wangan braces for the impact, his expression grim as he sends his friend flying. He soars through the air, a human projectile aimed straight at the stage. But Jaya realizes Arya's attack was just a feint. Their true target was Yuna all along. He summons the deducer's pen, its dark energy transforming into a spear mid-flight. The blade slices cleanly through the ropes, freeing Yuna from her bonds. He lands with precision, his weapon slicing through the last of her restraints. He catches her as she falls, a classic hero move if I've ever seen one. But he realizes she's completely unresponsive, knocked out cold from the earlier ambush. He knows they have to get out of here now, with Isabella watching their every move. With Yuna in his arms, he makes a desperate leap for the exit. But two card soldiers descend from above, their spears aimed for a killing blow. A sudden flash of golden light cuts through the chaos. The soldiers are struck down by a volley of arrows, an unexpected save from an unknown ally. The ponytail rider from Red Eye joins the fray, his fist glowing with golden energy. Jisung holds the unconscious Yuna, his eyes fixed on the approaching army of hearts. Wangan carves a path through the soldiers, screaming for his team to make a run for it. But the deducer's pen is ripped from Jisung's grasp by an unseen force. Both Jisung and the rider K can only stare in shock at the sudden turn of events. Jaya now holds the artifact, questioning how a lowly E rank could wield such power. Selim screams a warning as a wave of force sends the riders flying across the floor. Wangan and his new Red Eye ally brace for the impact, their weapons crossed in defense. In a blur of motion, Jaya appears behind Jisung, questioning his true rank. Jisung realizes with dawning horror that he never even saw her move. This fight is already over. She moves in a blur, stopping the pen's transformation before it can even begin. But the rider K intercepts her, his fist glowing with surprising power. Guess he's not a fan of the evening's entertainment either. He unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the A-rank rider in a massive blast. And Arya follows up, her scythe descending for a brutal finishing blow. She warns Jaya that a general should never get this close to the front lines. Her blade finds its mark, slicing deep into Jaya's side in a brutal strike. The weapon slams into the floor, the impact shaking the entire ballroom. Defeated and broken, Jaya lies bleeding on the checkered floor. With their master defeated, the Army of Hearts begins to dissolve into nothing. The United Riders stand over their fallen foe, their unlikely rebellion a success. But Jisung realizes something is wrong. Jaya couldn't have been defeated that easily. He sees the body on the floor isn't Jaya, but one of her dissolving card soldiers. He screams a warning, realizing she swapped places with a soldier at the last second. And just like that, Jaya reappears, aiming her spear at the ponytail rider's back. The rider turns just in time to see the attack, but he's far too slow to react. But Arya moves faster, taking the fatal blow meant for her Red Eye teammate. As she chokes on her own blood, the British elite laugh at the tragic sacrifice. Guess they paid for the premium cruelty package. Jisung can only watch in horror, realizing the spear went straight through her. Blood pools at her feet, a grim sign that her fight is finally over. But a strange pink flame erupts from the wound as she refuses to fall. But Arya just clenches her teeth, blood dripping from her lips as she refuses to fall. She looks to Jisung, her body glowing with that same corrupting energy. With her last breath, she begs him to make sure her team gets out of here alive. And then she's consumed, transforming into another monstrous soldier of hearts. A hand closes around the spear, still embedded in the newly formed monster. Jaya pulls her weapon free, coldly asking who wants to be next. The ponytail rider vows he won't fail again, his eyes fixed on the condemned man's pen. Jisung dives for the artifact, snatching it from the checkered floor. He holds the pen high, commanding it to get them out of this death trap. His eyes burn with a cold resolve, ready to unleash whatever power is necessary. The pen transforms into a massive sword, but Jisung knows a weapon won't help them escape. The entity within senses this new weapon will attract some very powerful attention. From the balconies, the British elite mock the new weapon, eager for more entertainment. But one man recognizes the blade, identifying it as the legendary sword of Victor Hugo. But a hand grabs his face, a new player declaring it's time to reclaim his birthright. The man is left broken on the floor as a white-haired figure steps into the chaos. The newcomer is none other than Master Hugo, and he's come to crash the party. But Jaya is unimpressed, questioning if he truly thinks he can stand against her. She unleashes a powerful strike, determined to put this intruder in his place. The head of House Hugo is sent flying, the force of the blow shaking the entire hall. He crashes into the wall with enough force to shatter the stone around him. But the British elite just cheer for more, demanding he be turned into a guard. What a charming audience. Ji-sung's eyes track the dust cloud, his focus entirely on the newcomer. But Master Hugo descends from the crater, his steps calm and deliberate. He brushes off his suit, calling the entire affair an odious spectacle. The team can only watch in shock, realizing the true power of a house leader. Master Hugo's gaze falls on Ji-sung, declaring him unworthy of the power he holds. From her throne, Isabella Dickens glares, her patience clearly wearing thin. A new enforcer appears, declaring that interrupting this party is punishable by death. But Master Hugo just scoffs, summoning a glowing book to answer the challenge. Master Hugo calls out his opponent, accusing him of prizing dishonor and violence. He summons his signature weapon, a massive, ornate pistol. With a cold look, he promises to deliver that dishonor personally. The enforcer charges forward, undeterred by the threat. He scoffs at the weapon, certain a mere bullet can't possibly stop him. But Master Hugo finishes his threat, promising to bring violence as well. He fires, unleashing a massive blast of pure, concentrated energy. The enforcer's confidence shatters as the attack consumes him completely. Master Hugo stands in the smoke, his single shot ending the confrontation. Guess that enforcer was all talk. His cold eyes survey the scene, the message to House Dickens now crystal clear. Ji-sung looks up from the floor, whispering the name of the legendary writer, Julius Hugo. Even Jaya is stunned, realizing the head of House Hugo has just crashed their party. Julius stands over the chaos, his immense power silencing the entire hall. The other writers can only stare in disbelief, unable to process his sudden arrival. A terrified guest confirms their worst fears. The prophet of House Hugo is here. The British elite finally break, scrambling for the exits in a blind panic. But a new player raises her hand, her purple aura flaring with deadly intent. She unleashes a single brutal strike, silencing one of the fleeing guests for good. She calmly informs the crowd that no one is leaving. The show isn't over yet. Looks like the doors are officially locked. Her hand clenches, a silent promise that the real bloodshed is about to begin. A new player enters the fray, identified as the new heir of House Hugo. She smirks down at the chaos, declaring the real entertainment has finally begun. But Julius Hugo remains completely unimpressed by this new challenger. The two powerhouses face off, their auras clashing across the ruined ballroom. Selim realizes with dawning horror that they're caught in a war over the pen. The new heir mocks Julius, calling him a fool for daring to come here alone. She questions his sanity, wondering if the Notre Dame attack broke him. She's certain that against her and her mistress he doesn't stand a chance. She summons her power, ready to unleash the terrifying army of hearts. But Julius just stands there, calmly waiting as the attack comes for him. Looks like he's seen worse. Jaya unleashes her full power, summoning the terrifying army of hearts. She gives a single chilling order: destroy the prophet of House Hugo. But a massive green shield materializes, effortlessly blocking the assault. The new heir recognizes this power, her confidence suddenly shaken. The shield shatters, revealing an army of spectral green soldiers of his own. She realizes with dawning horror that this isn't a Hugo family ability. The shockwave from the clash shatters the Grand Hall's windows. The entire mansion trembles as the two armies collide in a brutal stalemate. And a new player enters the fray, an S-rank intendant from House Hugo. He's not alone. Another intendant named Ajar joins the battle. Looks like Julius didn't come by himself after all. Jaya grits her teeth, recognizing the two chief intendants of House Hugo. Amber Balzac and Arthur Ajar stand ready, the full force of the house now revealed. Realizing she's completely outmatched, Jaya begins a hasty retreat. She tries to warn her mistress that they need to escape the mansion. But Ajar appears behind her in a blur, cutting off her only escape route. She can only stare in terror, admitting she never even saw him move. The intendant looks down at her, his expression cold and utterly unimpressed. In a desperate plea, Jaya calls out to her mistress for help. But Isabella just smirks, clearly not interested in a rescue mission. So much for employee loyalty. Ajar's hand moves with brutal speed, silencing her with a single decisive strike. Ajar's strike is brutal, but he clarifies he's not here to end her bloodline. He stands over the fallen Jaya, declaring he's only here to recover something. He reveals his true target, the artifact that rightfully belongs to his house. And Ji-sung realizes with dawning horror that the prophet knows he has the pen. In a flash, Julius Hugo closes the distance, appearing before a helpless Ji-sung. Meanwhile, Jaya screams in agony as Ajar's power burns away at her. But even defeated, she grabs a blade, vowing she'd rather die than surrender. Ajar easily intercepts the desperate attack, his own blade glowing with green energy. He slams her to the ground, pinning her with his sword and ending her rebellion. But he smirks, informing her that death is not on the menu for her tonight. Guess he has other plans. Ajar offers a conditional truce, warning Isabella not to make any sudden moves. The S-rank writer considers this, her expression a mask of cold calculation. Meanwhile, Julius Hugo stands over the broken form of Ji-sung. Our boy can only struggle, completely overwhelmed by the prophet's immense power. With a single hand, Julius lifts him from the ground, his grip like iron. He leans in close, confirming he can sense the artifact's presence on him. And with his free hand, he plucks the legendary pen from Ji-sung's pocket. He declares the pride of House Hugo has finally returned to its rightful owner. He thanks Ji-sung for being his personal and very unwilling delivery boy. And then he drops the bombshell, calling the stunned Ji-sung his brother. Well, that's a family reunion nobody asked for. Ji-sung struggles for air, insisting a second heir is a cardinal sin for a blessed bloodline. He realizes this truth would brand the entire House of Hugo as heretics. But Julius's grip tightens, recalling how his intendants led him right to this moment. He explains that only a true descendant of Hugo could wield such a weapon. Ji-sung asks if this is the end, but Julius explains he possesses half of his stolen birthright. He reveals there's a way to reclaim the power that was stolen from him. Ji-sung realizes with horror that Julius plans to take him away from here. Julius drives a blade into his neck, telling him his bloodline means nothing. This is getting a bit personal. He promises to erase Ji-sung, calling him nothing more than a bastard son. As his consciousness fades, his last desperate thought is for the deducer's pen. But the deducer's pen calls out to its master, a silent plea for help. The artifact rips itself free from Julius's grasp, flying back to its true owner. Julius is stunned by the pen's defiance, his grip on Ji-sung momentarily forgotten. He realizes Ji-sung pulled a fast one, swapping the pens at the last second. Julius scoffs, certain that no mere artifact can possibly save his brother now. But his smug confidence shatters as his eyes lock onto something new. It's not a weapon, but a golden medallion, a keepsake from Ji-sung's father.